We are now on the record. Today is the 20th day of August, 2015. The time is approximately 8:29 a.m. This is the videotaped deposition of Mr. Cleal Watts. At this time, the opponent may be sworn in by the court reporter.
Mr. Watts, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Watts, my name is Anthony Pietrangelo. I'm lead trial counsel for the plaintiffs in this case, and I'll be conducting the deposition.
Okay.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
It's Dr. Cleal T. Watts III.
What's your date of birth?
5/21/57.
Where were you born?
Honolulu, Hawaii.
How long did you live there?
9 months.
Where did you move after that?
I think it was Dallas.
Was it definitely Texas?
Dallas, Texas?
Is it Dallas? Is it a? Why are you not sure that it's Dallas?
Oh, I was 9 months old.
Right.
I don't remember.
Okay. What's the first place you remember living in?
Dallas. Both grandparents were in Dallas, so I was always in and out of Dallas.
Where'd you go to grade school?
But what year? I went to about 6 of them.
Okay. Tell me the.
Let's see. I lived in Texas to about 5. Then I was in Arkansas, and let's see. I went to first grade in San Marcos, Texas. Then I was in Atkins, Arkansas. And I believe it was Russellville, Arkansas, Texarkana, and then back into Dallas. It was probably Dallas right after 9 months, I think.
After Texarkana and moving to Dallas, how old were you?
About 68. And, I guess about 11. Oh, sorry.
Did you go to school in Dallas?
Yes.
Okay, where did you go to school in Dallas?
Okay. When I came back to Dallas, I went to Cistercian.
What grade did that take you through?
That was 5th and 6th.
Where'd you go to junior high school?
I went to 7th and 8th at Christ the King.
How about high school? Where'd you go?
Cistercian. And Hillcrest.
Where did you graduate high school?
Hillcrest.
And what year was that?
75.
Where did you continue your education after graduating Hillcrest?
Went to University of Texas. For a little bit. Then worked, and then I went to New Mexico Military Institute and graduated from there.
How many semesters did you spend at Texas?
I think it was about 2. It was like a summertime after high school went on. And I think it's maybe, yeah, about 2 semesters.
Then you said you worked. Where did you work?
Coal mines in Oklahoma.
What was your job?
Everything.
Did you mine coal?
Yes.
What was the name of your employer?
HF Construction Company. Or I'm sorry, no, it was HEFCO. HEFCO, HFCO. That's what they went by.
Were you a full-time employee?
Yes.
How long did you do that?
I think it was just short of a year.
Why did you discontinue your education at Texas?
Basically to earn monies. They were tight, earning monies, and that was the biggest part.
Who was tight? What do you mean?
Monies. I didn't have monies to go to school, and the monies were really tight at that time.
Did you pay for your tuition at Texas when you went?
No, it was paid for by parents, but it was also monies that I had too. A little bit of both.
Were you suspended or expelled from Texas?
No. Didn't have the best of grades. I see. Didn't have the best of grades, but I wasn't.
After working a year for HEFCO, you said you went to the New Mexico Military Institute. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? Okay, where is that?
Roswell, New Mexico.
What kind of a program is that? Is that a 4-year bachelor program?
2-year military full contract. Associate of Science.
What year did you enter New Mexico Military Institute?
76.
Did you complete the 2-year program?
Yes.
Was it in a consecutive 2-year period?
Yes, it was 78. Graduated 78.
Did you live on campus?
Yes. Post.
Was it a military setting?
Yes.
Lived in barracks?
Yes.
Did Mike Bird attend New Mexico Military Institute?
Yes.
At the same time as you?
Yes.
Did you all live together?
No, sir.
Is there anybody else from the Military Institute that you've kept up with besides Mike Bird?
Oh, yeah, you see a lot of them over time.
Other than Mike Bird, who was the last person that you spoke to that you went to NMMI with?
Alan McBee.
MCBEE?
I'm dyslexic. I can't spell.
When were you diagnosed with dyslexia?
About 15.
When did you speak with Alan McBee?
I'm sorry?
When did you speak with Alan McBee?
Tuesday night.
Other than Mr. McBee, who was the most recent person you spoke with from that school?
What was the general, oh, gosh, I don't remember his name. We had dinner together. Well, I guess my brother Lawrence.
Did Lawrence go to the school the same time you did?
No,
Was he before or after you?
he was after.
What did you do after you graduated NMMI in 1978?
Went back to University of Texas.
Did you enroll?
Yes.
Were you a junior at that time?
Yes.
Did you complete a course of study at Texas?
No, because I got accepted to medical school.
How many semesters did you spend in Texas starting in 78?
I believe it was 2.
When did you apply to medical school for the first time?
I don't know. I guess it'd been 79.
Did you take the MCAT?
I don't remember. I think I did.
What did you
I took
score?
lots of tests.
But you don't remember if you took the MCAT?
I can't really tell you if I did or not. I think I did.
What did you score on the MCAT?
I don't even remember. I was more the other tests we had for those.
What tests?
ECFMG, national boards, that kind of stuff after you graduate.
I'm talking about before you...
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't remember because I really didn't. I imagine I did, but maybe not.
Where did you apply to med school?
American University of the Caribbean.
When were you accepted?
It started like December of '79.
Is that the only place you applied?
Yes.
How did you fund that education?
I don't quite understand the question.
How did you pay for medical school?
Is through parents.
Where is the American University of the Caribbean?
Currently or then?
Then?
Montserrat,
Where is that?
Caribbean.
Is it a country?
Yes.
What city was it in?
Plymouth. Or Plymouth was the capital. It was close enough.
What were your living arrangements during medical school?
The dorm, or what the school provided.
You paid for that too?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Fine. Did you know anybody else that went to that school that began when you did?
You mean before?
Let me ask you that better. Did you leave for Montserrat knowing anybody else who was going to be attending that school?
I still don't understand the question.
Okay. When you began medical school in 1979, December,
Okay.
did you know anybody that was going to school there?
Going to school in Montserrat?
Yes.
No, because it was the first semester there.
Did you have gross anatomy first year?
Yes.
Who was your instructor?
I don't remember his name.
What grade did you receive?
Passing.
Did they grade it pass, fail?
Yes.
Did you name your cadaver?
No.
Did you have an advisor at medical school?
No.
Do you remember the name of any instructor at medical school?
Klein.
K-L-E-I-N?
It's the German spelling, whatever that is.
Is that a male or a female?
Male.
How old was he?
I have no idea. 50s. Watson.
Male or female?
Male. Watson. Gosh, I don't really remember it. Most of them were foreign names.
Were Klein and Watson Americans?
Yes.
Were they white?
Yes.
You kept up with them?
No.
You kept up with any instructors from medical school?
No.
Have you kept up with any classmates from medical school?
I tried with one in particular, and that's off on. I hadn't talked with him for 10 years.
Who was that?
That was Alfred Cox.
Where did he live 10 years ago?
In Florida,
What city?
outside of Orlando.
Why were you unable to connect with him?
He generally used cell phones, and when he changed his cell phone number, I couldn't find it in information.
You remember the names of any other classmates from medical school?
No, I really don't.
Do you remember your grades from your other basic science coursework?
Sorry, can you please explain the question?
Did you take basic science courses in medical school?
They really didn't have basic, it'd be specific courses.
Did you ever do any clinical rotations?
Yes.
Where?
It's Johns Hopkins, that's what it's called now. It was part of Johns Hopkins, but back then it was North Charles General.
Where is that?
That's in Baltimore, Maryland. You want several of them or just one?
Any clinical rotations that you say you've engaged in, I'd like to know about.
Okay. There was Sykesville Tri-State Hospital. Scottish Rite Dallas. That's basically it for rotations.
Who oversaw you at Johns Hopkins during your rotation?
Tabasnik, Chief of Staff.
What's his first name?
Robert.
How do you spell his last name?
I'm dyslexic.
Your testimony you don't know how to spell his last name?
What's that?
Is it your testimony that you don't know how to spell his
Correct.
last name? Have you spoken to him since your rotation ended?
Yes, I had.
When?
Oh. Last time was maybe 28 years ago.
Did you graduate from medical school?
Yes.
Did you have a white coat ceremony?
I don't know because I didn't go to my graduation.
Why not?
It was in Dominican Republic and I really didn't care. I'd already been to enough ceremonies and graduations and I really didn't get into that stuff.
And you do not have an undergraduate degree, is that correct?
I have an Associate of Science, but not a Bachelor of Science because I went straight to MD.
What year did you graduate from the Caribbean University?
February of '82.
Were you licensed to practice medicine anywhere at that time?
With the World Health Organization because that's who it's sponsored by.
What does that entitle you to do as far as practicing medicine?
Basically work anywhere in the world. And in the States, you have to, if you're doing your rotations or fellowship, externship, internship, whatever, you're into the hospitals or additional teaching facilities guidelines.
Did you ever get licensed to practice medicine in the United States?
No.
Did you ever try?
Yes.
Were you denied?
No. Just
Why?
didn't pass the test. And the one test they did have, it was canceled because apparently somebody got copies of the test. They canceled the test.
What test are you talking about?
That was the ECFMG.
Do you know what that stands for?
Entrance qualifying. I don't know. Again, dyslexic. I'm horrible with acronyms and names. Proper nouns, names, not good at.
Where did you take that test?
Took it 3 times.
Where did you take it all 3 times?
I believe it was Dallas. Probably Baltimore. Chuck, I think it was Florida.
Where in Florida?
I don't remember for sure, but I think it was Orlando, I believe. Could have been Miami, but it was one of the major cities in Florida.
When did you take those tests?
At least one of them, maybe 2 of them, were before graduation.
Before
82,
February of
before
1982?
82.
Did you take one after graduation?
I did.
You did
It
not.
may have been before too, but I can't really say.
Why did you take them in 3 different locations?
First one I missed by 2 points. Second one, I believe it was the second one they canceled. And the third one, I missed it by a couple points too.
So you've never been a medical resident?
No, I was doing like fellowships. I was clinical research. You don't have to have the boards for those.
So my next question, you've never even taken a medical board exam, correct?
ECFMG is the medical board exam.
You've never had a DEA number for writing prescriptions, correct?
No.
Have you ever written prescriptions?
Well, I take that back. I was issued a number at one time, but I don't remember what if it was issued by DEA or the Pediatric Association. I'm not sure. But I've never written narcotics, never.
Well, let me just make sure I get this clear for the record.
Okay.
Has the United States DEA ever issued you a number allowing you to write prescriptions in this country?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there some other body that you believe has issued you something that you think gives you the right to write
I had a
prescriptions?
number under pediatrics, and then as a member of the hospital, just like you'd have a physician's assistant or something like that, you'd write that was overseen by other doctors.
So during your clinical rotation, you had the right to write prescriptions?
Clinical rotation that would generally happen. You didn't write them; the doctor overseeing did. After you're out, you could. That were the upper class narcotics, you couldn't because you had to have the DEA number. Other than that, no, you didn't have to have a number at the time.
It sounds like what you're describing is what residents might have the ability to
Yeah,
do.
basically yes.
But you were never a
Yeah,
resident.
not a yeah. Correct. I didn't do a residency as such. I did more what you call like a fellowship, which is a visiting residency, but it's not residency for one specific school and time. Visiting would be like a fellowship.
In what year do you believe you had the right to write prescriptions in the United States, if ever?
As long as it wasn't a narcotic or something like that on it, where you had to have the DEA number, that was specific. It's different now. But it'd be like for antibiotics or something like that. After you get out, you could write them because you didn't need a DEA number at the time the best, and that's why he did it.
Well, my question is, at what point do you think you had the right to
Never
write
could I
prescriptions?
write, because it's DEA's for private practice. Never could I write narcotics or anything like that, nor would I ever write narcotics.
Well, again, my question is, when do you think you got the right to write any prescription for anyone in the United States?
You're talking about antibiotics and things like that after I graduated from medical school.
So as of February of 1980, I'm sorry, as of
February 1982.
February 1982,
Yeah, World Health Organization, by worldwide. If I go into some other country or something like that, I'm a medical doctor.
so you believe you had the right to write prescriptions after February of 1982.
Yes,
Did you ever write prescriptions?
yes, antibiotics.
Can you estimate how many times you've written prescriptions?
I don't know.
More or less than 100?
Probably.
Well, I'm asking you,
Right.
more or less than 100?
Right about there somewhere. Maybe more than 50. I couldn't give you an upper part, ballpark matter.
You ever applied for privileges at a hospital?
No,
Have you ever billed a patient for medical-related services?
no,
Have you ever billed a third-party insurance carrier for medical-related services? Have you ever billed a governmental entity for medical-related
No.
services? Have you ever practiced medicine?
private practice, no. Let me clarify that. Private practice, no. Hospitals, yes.
At what hospital did you practice medicine?
It had been at Scottish Rite and I'm trying to remember when I was at Cornell. I can't remember sure, but timing when I was at the hospitals and training at one point, that's when I graduated afterwards and would still have been there for additional trainings.
Did you have admission privileges at Scottish Rite?
No,
In what way did you practice medicine?
as a visiting doctor, like a visiting fellow.
What would you do that demonstrated that you were practicing medicine?
I saw patients. I was starting a Marfan syndrome clinic. I assisted in surgery. I do the history, physicals, diagnosis, just everything that the doctor.
Have you scrubbed in on a surgery?
Yes.
You ever carried medical malpractice insurance?
I can't say for sure, but I think at one time I did have to, and I got it, but I can't say for sure.
Has a claim ever been made against you?
Never.
Do you have a copy of your diploma from medical school?
Yes, but I don't know where it is.
You didn't frame it, put it on the wall?
Nope. Still in the container it showed up in, to the best of my knowledge.
Have you ever requested a transcript from medical school?
No, not other than when I first graduated.
After graduating in 1982, where did you next live?
Dallas.
Where in Dallas?
In North Dallas, Preston Hollows.
Did you have your own place?
No.
Did you live with your parents?
Yes.
From 1982, how long did you live with your parents?
I'm not sure what the days were, somewhere around mid-80s.
Did you have a job starting in 1982?
Yes, I had a job, but I didn't get paid for it. I volunteered for a year free at Scottish Rite because they did so much for me as dyslexic. And then I had other jobs that paid for it.
What were your other jobs?
Worked as security for nightclubs, mechanic, welder, things like that. I did those part-time.
After you left your parents' house, perhaps in the mid-'80s, according to your testimony, where did you move?
To apartments in Dallas.
What was the first one?
I don't remember the name. I think it was Chimney Hill. It was on Chimney Hill if it wasn't named Chimney Hill.
Did you live alone?
Yes.
Did your parents subsidize your living expenses in any way?
No.
How did you support yourself?
Through the jobs I was doing on the side.
The part-time jobs?
Yes.
Were you issued W-2 statements for any of those jobs? Were you paid cash? Or both? I guess they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, you don't clarify on that because.
Did you receive W-2s for any of those part-time jobs you've testified about?
Not that I can think of. I may have gotten for the security side. I may have gotten the whatever it's called, the 1049 or whatever, but I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
In the mid-'80s, what was the most income you would have received in a given year?
I don't know, maybe $5,000, $6,000, under 10,000. Probably more like around closer to 5.
How did you support yourself on $5,000 to $10,000 a year with no assistance from your parents?
Monies I had saved up was an apartment. Apartment didn't cost much. My cost of living I keep very low. It was under $800 per month with everything: insurance, gas, cars, everything. $800 would be an expensive month.
You'll agree that's changed significantly, won't you?
Not a whole lot.
We'll look at some of your bank statements and talk about that in a little while. After you moved out of Chimney Hill, where did you move?
I moved to another. There's a time I moved to another apartment that time period, and then there's a time I rented a room at a house that was also there on Chimney Hill.
Have you ever owned a house?
No.
After you moved into Chimney Hill for the first time, did you ever move back with your parents?
I think I did.
When was that?
I don't know. Having a hard time remembering. I think I was there for a while. Probably did in the 90s.
You remember when in the 90s?
No, I don't.
Why did you move back with your parents?
It was cheaper, and they had room, and I was around to help when they needed help. Just basic or thing like that, reasons like that.
So I just want to make sure that I have this clear for the record. In around 82, you moved out of your parents' house. I'm sorry, around mid-80s, you moved out of your parents' house. Is that correct? And moved
Yes.
to an apartment on Chimney Hill.
Yes.
Okay. After that, you've either lived at Chimney Hill, another apartment near Chimney Hill, or a house on Chimney
Apartment
Hill.
wasn't near Chimney Hills,
Okay.
but the house was on Chimney Hills.
Those are the only 3 places you would have lived until the mid-90s when you moved back with your parents?
It's probably early 90s, come to think of it. Yeah, I believe that's right.
How long did you stay with your parents when you moved back in the early 90s?
Would have been through the 90s, most of the 90s, I guess. Latter part of the 90s, I'm trying to remember if I was still there or not. I guess I was there throughout most of the 90s when I moved there.
Do you remember when you left?
Not really.
Remember-
Latter part of the 90s, sometime latter part of the 90s.
Where did you go?
I guess I've been still pretty much a resident there. I was doing some was I helping the families then? It had been through the 90s. It had been after the 90s, I guess it was. This is strange, but it's not really ringing a bell. Until I got to about the address that I'm at now, and at the first point rented a room. I guess my permanent address would have still been at there in Preston Hollows.
At your parents' home?
Yeah.
What's that address?
It was 5809
And what's the name of the
Desco.
street?
I'm sorry, 5809 Desco Drive.
You mentioned the place you live now. Is that Deborah Coper's house?
Yes.
Okay. So it's your testimony, it's your recollection that you moved from your parents' house to Deborah Coper's house.
Yeah, it was still my permanent address, driver's license, everything. I was trying to think if there was, I might have stayed at my brother's house. A lot of times if I was going to be working other jobs, like if it was construction or something like that, that would have been out of town. So I'd been out of town for that part.
And what's Deborah Coper's address?
8926 Forest Hills Boulevard.
And when did you move into that house?
Right after she had bought it, I rented, for the first part, rented a room there for office and stayed in there.
What year was that?
That was right at 2000, give or take.
Were you in a romantic relationship with her at the time?
Yes.
But you say that you paid rent?
Yes, I did for that part, yeah.
What was the amount of rent you paid?
It was $500 a month and I prepaid.
I don't understand what that means.
In other words, I paid ahead for like about a year and a half.
So upon moving into Miss Coper's house, you paid her over $6,000, is that right?
Yeah, somewhere around there. I don't remember exactly what the number was.
Until you moved into her home around 2000, did you ever hold a full-time job?
Construction, mining, working at the hospital was a full-time job, even though I didn't get paid. Pretty much anything I did was, steady almost every day, except for something be part-time contracts or something like that. I don't quite understand where you're...
Well, you testified earlier that you did some part-time jobs, I think welding, security.
Yeah, those would just be, the one-time thing. I need, you need something welded at your house. You need on your car or something like that. That's just a one-shot thing. And that was up in, that was mostly up in New York at Cornell, New York Hospital.
Okay. Do you know what a full-time job is?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a full-time job?
Yes.
Where?
Construction, mining, HEFCO.
Okay. HEFCO was before you went to
Yes,
medical
that
school.
was all the mining was done under HEFCO's name.
Right. I'm talking about after you came back to Dallas, after 1982, until the time when you moved in with Deborah Coper. Did you ever have a full-time job?
Scottish Rite, when I worked there for the year,
But you didn't get
would
paid.
show up. I didn't get paid. I'd have to show up at 7:30 till closing.
Besides that,
Paid full-time job, no, because everything's contract. Oh, I take that back. No, that's not true. Yes, it was full-time at ISR as an officer, but it's only paid as because it was the principal officer of it. You only got paid when monies came, when I made monies on contracts or things like that.
did you ever get a W-2?
No.
Have you ever gotten a W-2?
I can't say. I don't know. I don't think so.
Have you ever gotten a 1099?
Yes.
From whom?
Family business, HEFCO, HF Construction Company, or HEFCO, and no, everything else would have been contract. So I wouldn't have got W-2s or 1099s on those.
Did you ever, were you in the habit of filing tax returns during this period? 1040s?
It wouldn't be a 1040. Well, yeah, I guess it.
Can we define this period?
Yeah, from 1982 through the time you moved in with Deborah Coper.
2000?
That's what his testimony, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'd file at times.
But not every year.
Not every year, but I'd file them. Sometimes I'd file later to come back because generally it'd be wasn't enough to file, or it's just under. I'd have to refile if there was a penalty. You had to pay a penalty, that kind of stuff.
Until 2000, when you moved in with Deborah Coper, did you ever have a year where you earned more than $25,000 in a year?
No.
Have you filed tax returns every year since 2000?
Can't say for sure, but I believe so.
Have you ever gotten W-2 income since 2000?
No.
Have you ever had a year since 2000 where you made more than $25,000?
No.
How old are you, Mr. Watts?
58.
I'm just trying to make sure I've got the record clear. You have never had a full-time job, is that correct?
No, I did work in the coal mines and construction and those. Everything else was contract services.
You've never gotten a W-2 from anybody in your life?
No, except for family businesses.
You said that was
There may have-
1099, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe that was a 1099.
So you've never gotten a W-2 from
I guess
anyone.
not, no.
Is Texas the only state that's issued you a driver's license?
I believe that's right, yeah.
You registered to vote
Yes,
only in Texas?
yes,
Ever anywhere else?
no,
Have you ever been married?
no,
Have you ever been arrested?
yes.
When?
I don't remember.
What was it for?
It was for taking a shirt in the store.
Shoplifting?
Yeah, shoplifting.
Where was that?
That was in Dallas.
How old were you?
I think it was late teens.
How many times have you been arrested?
Once that I remember.
You think you might have been arrested more times?
Well,
but
I was
not
trying to think if
remember?
there was anything for speeding or something like that. but
I'm not. I don't believe you
I
were
misunderstood
arrested.
I misunderstood
Well, a speeding
the question.
ticket is not arrested.
Okay. No, I don't think so.
What was the disposition of that matter? The shoplifting matter?
Probation. And then I guess actually it was deferred adjudication, I believe, and then expungement afterwards, I believe it was.
Have you ever filed bankruptcy?
No,
Has a company that you've ever been a principal in ever filed bankruptcy?
no,
Have you ever been the subject of an IRS audit?
no. No, I'm sorry, no.
Is there a reason why you hesitated?
Yeah, I was thinking, I've had IRS questions because it questioned me about making $30,000 or something, but that, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't me.
When did that happen?
Mid-90s, sometime.
Did an IRS agent come to see you?
No.
You get a letter?
Yeah, I got a letter from them. I sent a letter back. I don't know who that company is. Never worked for them. Registered letter, never heard anything again about it.
Have you ever been interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
When?
For my driver's license. When I was a kid.
Let's stop. Would you tell me about that, please?
That was just for your to get a hardship license before you got an underage license.
Any other times?
FBI one time. Well, FBI was about a stone from Africa, and just another time FBI, they were quarrying about students from a medical school, if I knew any of them or knew anything about any of them.
All right, is that those all the times?
That's all I can remember.
All right, going back to the stone, because Deborah Coper testified something about that at her deposition. When was that?
Probably around 2007, 8, somewhere around there.
Okay. Did someone come see you?
No, I went to see them.
You got a letter?
No,
They left. How did you get to the point where
they
you were?
called.
Okay.
I said, well, you want me, you want to talk and go somewhere to talk? He goes, no, how about coming in? I said, okay. So I drove in to go see him.
Where was that, in Dallas?
Yeah, it was in Dallas FBI
Okay.
office.
Who'd you talk to? Do you remember?
No, I don't. 2 FBI agents, that's all I remember.
What kind of questions did they ask you?
They were asking about the stone, about medical, about construction.
What stone were they asking you about?
There was a stone I still have that was supposedly sapphire that the Africans wanted to sell. And that's the stone they were talking about.
So you have a sapphire in your possession?
That's the way, closest I can tell, that's what it tested. Had it tested, couldn't confirm that it wasn't. Tested as though it was, but couldn't rule out that it wasn't. And it just, after that, and that part, just, I'll just hold it till they want it, try to get it back to them. The person that I got it from, it wasn't theirs, and they were trying to sell it off to somebody else. So and I knew one of the people that it did belong to, and they asked me to hold it, so I just held it. It's just held in the safety deposit box.
Where is the sapphire now?
In safety deposit box.
In a Bank of America?
No, it was an old Chase account, still in Chase there.
It's under your control.
Yes.
And who gave you that stone?
Sheku Toure.
How do you spell that last name? Do you know?
No, Toure. It's like Turay, I think, if I remember right.
Did you pay for it?
No.
Why did he give it to you?
To see if I could sell it to get them some monies because they needed monies.
Did you ever try to sell it?
I asked about it. I went to an auction site and to see like a Sotheby's, they got one similar in Dallas, and to have them test it, look at it, and then other than that, that's about it.
Did you ever have it appraised?
No, just tested.
What do you think it's worth?
Have no idea.
Why do you have it in a safe deposit box?
If it's a sapphire, it's going to be valuable. And instead of keeping it in possession or something like that, I have it in the safety deposit box, which is tracked that the box is there and, it's in the box.
From your interview with the FBI, could you glean why they were talking to you?
Yes.
Did they think you had stolen it?
No.
And why were they talking to you?
The guy that I tried talking with was his parents and my parents are family friends. He was at one time part of the auction there in Dallas that I was referring to. That's why I called him. He thought it was something fake or something else. I don't know what. Anyway, he called the FBI, so that's why they called me.
Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to try to make sure I understand and move it along. Did the FBI think that you were trying to pass off a bogus?
They asking if what is this stone you're asking? It's like, is it sapphire we trying to pass on? I said, all I know is this is what they gave me. Told me it was sapphire. I went ahead and had it tested before I said anything to anybody. And that's as far as it got because they questioned me. It's like, hey guys, it's here. If the rightful, the people come through that want it, give it back. If you want me to send it somewhere or something, tell me. They never said anything, just said, well, just hang on to it. So.
Did you agree not to sell it?
They didn't tell me not to sell it.
Did you tell them you wouldn't sell it?
No, I told them it's just, I don't know. It's if somebody wants to come in and test it, they want to buy it. It's up to the owners of the stone whether they want to sell it or not me.
And you say that Sheku Toure owns the stone, is that right?
No, he did not. He's the one I got it from. And I don't know the name of the family. I was probably told and went in one ear and out the other.
Who's the family friend? Did they complain to the FBI, you think, the family friend?
No. I'm talking about the family friend. Yeah. The family friend. Their son did. It turns out he's a little bit on the shady side anyhow. They found out the company, that the auction company had fired him.
What's his name?
I don't remember.
So he's a family friend that complained to the FBI about you and you don't remember his name?
Yeah, correct.
Remember his parents' name?
That's the one I'm trying to remember. It's again, I'm dyslexic. Proper nouns I have a hard time with. I make a call and find out. But other than that, I don't remember names.
You also mentioned a time when you spoke to the FBI about students and medical.
Yeah, they contacted me about a year ago, and they're asking me about some students from C-Tech, or from medical school. Did I know them? And it's like, you know, they're showing me pictures, and it's like, no, because I wasn't there that much. I was off doing my rotations, so I didn't really know them. And I said, you know, and they showed me pictures, and I said, you know, really, I can't tell anyhow. And even if I was there, that was 30 years ago. You know, they're going to change some, but I couldn't help them any.
Do you know what the issue was that they were investigating?
No idea. I think it might have been false, about being false doctors or something like that. I don't know. That was my impression.
Where did that meeting take place?
In Dallas at Chili's.
Did you get a call from the FBI?
Yeah.
And did you propose that as a meeting place?
I don't remember if I did or they did. One of them did. One of us did.
Have you ever been the plaintiff in a lawsuit?
I'm not sure.
Do you know what a plaintiff means?
Not really.
The person who brings the lawsuit. Have you ever sued anybody?
Oh, no. Never.
Has a company you're principal of ever sued anybody?
No.
Besides this lawsuit that we're talking about today, have you ever been sued by anybody?
There was a lawsuit years ago, back in the 80s, that was a company that I was working with that was getting sued for fireworks. They didn't pay for the fireworks or something anyway.
Were you a principal in that company?
No.
So your testimony is you have never been sued besides this case.
They were trying to sue me on that one because...
Did they sue you or not sue you?
I guess they'd say yes, that was part of the suit, yes.
All right, what was the name of that case?
I have no idea. Atlas Fireworks was the one that was suing.
And they sued just you or they sued somebody else too?
They were trying to sue somebody else too, but they couldn't get him, so I was the only one they could get hold of.
So Atlas Fireworks versus Cleal Watts was the case?
I don't remember who it was. It had hit the names, the company name, and the guys they were trying to go after, and I was just one on the list. I was the only one they could get hold of.
Did you get served?
No, I don't think I did.
Did you hire a lawyer?
No.
What happened?
Yeah, I had a buddy that was a lawyer that helped, yeah.
What happened with the case? How did it get disposed of?
They just let it go because I was just an incidental part on it.
Did you pay anything to settle the case?
No.
Any other time you've been the defendant in a lawsuit?
No, not that I remember.
You ever been the party to any administrative proceeding?
Can you explain that?
Well, an example would be the EEOC. Is there any time you've ever brought something or had something brought against you in front of a Social Security committee? Looks like a lawsuit, but isn't quite a lawsuit, isn't in court?
No.
Okay, you ever given a deposition before today?
No.
You ever had your IQ tested?
Yes.
When?
Oh gosh, all through grade school and high school.
Was that standard for the school, or did you do that specially?
Some of it was standard for school, some of it was for, came into like high school side was for, dyslexia, learning disabilities, that kind of thing.
Okay, do you know what your IQ is?
It ranged somewhere between, pretty much would be right around 160.
Have you ever told anyone that you were a genius?
No.
You never told my client you were a genius?
No.
You ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
No. Well, other than if you don't call dyslexia mental interest, it's a disability, not a...
You familiar with the DSM?
No.
The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, do you know that the most recent version is called the DSM-5?
No. follow that.
You familiar with the term antisocial personality disorder?
Not that I've been diagnosed with or would think I'd have.
Well, that was my next question. Have you ever been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder?
No.
Do you know what a polygraph test is?
Yes.
How much do you know about how a polygraph test works?
Just that it works off of electromuscle stimulation and EEG, can be hooked up to EEG, respiratory, different metabolic responses.
Are you familiar with the concept of beating a polygraph test?
Oh, we hear about that in the movies.
Have you ever discussed with anyone how to beat a polygraph test?
No.
You ever administered a polygraph test?
No.
You ever taken a polygraph test?
No.
Have you ever been asked to take one?
No.
What languages do you speak?
English, and I can try to converse sometimes in Spanish. I was almost bilingual in best in 72, but I've forgotten most of it. And get by a little bit sometimes in French. It just depends. I can get by in a language given a couple of days. And
You would declare fluency, though, only in English.
only in
correct?
English, correct.
Your brother Lawrence testified in his deposition that he was very worried about your health. He also said he would not be surprised to get a call stating that you had died. Has your brother ever expressed those concerns to you?
All the time.
Do you know why he would say that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I weigh 600 pounds.
Is that the only reason?
Well, no, it's also have leaning towards now type 2 diabetes, showing signs of vascular deficiencies in lower extremities. The general numbers are still good, but the other things aren't because of stress and everything going on here, partly because of what's going on here, what you guys are doing.
Have you ever signed someone else's name to a document?
No.
Have you ever told anyone that you considered yourself a handwriting expert?
No.
Do you consider yourself a handwriting expert?
The antithesis.
After medical school, have you ever enrolled in any other school?
For educational school, no. There might have been many schools for some certification or something.
Let's talk about that. So to begin with, you've not enrolled in any schools since
Scholastic
medical
school, no.
Okay. Have you taken any courses to get certified in any particular discipline?
No.
What is it then that you're referring to?
Well, what I'm referring to is like I'm working like ISR. That's a technology company with Microsoft, Intel, and they'll have courses that you take for the status or company title that you have. You have to have certain courses taken and passed to qualify for certain levels. That kind of thing. That'd be the only courses that, if you call it a course, but it's really not. But
So
online stuff. That's it.
have you obtained any certification in connection with high-tech business?
They might have certifications. I don't know. Nothing that I'd pay any attention to if I did, which they could well have.
I don't understand that answer. I'm asking you, have you ever obtained a certification for any high-tech business?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I have taken the courses, have gotten, where they say, okay, you've completed the course. As for whether that's a certification or something that you qualify for, I can't say. And other than that, if that's it, no, I have not.
You have no professional licensure. Is that correct?
I have, from what I get from those courses I was just trying to explain to you about, I have certain abilities for certain levels in technologies with Intel, with Microsoft, off and on with other companies.
What does that mean?
That
Yep.
means I can order certain things for them. I have abilities to install certain programs or hardware or something like that that's qualified.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not talking about your abilities, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about, have you ever been designated, certified by any company or governmental body regarding what you claim is the high-tech business of ISR?
No government one. Any of the ones that I have are all company orientated, whether it's strictly by that company, whether it's like Intel, Microsoft, any of those.
Okay, so what do you have?
Bunches of them that you get. You have to be certified every year for gold level, platinum level, those levels. You have to take so many of the courses.
To be able to do what?
To be able to buy and sell and have the privileges at that level.
Buy and sell what?
Well, in Intel's case, it's hardware. Generally, there's some software. Microsoft, generally, it's software. There's some hardware. Lenovo, which is the, it used to be a division like coming out of IBM. Some of the monitor groups, ASUS, some of them require it. If they require it, generally I'll go on when I need it. If I need it, I'll just go take, generally they're online, I take them in 15, 20 minutes or something and pass them and go on.
Are you now or have you ever been the beneficiary of a trust?
No.
Have you ever received any funds from a trust?
No.
Did you receive any money from your father's estate after he died?
No.
Do you expect to?
No.
Has a probate matter been opened for your father's estate?
No, nothing I know of.
Do you know where all of his assets went?
No.
Did you receive any money from your sister's estate after she died?
No.
Do you expect to?
No.
Do you know if a probate matter's been opened for her estate?
No. I don't know. She didn't have anything anyhow.
Was your father a wealthy man when he'd passed?
I would say so, but I don't know anything about it.
Do you believe that you're the beneficiary of anyone's will?
No.
Do you have a will?
No.
Do you have a life insurance policy?
No.
Have you ever?
I think a couple times, companies would request it and they get one out, take one out on me, but I never took one out on me. Or the company that I'd be an officer of took one out on me.
Have you ever received a financial gift from your mother?
What do you mean a financial gift? Can you please explain?
Money? Did she ever give you any money?
Can you explain that further?
I don't think
No,
so.
it's like I had a medical, I had like, I needed a surgery, and she gave me money for the surgery. But it wasn't like, here's some money, go do something. It was specifically for, and it didn't even cover all the surgery. It was just part of it. Just help me out on the surgery.
When was that?
I don't remember. It's 2, 3 years ago or so, something like that. Maybe more.
Was she obligated to pay for your surgery?
Not at all.
How much did she give you for that surgery?
I don't remember.
Was it more or less than
It
$5,000?
was more than $5,000.
Is it your testimony that that's the only time your mother has given you a gift? Was in connection with that surgery 2 or 3 years ago?
That surgery, yes. There might have been another time, would have been another doctor's appointment or something. That, it might have been a, I was trying to think, there was another one time. It might have been a root canal or something.
Did your father ever give you any money before he died?
No.
Have any of your siblings ever given you any money?
No.
Debbie Coper testified that she gave you some money to pay for your lawyer fees. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
How much was that? Was it approximately $40,000?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
Other than that, has Deborah Coper ever given you any money?
No. Nothing I can think of.
When did you stop paying her rent? Let me ask that better. When did you stop paying rent to her?
After about the first year. And then it was under the assumption that, when I get monies or make monies or something, that I'd pay backwards.
Have you ever paid back any of that rent?
No, not to date. Or I've offered it, let's put it that way.
What's your current net worth?
I can't say, because anything that I have other than a pickup is in the work that I'm doing right now, or the gold, the shipments that I'm working now. Everything I've got is in that.
Well, okay. Let me ask you about that pickup. Your mother didn't give you that pickup?
Well, yeah, I guess she did.
You don't consider that a gift?
I did. I didn't think about that at the time. Till you bring it, put in that format, I guess. Actually, it's still partially hers anyhow, I think.
How so?
Well, no, it's titled mine. No, I guess it would be a gift. You're right.
Have you ever prepared a personal financial statement?
No, I don't think so.
Never given one to a bank?
No.
I'm going to go back to this net worth question. Do you have any cash in the bank?
No.
Your assets, what assets do you have besides the pickup?
That's it.
You're 100% owner of ISR?
Yes.
You're 100% owner of Sammy?
Sammy doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, how would you say that you have a net worth that's anything more than just the pickup truck?
Because of the gold that's being held, the two basic shipments of gold that are being held right now to be released.
Okay, is any of that my client's gold?
She only paid for retainer. She hadn't bought any gold, just retainer. And yes, some of that is in there too.
Okay, so let's say that gold comes in.
Yes.
How does that make you money?
Some of that gold belongs to me. It's mine.
How so? You buy it?
Yes, with monies that were earned because of either earned project or monies put in for it.
I don't understand that. Did you ever put your cash into a gold deal?
Yes.
When?
Probably about 2006, 2007.
How much?
I believe it was like 56, 57,000.
Where'd you get that money from?
From earnings on buying some bonds at pennies on the dollar that went up to $57,000.
What bonds?
I can't remember the name. It begins with a C. Again, proper noun.
Did you have a broker that helped you with those transactions?
Yes, I did.
Who?
All I remember is John. And it was like Northbridge, Bridge something was a security company.
What kind of return did you get on that investment?
Pretty high. I couldn't say because the minimum money is probably 10 to 1, maybe better.
How many times did you do that?
Once.
Okay. Why didn't you ever do it again?
Because they didn't have that opportunity to buy it at pennies on the dollar.
Who came to you with that opportunity?
I was just talking about it with the broker at the time.
You never asked him again?
Yeah, if he had an opportunity, yeah, but there wasn't anything.
I'm just saying, you don't pay rent where you live. Your mother's got to pay for your medical bills. And you had a 10 to 1 return on an investment. You never tried to go back to that well?
Check to the form, you can answer it.
No, because the opportunity wasn't there.
You didn't ask?
Oh, I've asked, but if it was there at the time we were communicating because we're buddies, he would have told me about it.
Okay, so he's your buddy and you don't remember his name.
Yes, I don't know your name right now.
I'm not your buddy.
I don't care. I don't know your name. You told me a while ago, so I'm just trying to explain. Proper nouns are hard with dyslexia.
Okay. How many bank accounts have you had individually?
Now, none. Can you explain that question, or what time period, when?
Last 10 years. You don't have a Chase bank account?
No,
You don't have a Bank of America bank account?
no. Personally, no.
Have you ever?
I don't remember for Chase. I never opened any of them with Chase. Washington Mutual took over, or Chase took over Washington Mutual, and that's how I wound up with Chase. I don't think I did. Bank of America, in 10 years, no. I don't think so. Sometime in maybe 20 years, I think I did with Bank of America.
Does ISR have a bank account?
Yes,
How many bank accounts does it have?
2. Okay. Okay, can you explain that question? Are you asking about Bank of America?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Does ISR have a bank account with Chase?
No.
Okay. Has it ever had a bank account
Yes.
with Chase? When you answered our discovery responses, did you tell us and swear to us that it had a bank account with Chase?
Okay, repeat that question.
When you answered our discovery, why don't you give me one of these?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I've pre-marked this as Exhibit 13.
Yeah, no, I understand
Well,
what you're
just
asking
let
now.
me go ahead and ask the question.
Okay. I'll have to look, I know what this is now.
If you look on page 2, please,
Okay.
your response to interrogatory number 3.
Two.
They're going to be out of sequence,
Number
but
3.
I thought it'd be easier to pre-mark them.
Okay, that's
Let me say,
correct.
if you go to the second to last page, You did swear to these answers being correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That number 3, or that whatever that question is, that's correct.
Okay, so you
I
don't...
do not have any personally, and the only bank accounts that ISR has had or has are listed right there.
Okay. As we sit here today, do you have a personal bank account?
No, I do not.
Does ISR have a bank account?
Yes, it still has the ones, well, except for Chase, it still has the ones listed.
So you closed the Chase account.
Yes,
Why'd you do that?
because they want to close it. It was, they did not, they don't, well, they closed it because it had somebody bought a ticket on there as a identity theft thing, and they just want to close the account. They tried to keep it open, business did, but.
All right. When did Chase close the account?
July.
Last month?
No. July 2012.
Okay. Did you get a letter?
Oh, yeah.
And what did the letter say?
They just said they request from the Department of something like Profits and Loss or something. We need to close the bank account, need to have everything done and out of there by that July 7th.
You still have a copy of that letter?
No.
How much money was in the account at that time?
I think it was $3,200.
What'd you do with that money?
I moved it to, I think I moved it to Bank of America, the business account.
Is it safe to say that Chase expressed some concern to you regarding the activity regarding that account?
Chase didn't. The department that was this, whatever it's called, lost in something or another, was because of dealing over in Africa. Not so much the activity as the way they worded it. It was because of the guys, people buying tickets. Like they bought a round trip ticket or something from like Istanbul to New Zealand or something. And that's what they told me.
Who
That's what I
bought
was
that
told.
ticket?
I don't know.
Was it unauthorized activity
Oh,
on your
yeah,
account?
yeah. Unauthorized activity. I'm sorry. Unauthorized activity. Yeah, that's what they were.
The Bank of America account is still open for ISR?
Yes, sir.
Is the BBVA Compass account still open?
Yes, sir.
Is the Rosenthal Collins account still open?
No, sir.
How about the Stifle Nicholas account?
I think it may be.
And you closed out the Rosenthal Collins and moved all that money into the B of A account, is that right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Bank of Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. Again, your acronym is throwing me. I was thinking of the BBVA. When you said B of A, Bank of America. Yes, it went to Bank of America.
Is your mother a wealthy woman?
To listen to her, no.
What do you think?
I think she has enough to live out the rest of her life. I don't get into that stuff that much. That's her business.
You have a brother, Lawrence Watts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You have a deceased sister, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What was her name?
Elizabeth.
And you have a brother, John Milam Watts?
Correct.
Where does he live?
In Dallas.
What does he go by?
Generally Milan.
When was the last time you spoke with Milan?
A couple weeks ago.
Did he tell you that we're trying to contact him?
No.
What have you talked to him about this case?
Nothing except for just it's going on.
Why did you all have the occasion to talk about that?
We did, and he just asked what's going on. I said I'm just having to deal with a case for somebody up in Memphis, with somebody up in Memphis. we went on to other things.
So it's your testimony that you and Mylon Watts have talked only one time about this lawsuit?
It really wasn't about the lawsuit. It's just there's a lawsuit going on. That's it. And it's probably been more than once because every time it's like, well, it's like, still the case is going on. They're harassing.
He knows
people.
about the case, doesn't he?
He knows that there's a person up here. I don't think he's got any details about it because we didn't talk any details about it. Just that it exists.
What does Mylon Watts do for a living?
Basically a truck driver, mechanic.
Is he a wealthy man?
No.
You ever asked him to invest in gold?
No.
Why not?
We talk about it. He does what he wants to.
I don't understand that answer. If you talk about it, then maybe you've asked him to invest in gold. Have you ever
to the form, you
have
can
you ever asked him to invest in gold?
No.
What have you talked about?
He asked, what are you doing? How do you do it? Just talking about those kind of things.
Why haven't you asked him to invest?
He didn't have any money to invest. He's hand to mouth pretty much. And he's that, and also he's extremely frugal.
Would he benefit from a lucrative gold deal?
Oh yeah, if he did, yeah.
But you never wanted to pass that opportunity on to him?
We'll check the form. You can answer.
If he wants to, he'd ask. You have to know my brother to know that answer.
Did Mike Bird ask?
Yes.
You didn't ask him first?
No.
He sought you out looking for a gold deal?
No, I ran into him, I don't even remember how. Maybe about a year ago again. It had been probably a year or 2 or 3 since I'd seen him. And he was asking me about what's going on, what I'm doing. And then he asked me, would I mind if he invested?
You ever heard of a company called Bud Watts Technologies?
Yes.
What is that company?
That was Dad's company for dealing with the inventions and things that normally he used to patent. Some of them were the patents, but most of the stuff he quit patenting back in the whatever time period because all you do is expose it to everybody else.
You've never owned any real property, correct?
Yeah, I had some property years and years and years ago, but
Where's that?
that was out in New Mexico. It was just about 5 acres of ranch land or something.
Did you buy it or did it get given to you?
It was payment for work, just trade, barter.
Did you sell that property?
Yeah.
How much?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Less than $10,000?
Oh yeah,
Less than $5,000?
probably yeah.
Okay, we've been going a little while. You want to take 5 minutes?
That's fine.
Okay.
Going off the record, the time is 9:58 a.m. We are now back on the record. The time is 10:08 a.m.
You mentioned some mining jobs in Oklahoma, correct? Did any of that involve the mining of gold?
No.
Have you ever mined gold?
For test ores and things, yes, but that's just short-term stuff.
For what was that word for?
Test ores,
Okay.
to test the properties or something, but that's it. But that's just,
Where was that?
minimal stuff. It's been all over. New Mexico, Utah, Nevada. Well, I'm sorry, that's just picking up ores. Actually, for testing or where you're actually doing something in the mine more than just, grabbing with samples, probably just New Mexico.
You've been inside of a gold mine in New Mexico?
Most of them were alluvials which means it's on top of the ground. You dig down, you don't go inside. But I have been inside of them too, yes. I generally steer clear of those. I generally prefer the alluvials rather than the lode ores.
Have you ever refined gold?
Yes,
When?
several times over the years for running samples.
When was the last time?
Last week,
Where were you when you did it?
Dallas.
Were you in your house?
No,
Where were you?
I was at a lab. I went to a lab to do it.
What lab?
Centennial.
Did you talk to anybody at Centennial?
Yeah,
Who?
Henry.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
How is it that you came to be at Centennial Lab?
Because they're a lab and they're refining. I went to them because they have a $300,000 Fisher X-ray machine for doing lab tests after you run it. So I just took it there instead. It gives me a lab assay run when it's finished.
Whose gold did you refine?
It'd been Mike Bird's. I believe that's right.
Where did that gold originate?
I believe that one was Guinea.
When did it come into the United States?
That day, it was. Hang on just a second, I'll tell you. I believe it was Friday. Last Friday.
August 14th, 2015?
I don't know. I'd have to look at a calendar to tell you.
How did it get into the United States?
It was flown in. Same way we were bringing whatever gold we bring in.
Private jet?
No. No, a small sample. This one came in commercial.
How much was it?
It was only a half kilo. 501 grams.
What's that worth?
That one refined that day was about 15,000.
Did you give that gold to Mike Bird after it was refined?
No.
What'd you do with it?
Refined it, sold it immediately, and that was going back to pay for some other gold that he's got coming in too.
So you refined it and sold it that same day?
Yes.
Who'd you sell it to?
I don't even know because it went through Henry, it went to market, so I just let them handle that part.
How'd you get the money?
How did I get?
Did you get the $15,000?
Oh, it was wired to ISR's account. Yes.
ISR's account at Bank of
Bank of
America?
America, yes, sir.
Have you looked at that transaction?
What do you mean?
Have you seen it online, that transaction?
You mean see the money came in?
Yes.
Yes.
Who sent it?
It was sent through the labs.
So
They did the
Centennial
buy
Lab?
and sell. They did the buy and sell, and it came through their account. So they're the ones that wired it in. They handled the transaction. Just let them handle it.
Is Henry the owner
No.
of Centennial?
No,
Who's the owner of Centennial?
I don't know.
Do you know anybody else at Centennial?
I've talked to Chris, and I know one or two others. I don't know their names.
What street are they on?
Something like again, proper noun.
Well, how'd you get
Aberdeen
there?
or something.
How'd you get there?
I drove.
Okay, you don't know the streets you took?
No, I can't tell you the street next to where I live, but I know how to get there.
Okay, how far is it from Deborah Coper's house?
Probably 8-9 miles.
And it's just called Centennial Lab.
Yes. Centennial Lab, and it might be refining too.
You ever heard of a Millennium Refinery?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Millennium doesn't exist anymore. Millennium was over by Interstate 35 and I believe it was Royal. Walnut Hill, kind of that area.
When was the last time did you ever do any business with Millennium?
Yes.
When was the last time?
I think it was in 2014. They've been closed for, I don't know, a little while now.
Why'd they close?
He's more into NASCAR or something like that, driving as a driver, and he kind of went gold. Came off its high, started going down. They quit having so much gold from jewelry and things, so they just closed it.
Who's the owner?
Excuse me, Brian. I don't know. Remember his last name.
Does Lawrence know about Centennial Lab?
I don't think so.
Would he have heard of Millennium Refinery? They've been around for a while.
They ain't been around. They weren't around that long. They're just that's one of the many labs that I have access to, but the only one I've really used. I think I mentioned Millennium to him, but I doubt he'd remember it because it just did pass.
You've never owned a refinery, have you?
I have the ability to refine. I can refine. That's not that.
Have you ever owned a refinery?
Where I refine for other people? No.
Have you ever owned a refinery? Yes or no?
Have I owned a lab to?
Well, do you know what a refinery is?
Yes, it's some place you refine gold.
Okay, have you ever owned one?
Yes, it can be done at the kitchen sink, but it's not a company that was a refinery. No, you need to clarify your question, please.
You know what a refinery is?
Yes.
In fact, you do business with places that call themselves a refinery?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever owned such a business?
Like that? No.
What kind of business have you owned that's like that? I'm not talking about Deborah Coper's kitchen sink. I'm talking about a business that you have owned.
Do I have, okay. That was for refining specifically? No.
Have you ever owned a plant where anything
Okay,
would
I own
happen?
ISR, they can refine. Is that okay? Is that what you're asking?
Physical location? ISR
I can get a physical location, or have access to physical location where ISR
I'm not
can
asking
refine.
you if you have access to. I'm asking you
Okay,
if
that's what I'm saying. Clarify your question,
do
please.
you own a refinery?
Do I own a, okay, you're going to have to clarify more than that then.
Did you tell my client that you owned a refinery?
No, I told her it could be refined. And that I have refining places, and then I have labs that it could be refined. There's much discussions about that.
You ever owned a lab?
I have a lab
Where?
that's, well, I have the lab equipment now. I had lab
Where?
before. I don't know where the equipment is right now because it's been moved. It's in containers.
Where was the lab that you owned?
The lab that I used with the
No, sir.
equipment.
No, sir. I'm asking you, where is the lab that you owned?
It's in boxes in a container.
So
The
you
lab
own-
is
you-
where the lab equipment is.
Is
And
that-
right now, all I have is the equipment, and it's in a container.
So if I brought equipment in here, this conference room would be a lab. Is that your
If you
testimony?
set, yeah, if you set it up for a lab, yes. You want to set it up for a lab and then do it, yes. If that's your
Do you,
question.
do you think that's what a reasonable person would believe a lab is?
I'll object to the form of that question. You can answer.
A lab's where you do what you do with laboratories. It doesn't matter the physical location. If you say you're going to run lab tests and you run the lab tests, matter of fact, now the same machine I was referring to earlier at Centennial, that does the lab tests. And now that one's fixed, but they have the portable ones that you put in a holster just like a barcode reader. And wherever you are, it gives you full lab results to 5 decimal places. What you're going to get at what you're referring to as a lab as a physical location that does it.
Before the break, you mentioned that you had put some of your money into a gold deal in 2006 or 2007. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that the assets of ISR are basically tied up in that gold deal, correct?
Yes,
Okay. When was the first time you talked with my client? It was 2011, wasn't it?
correct.
Okay. That was 5 years after you had allegedly put your $57,000 or $58,000 into a gold deal, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell my client that you were still waiting 5 years out for your gold deal to come to fruition?
Yes,
You did tell her that?
Yes.
When did you tell her that?
almost first time we talked.
Really?
Yes.
Did you ever put that in writing?
No,
Did you ever send her an email about that?
I don't do much emails. Again, as a dyslexic, I write very
You don't do much email?
I don't write much, and I don't use email that much for writing.
What do you use it for?
Forwarding jokes, if there's a document needs to be sent instead of a fax, that kind of thing.
Did you think that was an important fact for my client to know, that you were waiting 5 years and still hadn't gotten your money?
Yes, that's why I mentioned it.
But you didn't put it in writing.
No, there's a lot of things I didn't put in writing.
What's the largest gold shipment you've ever received in the United States?
51 kilos.
How much
Or
is
50
that?
kilos.
Is that the one you just mentioned from Mike Bird?
There's one from Mike Bird. There was another one that was 50 kilos that came into the Sierra Leone embassy in, I guess in Washington, wherever their embassy is.
So those are about $15,000 transactions?
No, 50 kilos is about $2 million. Neither of those have cleared through me.
What does that mean?
The 50 kilos that was in the embassy, the I think it was the vice president, anyway, came in, and that one was held, and the chief went ahead to handle that themselves. They had it in their box because of the government saying, why is this here, and asking questions about it, and they said, okay. So that was handled, that wound up being taken back, and the chiefs handled that
That didn't do anything for you or any of your investors, correct? All right, I'm asking about deals that did something for you or your investors. What's the largest transaction you've ever brought home?
I'll object to the form, but you can answer.
The largest one where it's been sold for cash, that's here in the United States, it came in, is probably in these half kilos, the ore samples.
How many times?
3, 4.
And how much, what is that worth?
A kilo right now is worth probably about $33,000. It varies depending on what spot is at the time.
Just want to make sure I get this. You're saying that 3 or 4 times you have brought home a gold transaction worth approximately $33,000, is that correct?
Yeah, the half kilos would be worth half that, like the one the other day that you
So
know,
17,000.
Yeah, 15, 17. Yeah, and it depends on what spot is, and it depends on the percentage of purity. You multiply those numbers together, and you get.
I'm not interested in all that. I'm interested in how many times you've brought home.
4.
Okay, and those 4 transactions would be worth approximately $78,000. Is that correct?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
And that's in your history as a gold importer, correct?
Correct. For in the U.S.
Please tell me about each of those 4 transactions.
The first one coming in was about a 95% purity.
I'm sorry, let me ask a less open-ended question so that we can move it along. When was the first time, what was the first of these 4 transactions, date?
I can't give you the exact date. Pre-Philippa,
Okay, approximately 2008.
probably. Maybe later than that. Probably later than that. I don't know. I can't tell you.
So how many transactions before you started talking with Ms. Sledge?
Where cash actually changed hands in the U.S. One or probably just one, maybe 2.
So a $17,000 transaction.
Probably something like that. I can't say for sure because I don't remember. I remember more about the purity and things itself.
Who got wired? Who got that money? That $17,000.
That one was directly to me. That was for me.
Okay. What about the other 3?
There may be more than 3. Those were generally right around half kilos. I'm sorry, Can you please repeat the question?
Can you give me the date of the other 3 transactions?
One of them was
One of them was last week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one before that was about 2-3 months ago. And then it was in 2014. And I think there was another one in there, but I don't remember for sure.
Who got the money from the transaction last week? You said that went to you, right?
It went to ISR, but it's being sent back over because it's going for the other gold.
Sent back over where?
To Africa to generate cash flow.
So Mike Bird didn't get any of it.
No, he could have taken it. He's putting it back in.
What about the one from 2-3 months ago? Where did that money go?
It's all the same thing. It's all going.
So it went to ISR.
Yes, the money goes to ISR, and then back towards.
Okay, what about 2014? Same deal?
Same deal.
Just to get the record clear, as of the time you first spoke with Miss Sledge, you had brought in one gold deal worth approximately $17,000. Is that correct?
To the U.S. That cash was changed hands.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, if cash doesn't change hands, you wouldn't consider that a successful gold deal, would you?
I would if it was accomplished what was the mark. I mean, the mark isn't necessarily for getting cash.
You don't think my client was interested in cash?
Objection form.
She's interested in cash, but she was interested in getting gold, as she frequently said too. It's not always about cash.
How much gold are you sitting on here in the United States?
Right now, none, because anything comes in we sell because we need the cash flow.
Right. So besides these 4 transactions, have you ever had transactions where you got gold and held onto it?
No. Not as of yet.
Have you ever seen this gold that actually came into the United States?
Yeah.
All right. On these 4 transactions, besides you, who else has put their eyes on this gold?
I'm not sure if Mike saw it. He was there.
Was that Mike Bird?
Yeah.
Where was he?
He was there at the lab, but it's
Last week?
behind. No, not last. Let's see. No, not last week. He was there when I picked it up at the airport, but I don't break the seals until we're opening at the lab with pictures in for security reasons and insurance reasons. He may have seen the shipment before. Actually saw the gold. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. He was there at the lab, but they do it behind closed. You can't go. If we're going to do it back there behind the lab for insurance reasons, he's not allowed in. He's not on the insurance policy or anything. I'm pretty sure he sold it, but I can't say for sure. You'd have to ask him that.
Besides Mike Bird, is there anybody else who's ever put their eyes on this gold?
I don't think I'd take him into the lab.
Does that mean no?
Around. I'm trying to think. Hang on a second. The one before Philippa, no. I'm the only one that goes. Nope. Mike Bird's the only person I've allowed
Okay.
back to where we.
And we know that didn't happen on the first transaction for sure, right? Mike Bird?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. I'm the only
And
one.
we know it didn't happen on the transaction last week, correct? You said he wasn't there.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, before funeral.
So there's one in 2014 and one in 2015 where you
It
think.
would have been the 2015. Wouldn't have been the 14.
All right. So the only possible one that anybody other than you has ever seen the gold is what you testified was
Other than who was in the labs, yes.
2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah. Other than who was in the labs, correct.
Well, now who goes in the lab?
The people that own the lab.
Are they on the insurance policy?
Yes.
They are?
They're the company. They own the company. I mean, they're employees of the company.
You
Sure
got an
they are.
insurance policy?
What's that?
You got an insurance policy?
No.
Well, you just said that Mike Bird couldn't go in because he wasn't on the insurance policy.
That's correct.
So do you have an insurance policy?
I do for shipping the gold in. I'm talking about the insurance policy at the lab that we went to.
Okay.
They're certified. In other words, if I bring it in and you're at the lab, I give you the box that's insured going straight through. You open it up, you're bonded, you got an insurance company. So if anything's wrong with that gold, effectively, either you're responsible for it or it goes back so that the policy can be collected on. If you break a lineage somewhere there on a bond or a courier or something, the insurance policy can be void, and if something's wrong with the gold, you don't get paid for it.
All right, so on this one transaction where Mike Bird might have seen something from 2 or 3 months ago, where is it that he might have seen the gold?
Had been at the lab because he was in the lab, but not back where you go back where the seal was broken. They have glass, you know.
But you can't say for sure that he saw the gold.
No, you'd have to ask him about that.
Right. Who at the lab would have seen the gold?
Henry would have seen it, and then the person that was actually running the furnace at the furnace. They wouldn't have known if it was that because they're just running them bunch of stuff they're running there, but they obviously would have seen it because they poured it.
Who was that? Who was running the furnace?
I don't know what his name is.
Were you back there?
No, not back there one because I can't even go back there myself. Their policy wouldn't allow it. I can see it, but I can't go back there.
Do you get any documents when you do business with Centennial?
Yeah.
Do you have them?
Do I have with me? No.
No, do you have them?
Yes.
What are those documents? What do they look like?
It just looks like a cashier's receipt, check-in and settlement, two different ones.
Do you have those documents for all of these 4 transactions?
I've got one, or it's a different kind of a document for the one at Millenniums. There was one issued, I can't find it, but one was issued, and I did have it around to try to keep for assay records, but I cannot find it. And the 2004, the last 3, I think I've seen those. I got track of those, seen those recently.
Rich, I'm gonna make a request for those.
And if you can just
Yeah, I will
send me
follow
a
it up.
writing,
Yeah,
please.
right, absolutely. You have to be licensed to ship gold?
No. Import export, if that's what you're talking. Can you clarify that question?
Is there any licensure required to get gold from Africa to the United States?
Other than your import export and then some is specific for gold, no.
What about for the import export? Do you have a
Yes.
license for that?
Yeah, we export, yes.
Do you have a license for importing?
Yes. You don't need a license, but you have bonds and the normal stuff that you'd have for importing. There's nothing specific for or special to necessarily. Well, there's probably a couple of things, but nothing really special for gold coming in.
Are you familiar with the frequency of scams related to gold?
Oh God, yes.
What do you know about that?
It's done all the time, and they try it on us all the time too. I frequently deal with it. Put people in prison.
You think you've been the victim of any of those scams?
Yeah, they try all the time.
Have
They
you been
tried
the-
last week.
Have you been the victim of any of those
Yes,
scams?
last week.
How so?
They stole the gold.
Who stole the gold?
The security company that was hired to deliver it to the airlines
Where?
in Conakry, Guinea. That's the last time. It's happened hundreds of times.
When was the first time you became victim of one of those scams?
Oh, probably the first time I tried to do a transaction.
Which would have been when?
2007.
What are some things you can do to try to avoid being victims of the scams?
The main thing is we set up protocols for always keep control of it, eye on it. If it ever goes to somebody else than our immediate person, loss of eye control or total control of it, total lockup, or we have full control of it. We immediately have it to where the government takes it, reopens it, retests it, and reseals it.
You have those protocols written down anywhere?
No.
Why not?
Why? Everything's communicated verbally.
Is that an important part of the gold importing business? To make sure that you don't become a victim of scams?
Definitely.
Okay, but you don't have your protocols in writing.
No, because they change day to day too. They're
Sure.
always modified. They're constantly modified. Again, I'm dyslexic, so I do very little in writing.
Yeah, I know. Again, just on those 4 deals where you said the ISR nor Cleal Watts has ever made any profit on any of those 4 deals, correct?
Correct. Let me rephrase that. They've never taken monies in on those because the money was always taken to continue the business because it's the beginning part. It's a bootstrap fledgling to get cash flows, to work up to cash flows.
I don't understand what that means.
Okay. You don't
I
understand?
don't understand what that means.
Okay.
Let me ask it a different way,
Okay.
okay? You said that in the last deal, about approximately $17,000
Yeah.
was made.
15.
And I'm sorry?
I said 15.
Okay, so about 15,000 was made, and Mike Bird made the decision to reinvest that in Africa, correct?
Correct. It was the whole object is it continues the business to go to the next one that's a 1 kilo, and then right after that there's a 3.5, 4 kilo, and then it goes to 5 kilos. And until you get up to running a couple of 5 kilos through for cash flow, no money's to be taken out other than running the business.
None of that $15,000 was your money, was it?
No.
And on any of these transactions, none of the money that came in was actually your money, was it?
No, it was.
When was it your money?
The first one was mine.
The first one, okay.
And then there's always been some part of it, but it always goes back into the business.
So do you have a part of that $15,000 that went back to Africa? You got a piece of that? Or is that all Mike Bird's deal?
No, that would have been a piece of mine too, but it all the monies go back to the company in ISR for what ISR runs. For ISR running in to get back in to get the 1 kilo in. Again, the halves to get the 1, the ones to get the 3. Right now, the halves to get the 1, the ones to get the 3.5, 4, and the 4 to a 5.
When did you first meet Philip Sledge?
Oh, I've heard about it for decades, off and on from a good friend that was a friend for decades. I don't remember. I think we had one other conversation a year or two before one time and put on the line. But generally, I think it was about the latter part of 2011. I don't know, like November, December, excuse me, something like that.
Who was the friend, Bill Hamilton?
Bill Hamilton, yes.
What had you heard about Miss Sledge for decades?
Just it was kind of, she was his, he believed she was his soulmate, and she needed help for things and
What'd she need help for?
businesses, and her friends weren't true friends, and
You knew she had a lot of money, didn't you?
he talked about it, but
Did you
not
believe
really.
him?
We were more talking about the friends than money. We talked more about people than money.
But he told you she had money.
I know just because what he was talking about, having horses and things like that, you can't have horses and not have monies.
When was the first
Not
time?
for very long.
When's the first time you discussed gold with Philip Sledge?
When she called up and was asking about it,
When was that?
I think that was like November in 2011.
At that time, did you think that Miss Sledge had any experience in investing in gold?
Other than maybe jewelry or something, or maybe bullion pieces or something, no.
Were you a financial advisor for Miss Sledge?
Objection form.
She would ask questions about businesses that she was in and for, but not as a financial advisor, but she did ask questions about it.
Did you have an opinion as to whether or not a gold investment in November of 2011 was a good idea for Ms. Sledge?
Yes.
Did you think it was a good deal?
Yes.
Do you think it was a good time to be buying gold?
Yes.
How come you didn't put any of your money in that transaction?
Because I'd already put all my money into the transaction. I didn't have any other money to put in. If I did, it went in.
So basically ISR was broke in November of 2011, correct?
It already had all the monies in. It wasn't broke because it had gold, but it wasn't where we could cash it out.
You had no cash.
Had no cash, just gold.
Well, you didn't really have gold, did you?
Yes.
You could put your hands on gold?
Well, if you went there and got permission from the government, yes, you could put it because they were holding it. Yes.
So why didn't you get the gold?
Because I couldn't get it from the
Exactly.
government.
So you couldn't get the gold, could you?
If I had the monies to pick it up and pay the demurrage and bring it in, yes.
Whatever you say
clarifies.
needed to happen, you couldn't make it happen where you got gold in your hands in November of 2011, correct? Otherwise you would have done it, right?
Objection form.
Was there gold?
No, that's not my question.
Okay, you're going to have to clarify your question.
If you listen to my question, maybe I won't have to ask
I
them
did.
3 times. Whatever it is you say needed to be done to get that gold that you had invested in, you say in 2007 range, 2008 range, whatever you say needed to be done to get that gold out of Africa, you couldn't do it in November of 2011, could
Well,
you?
it was out of Africa.
Wherever it was. Where do you say it was at that point? Okay. Whatever needed to be done to get it out of Amsterdam, you couldn't do that, could you?
At that time, okay, no. To answer your question, the answer is no.
You couldn't sell any gold that was sitting in Amsterdam, could you?
Actually, probably could have, but I wouldn't have.
So ISR, all it had at that point in November of 2011 was
Assets were all out of the country, yes.
in fact, would it surprise you, and we can look at the bank records, we probably will, that you had less than $1,000 in ISR's account at the time?
Sure, yeah, that's right.
That you felt comfortable passing yourself off to Ms. Sledge as an experienced gold importer, is that right?
Objection to the form.
Having the know-how to do it and what to do, yes. I did.
Even though at the time you had only brought in by your own testimony one deal worth $17,000, correct?
Into the U.S.,
Right,
correct.
and at the time you had less than $1,000 in your bank account, correct?
Correct.
It's pre-marked, so just show you a document I've pre-marked as Exhibit 8. Pass it down there.
Is this the same thing that was on the complaint?
It's probably the same form.
It's one, there's several of them.
Can you identify this document?
The form of the document, yes. Which one is this? Be honest with you, I don't remember the PSFLP, but everything else I recognize.
Is that your signature in the lower left-hand corner?
Yes, it is.
Who drafted that document?
I did.
Is that the first time you'd ever signed a soft corporate offer?
No,
List all the other times, please.
I don't remember them. I get them all the time for people. I used to get them all the time, still do, where they're wanting me to bring stuff in, get it refined, get it sold, or do something with it. And it's like, okay, as long as it meets what we can do and able to do. They want a soft corporate offer, so I'll have a countersign or something like that. Okay, I'll do that.
Had you ever prepared a soft corporate offer before Exhibit 8?
Yes,
When?
probably every couple months or year for several years.
Who signed them?
I would, if it was when I prepared. Is that your question?
Well, did Richard Carey ever sign one?
No.
Anybody you ever got to invest in gold ever sign one?
you do something? I did sign something with Richard. I think it was one of these. Or it was a handwritten one on a piece of paper. I don't remember which. I can't tell you. I don't know.
What about John Chu? Did he sign a soft corporate offer?
I don't remember. He may have, may not have.
Does
Most people,
does ISR maintain any sort of records?
other than the ones you guys have seen, no, not really.
Do you have a file cabinet anywhere where you keep folders of investors? Of deals?
No, that's still on the sheets that are on that Dropbox that you saw, that you guys should have.
Do you think that's good business practice not to keep records of your transactions?
Objection.
Any records of transactions are all kept because everything goes in and out of the bank. So that's all there. What money's come in, what goes out, where it goes, all that's done through there.
Is that soft corporate offer an important document?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so why don't you save those for your other deals? Is that good business practice?
Same objection.
Most of them, business deals and people I deal with or handshake, aren't. A piece of document is
Mr.
only
Watts,
good.
you're not answering my question. I asked you if
Ask
anybody.
if you let him complete his answer and then you
Actually, Richard, with all respect, this is my deposition. If he starts not answering my questions, I am going to try to direct him to the right question. I only have a certain amount of time to do this. But I do hear what you're saying, and I want to be mindful of that. Have you ever had anybody else sign a soft corporate offer?
Like this, yes.
Okay. So that's not a handshake, is it?
No.
Okay. Do you think it's good business practice not to save those soft corporate offers that have been signed by other people? You think that's a good business practice?
No, it's not.
Okay. Did Mike Bird sign a soft corporate offer?
Yes.
Did Darrell Dickey sign a soft corporate offer?
No, didn't do any business with him.
Did Celine Dutzman sign a soft corporate offer?
No, she didn't.
But she was an investor, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that there's nothing in that document that says what ISR is going to make out of this deal?
Actually, that's correct. I think.
And isn't it true, Mr. Watts, that the reason there's nothing in there about what ISR would make is because you didn't care about putting that in there because you were going to take everything, because this was a
Objection.
complete and total scam. Is that correct?
objection
No,
form.
that is not.
Well, do you think it's good business practice for a gold importer not to put in his contract what he's going to earn?
Objection form. You can answer him.
This is a deal between you and Ms. Sledge, right?
No,
And you and PSFLP, right?
no.
That's not a deal? That's not a contract?
It's a contract.
Okay.
But it's with the,
Who signed the contract?
I did,
Who else?
Philippa.
Okay.
I think Philippa. Yeah, Philippa.
There's nothing in there that says what you're going to make out of this deal.
That's correct.
Do you find that odd?
I'll object to the form. You can answer him.
Not especially because it has to do with because hers is set and fixed as a percentage. The monies, even whether it's a percentage or not, is not going to be the same, but depending on what spot is. From the time you start a transaction to finish with the chief, because it's going to be within somewhere floating between 3 to 5% for ISR.
Listen, that double talk may have worked before. It is not going to work today, okay? What were you going to make out of this deal?
3 to 5%.
But it doesn't say that in that document, does
It
it?
doesn't.
Is that an important part of this transaction?
Yes, it is.
Then why
I'd
didn't you
say it
put
was.
why didn't you put it in there? Isn't it true you were never even going to get that far, were you?
Objection form.
Oh, absolutely it was, and still will.
Once you got Miss Sledge's money, you didn't care anything else. You were just going to spend that money and put it wherever you wanted to put it, weren't
Absolutely
you?
not.
Objection form argumentative, and you're badgering him.
I'm badgering you? Oh, sorry.
He's badgering you.
If I'm badgering you, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be.
Who's the buyer referenced in the soft corporate offer?
Let's see. Where does it say the buyer? It's been a while while since I read this, sorry. I'm dyslexic, it'll take a little while. Can you show me what paragraph are you referring to in here?
I'll just move on to the next question. Who's the seller referenced in the soft corporate offer?
I thought it was in here. Hang on. I thought it was in here. I forgot to put it in this one.
In the lower left-hand corner where you signed your name, underneath it, it says approved by Dr. Cleal Watts III, correct?
Correct.
Who are you approving that for?
The chief that was actually his gold. It's always his gold until after it is 7 days after it's refined, it's paid for, and then becomes whoever's the owner of the gold at the time. Whether Philippa wants it and buy it, or she asks us to sell it for her on her behalf and take the profits from it.
So are you working for the buyer or for the seller?
Objection form.
Actually, working more for the buyer, but a reference for the seller. That's like the mandate for the buyer. Whatever she would like us to do, she's the one that directs us, just like it says down here in the bottom.
So you're working for the buyer, correct?
Yeah.
You also just testified you were working for the chief, who was the seller, correct?
He's the one that sends it through that we...
Were you working for the seller?
No, not directly, no.
Okay.
Just please let him finish his answer before you move on.
No, not directly.
Were you working indirectly for him?
Yes.
Okay, so you were
Well, it's like a mandate. I'm the mandate for the buyer. They got a mandate for the seller.
Who's the mandate for the seller?
That would... It depends on the transaction.
We're talking about this transaction.
This transaction, I think they were called the miners group.
Do you believe you had the authority to approve something on behalf of the seller?
Yes, I had a
Okay.
contract agreement that we were to. It was come over and we were to find buyers for them to purchase.
So if you're finding buyers for a seller's goods and you're approving deals for the seller, are you not acting on behalf of the seller?
With the limited power of authority, yeah, I guess it would be.
Okay, so you're working on behalf of the seller and on behalf of the buyer in this transaction, correct?
Oh, actually, this is the things that are listed here that we do for them is after the fact of the sale. In other words, when they take it on the sale, what they want from it, whether they want to buy the gold, they want to keep it, they want to switch it to bullion form or whatever, is all after the actual sale part of the gold, what they want to do with it. As for accepting Philippa as a buyer for the gold for the chief or the mining group or the owner of the gold, yes, you could say a limited power of attorney. Yeah, I guess it would be acting for him.
So, and the chief owned this gold, is that right? Is that your
Correct.
testimony? Okay. Now, isn't it true that you never sent any money to the chief for this gold, did you?
Yes, I think we did have to send some up front.
How did you transfer that money?
That would have been a wire to the bank that you...
All right. So when I get these bank accounts and show them to you, are you going to be able to show me where you've wired money directly to Chief Alamari Camarari?
Never goes directly to him. It goes
Well,
to...
that was my question. Did you ever send any money directly to the
Oh,
chief?
directly to chief? No. It goes to the managing group. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and in that case, now that you got your question, I can answer that. No.
You've never sent it to the chief,
Never sent it directly to the chief.
who was the owner of the gold, according to you.
Correct.
Do you believe that you purchased any gold for Philip Sledge or her family?
No, not as yet. She's in. As for a down payment, yes. I have to clarify that question. Did she buy any gold? Not yet. Did she have a down payment for buying gold? Yes.
When would she have purchased the gold?
Her option is up to, the thing is like 7 days after it's refined.
So it'd have to get, so she wouldn't own, according to the way you think this deal works, she wouldn't have owned any gold until after it was refined.
Until she's purchased it, correct. She wouldn't own it until after she's purchased it. When it's refined, it's still his. Until she purchases it, she doesn't own any gold.
So it'd have to come to the United States, it'd have to be refined, and then she'd have to purchase it.
Correct.
Is that right?
If she want to purchase it, or since she has the control on it with her, she could say, Doc, sell it and sell me the difference, send me the difference in the monies. Fine.
But that would only happen after it came into the United States.
Correct.
Okay. So that gold that you say you've got sitting over in Holland, you don't own it yet, do you?
Part of it I do because it's outright bought.
I thought it was just a down payment.
What's that?
It wasn't just a down payment?
No. Well, it's small. It's, a couple kilos or something like that. But there is some of that I outright paid for. The negotiating for consignment or something like that, or down payment, those were things that are worked out later, and individual two contracts.
You think it's better to buy gold outright if you can, or put a down payment on it?
Down payment.
Why is that better?
Because for several reasons. One, especially in third world countries, but especially over in Africa, you never want to have anything that's between African and American. You automatically add a zero to it. It's 10 times more expensive. Also, if there's ever any discrepancies, problems, anything else, it's not an African ripping off an American. It's African against African, and you always do better. It gets settled right away. It's done. And for example, what happened last week?
Where is the gold that Philippa Sledge put a down payment on?
In Ghana.
Where in Ghana?
Customs.
How long has it been
As of 2 months ago, it was still held in customs, and I think they call it long-term storage or something like that over in customs.
Do you have any documents to show that that's there?
Yeah, you've got them too. Well, you've got them that came through. As for the customs, those documents being held by litigation, the courts over in Ghana.
All right. If you'll please listen to my question.
Okay, sorry.
Do you have any documents that would prove that any of the plaintiff's gold is sitting in customs in Ghana?
I think it's listed in some of those court documents. I believe that's it. I believe it is.
So is it your testimony that you have given us everything that you have that would substantiate your testimony under oath today that the plaintiff's gold is sitting in customs in Ghana?
Everything,
I'll object to the form, but go ahead and answer.
I believe every single document I have, and everything, all documents would have come through on the email, would have been by emails. And all those documents should be in the Dropbox. It's very difficult to gather up stuff to going through emails and things. Like I said, reading, there's thousands of emails. And there's even going to be duplicates that you'll have, as you'll see, you'll if you don't already know. Everything that I have and the documents that have come in that were set there are in the Dropbox, and it's certificates of origination, any kind of that documents, any permits, documents, receipts that were sent through. Now there's a bunch of them that are over there held by the lawyer that's in litigation on that. Well, now that the shipment's been released, with the there was the acting ambassador that had taken control of that shipment, that Philippa Sledge had majority part of it, are being held over there in litigation. There's still a court case going on that one. There's only been one that went through, and there's still another one going on now.
Has anyone ever lied to you in connection with your efforts to purchase the plaintiff's gold?
Oh yeah.
Who?
Dr. Coroma. I can't even give you all the names. Chief, there was part of it that came in through her originally. The 714 kilograms was originally going to be about 3 different shipments. And there was a chief, like, I think it's Alame. Almost everybody's some form of an Ala something or other, and a Karama or something else. So it's the good guys and the bad guys. It's hard to, unless I see it written down as a dyslexic, to show it. But Karama was a big one. He did help. At first, he's lied to me, sent me false documents. I've had freight forwarders do it. I've had securities people do it. I've had letters from airlines do it. I've had a few, but that's just normal business in West Africa. Everybody, you're going to get that, just like you get probably on your fax machine now. Princesses, they're going to give you monies for something.
Have you ever filed suit against any person or entity for any?
Yes.
Can you let me finish my question,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry.
Have you ever filed suit against any person or entity in connection with troubles you have encountered in getting the plaintiff's gold to the United States?
Okay, actually, let me clarify that. No, I haven't. I have had them in the behalf of the chief, because it's the chief's goals. He's the one who has to file. And in backing him to do it, yes, I have. That's the case that's going on right now is just that with the ambassador, because of embezzling and trying to take control of it and that, even though we got it back. But yes.
Who filed suit?
It was actually had the chief and Mr. Conde, Sheku Conde, and they were the ones that filed the suit. There's other people involved in it, dignitaries and things like that.
Have you ever filed a complaint with any law enforcement?
Yes.
With whom?
It basically was all handled through the embassy in, I think it was Guinea,
What embassy?
the United States Embassy.
So you have spoken with someone in the United States Embassy in Guinea?
Again, it's African, and I think I did speak with somebody there.
Who did you speak with?
I don't know.
When did you speak with them?
I think it was around 2007.
So Ms. Sledge didn't
right.
invest until 2011. How could that have anything to do with Ms. Sledge's
Oh, I'm
Gold.
sorry, I missed the part then you said to do with her. You asked me if I ever did it. Okay. With hers, oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. And didn't necessarily ask them to, because the results I got from the first time when we went to the government, our government, the United States government, weren't good returns, and they got better things to do. And it didn't do anything in favor to make towards a transaction or anything else. So it's like, you know, why bother them, and they couldn't do anything anyhow.
So 4 years before Ms. Sledge invested, you came to the conclusion that the United States Embassy in West Africa was not going to be of any assistance to you getting gold.
Correct. Because
You tell Ms. Sledge that?
yeah.
When?
The conversations, almost every single night we'd have anywhere from 2 to 10 hours conversation, almost every night, the whole time we were communicating.
Have you ever filed an insurance claim in connection with your efforts to purchase the plaintiff's gold?
Yes, we did.
With whom?
It was parts of it. Before it was again, originally it was 3 shipments. It was combined to make 714 that's in Ghana right now. In the shipment for the 114, and I think one of the others, whether it's 250 or something, we did in the form when they're trying to, in the 114.
I don't want to be disrespectful.
I understand.
I've asked you if you have ever filed an insurance claim.
I'm sorry. No, I have not.
Why not?
Because I'm not the one involved. Again, you don't have American. It's always African. Again, if I filed, nothing happens. If the chief files and the African files against African, things happen, which they did.
So there's
About 2 days.
an insurance claim has been paid?
No,
Has any insurance claim been paid on?
no, didn't have to.
I don't understand. Why didn't? Do you
That's
have
what I was trying to
Do you
explain
have
for you.
insurance? Do you have insurance that would cover the problems that you've encountered in getting the
Yes,
plaintiff's
there's
gold?
always insurance. Yes,
Okay. Who is the carrier of that insurance policy?
it was different people's at different times, and I can't give you one or the other because again, you're asking for a name.
Was it your insurance policy?
No,
You or ISR's insurance policy?
No,
Okay, so
never.
you did not have insurance to protect Ms. Sledge's investment.
no, it's required by again Africans. Africans are shipping it, coming over. Africans have to get the insurance. They have to cover they don't have to cover. the buyer has to cover the taxes, but it's actually titled to the owner, and the owner has to file for the insurance to get policies. Because the buyer doesn't own it, the owner owns it.
What's your relationship with Rosenthal Collins?
It was a company that we were originally going to try to be doing business with. Part of it would have been to, as I discussed with Philippa, you get down the road to where we are getting to the point where we're holding gold. It was to get, because they do have seats on all precious metals exchanges all over the world. It's a good company that as we start holding gold and don't need to sell it to keep things going, it's a good company to have for having the seats on the exchange for dealing with precious metals, getting lines of credit so you can hold the gold and use cash from line of credit to do further transactions.
Now, the first time you ever heard of Rosenthal Collins was in November, December 2011,
no, I've
correct?
heard of them before.
First time you opened up an account with them
Correct.
was in November, December 2011,
Correct.
is that right? Did you work through Jim Wagner?
Yes.
He was the introducing
consultant.
broker?
To the broker at Rosenthal Collins, yes, he was the introducer. I had talked to other people before, long before Philippa.
Okay.
For years I'd looked.
Now, isn't it true that you told Philippa when she invested money, she and her family invested money, you were going to use that to buy gold, correct?
Clarify that question. I'm missing something there.
In your discussions with the plaintiffs, you told them that when they wired money to ISR was going to use that money to purchase gold, correct?
No. Just put the down payment on the gold. It's not to purchase the gold. Now later, if they want to purchase the gold, they can put in the balance of basically you're buying gold 80 cents on the dollar.
But it
was never to buy gold up front.
But it was to put a down payment on gold, is your testimony?
Yeah.
And nothing.
Actually, retainer, I think it was. Well, not a retainer, because the money had to be used for the taxes and shipping and everything.
Isn't it true that within 30 to 45 days of the plaintiff's initial investment, you sent $1 million to Rosenthal Collins and Stifel Nicholas of her money?
Correct.
Okay. And that wasn't to purchase gold, was it?
No, that was to set up the account so when the gold came in, if he wanted to keep it, we could get credit lines over it without having to sell the gold, which she asked.
And you never told the plaintiffs that you were doing that with the money, did you?
No, I did. She asked for it.
She asked you to send it to Rosenthal Collins?
No, she asked for to get the place where we could get credit lines on the gold if we're holding the gold to be able to borrow money so we could do transactions.
Is there anywhere where you have any written authorization from the plaintiffs to send their money to Rosenthal Collins?
No.
Is there anywhere where you have written authorization from the plaintiffs to send their money to Stifel Nicholas?
No.
Rosenthal Collins is not in the business of selling gold, is it?
Yes, they do. They buy and sell and trade commodities.
They sell gold?
Yes.
Were you buying gold from them?
No.
And you weren't buying gold from Stifel Nicholas, were you?
No. They actually were going to be doing commodities, and they wound up not. Otherwise, we've never had the accounts there.
Where did you first meet Sheku Kande?
In Holland.
Best I've got for that.
Okay. Well,
Let me clarify that. You said where?
Where and when?
Holland. 2007.
How is it that you came to meet him in Holland in 2007?
He was part of the overall group from Africa that we were looking at the time, bringing some gold out of a shipment out of Holland, and he was the representative of the owner of that gold and other golds, but we weren't talking about other golds. We were just talking about the main gold there in Holland at the time.
When was the first time you heard Sheku Kande's name?
Before that trip from Sheku Touré. Sheku Touré was who I was talking with and dealing with at the time.
How did you first get to Sheku Touré?
Through an ex-classmate of mine from high school, Charles Patillo.
Where did he go to high school?
Hillcrest.
What business is he in?
Mostly oil and gas, I think.
Did you keep up with him until 2007?
Not really. I saw him at a class reunion. He was in a chemistry. He was in advanced chemistry with me at Hillcrest, and there was like 7 in the class, so it wasn't real big. I didn't know a whole lot of people there because I was only there 1 year.
Had you done any gold deals before you met Charles Patillo at the reunion?
Okay, you talking about ever now? Or?
Yes.
Yes.
Had you ever talked to anybody in Africa about gold before you met Charles Patillo at the
Oh
reunion?
yeah.
Okay, who?
Been dealing with it. I can't tell you since 1984. Been dealing on and off with Africa, and especially Sierra Leone. And then before the Civil War started in Sierra Leone, I kind of lost and broke ties, but just kind of lost communications. And then when Charles Patillo at the reunion, we started talking about, and I was very familiar with Sierra Leone because I did a lot of consulting on gold and diamond mines and other natural resources around the world. And so I was very familiar with it.
You ever get paid for that consulting?
Unfortunately, not.
Who'd you consult for?
Lots of people would call up, and generally I wasn't doing it as a consultant like, you pay me to look at this. It was to be employee to get something going, get the business going, being a mine manager, whatever for the business, that they would get the monies together, we get the program together, and then I'd start earning when the company got going. I'd get them up and going or get them set to it. We'd go on to other things, either be medicine or something else, and they had one of the Boule brothers, Jean and Franco Boule, when, years and years ago. I think Jean was one of the vice president of De Beers from the part
You've never been paid for any consulting.
What's that?
You've never been paid for any consulting.
Minimum fees, just something like that, just a couple thousand, nothing. The
ever
biggest thing I did is I never took monies up front. It was to get the business up and going, and when the business up and going, get a percentage of the business for doing it.
Did you ever? Did any of that ever materialize?
No, the ones that would, I wasn't on the. They had lawsuits and filed against like Sunshine Mines. They opened up. We were instrumental in opening up mining in Sierra Leone back in the 80s, 84, 83, when they were going to privatize, and the Boules were on it, and they sold half of it to Sunshine Mines, which came in mining in West Africa.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Well, it was the group that was together. It was Franco Boule, Jean Buell, there was a couple other people in there. Victor Oppenheim was International Geologist of the Year that was opening up the areas. I've been dealing with Sierra Leone, like I said, about 3 decades.
Right, but you've never made any money from any of those deals?
Nothing other than it just minimum expenses, no.
Let's go back to Sheku Kande. When is the first time you spoke to Sheku Kande? Did you talk to him before Holland in 2007?
I think I did once or twice, a couple times on the phone.
Okay, what were those conversations?
It was about the gold. There was like 110 kilos in Holland picking it up, and then I was asking him about the gold and the gold mines and what they had and where they were, describing it, and then kind of checking out what he was saying at the time matched for what I knew there about Sierra Leone already.
Did you tell him that you had money to buy gold with?
No.
All right, what did he think you were? Why were you calling him? What were you all talking about?
Talking about getting the gold out of, bringing the gold out of Holland, and if they were going to bring it out, let it come out and come to Dallas, could get it refined and sold for them.
Okay, and at this point, you had never imported any gold to the United States. You told me that. You told me the first deal was
Most of stuff's
2007.
European, yeah. Most of stuff. Okay. Now you're changing. I'm going back now 3 decades.
I don't want you to do that. I want to talk about the first time that your first contact with Sheku Kande.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to be here for 3 days. I'm trying to streamline.
I'm trying to streamline it too, but you don't
I
understand the questions you're asking.
Just answer the questions.
Okay.
It's all right.
All right. Ask the question, please.
Sheku Kande, 2007. Is
Yeah.
what you think the first contact with him?
Yes.
Who called who?
He called me.
Okay, what did he say?
He was just talking about he was calling on behalf of Sheku Touré about and he was the friend representative from the chief that owned the gold there, and I was asking him about, you know, is it...
Why did he call you? What did he say to you?
I'd asked a question about it. Is it blood monies? Does it have anything to do with the I'm not understanding your question there,
Okay.
obviously.
It's hard for me to understand why someone in Africa would call you in 2007 about gold. And I'm
Okay.
trying to understand. I'm trying to get to an understanding of that by asking you what Sheku Kande said to you to begin that conversation. You had never met him or talked to him, correct?
Yeah, but I had Sheku Touré quite a bit. He was the one that was the interface.
So what did Sheku Kande say to you when he called?
I understand that you can refine it. You can have a buyer for it. You can handle it if we can get it to you. You can handle it, take it, you know, basically almost turnkey so we can get cash for it. And also because of the machineries that you have, that y'all manufacture, that y'all do, there's a lot of things that you can do in mining, and you're familiar with Sierra Leone.
Okay, had you ever been to Sierra Leone?
No. Didn't have to.
What familiarity did you have with Sierra Leone that Sheku Kande was going to make use of in this deal?
I knew about where gold deposits were. You could almost give me an assay and a gold sample, and I could tell you where it came from within a quarter mile. That was because of Victor Oppenheim, the geologist. All natural resources have a fingerprint. I was that familiar with it that you could mention something. I said, oh, you're in such and such an area. He goes, how'd you know? I said, you got gravels, you're at da-da-da feet. And he's like, how did you know? I was familiar with it, familiar enough with mining, and in particular gold and diamonds.
How did you schedule a meeting in Holland?
That was all through Charles Patillo and Sheku Touré.
Why did you have that meeting?
To go take a look at the gold, see if it was gold, actually talk to the people there in the government, the freight forwarders, whoever it was, about bringing it out. I was already told certain things it'd take to get out and get it to the United States, and it was minimum monies, and that was what it was to do, is go in, verify if it was what it was, to go ahead and take care of it, get it out, bring it back to the United States, get it refined, get it sold for them. And
Did you go to Holland?
yes,
Did you look at the gold?
yes,
Okay, did you get it out of Holland for him?
no.
Besides that, did you meet with Sheku Kande in person in Holland?
Yes.
Okay, besides that time you met him in person, how many times have you met him in person?
Since then,
Well, that was the first time, right?
yeah, that was the first time. Yeah, okay. Since then, in meetings, several dozens. In times, it's about, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, whether it's from me in Africa or in Holland. And during those times, they might be over a week, 2 weeks, extended period of time. And then it'd be almost meeting every day or several times a day during those time periods.
We have the Holland trip in 2007.
Yes.
During how many other trips to Africa did you see Sheku Kande?
2.
Okay, and when were those trips? Was one at the end of 11 into 12 when you chartered the
that
plane?
was one of them, yeah. I was trying to think of the one before that. Probably, I think it's around 2008, latter part of 2007,
Okay.
after the Holland trip.
Okay. And you met him in the United States too, correct?
No.
Your brother Lawrence testified that he had dinner with you, and
guys
he had
didn't
on the
clarify it,
border.
and he thought you were talking about Sheku Touré.
So Sheku Kande has never been to the United States?
Never been in the United States. Sheku Touré was here
Why was he here?
about the gold and diamonds and trying to buy it and get it sold, bring it over, have it refined it, get machinery for
You an expert in diamonds?
mining, yes. Natural resources, yes. In diamonds, no. I look at a diamond.
Can you describe Sheku Kande physically?
Yeah.
Please do.
He's a little over 6 foot, about 6'1". Looks Sierra Leonean in that they're clear complexion, dark skin, muscular build, semi-muscular, very pleasant, smiley, energetic. short hair crop.
Do you have a family?
Yes.
Is he married?
Yes.
How many
Use that as a
how many
liberal
kids does
term
he,
in Africa?
how many kids does he have?
I don't know. I know a couple of them.
What country is he a citizen of?
He's actually dual citizenship. Sierra Leone and Guinea were split. One was British and one was French, and a lot of times they'll have dual passports for each one.
So just Sierra Leone and Guinea,
Yes.
not a citizen of England.
Well, no, because they're Sierra Leone's one tied to England, and it's independent.
Did you all specifically discuss the fact that he should probably not enter the United States?
No, we tried to get him into the United States
Why did that not work?
because it's always in the gold shipments. There was a timing between getting a visa, and it takes like 2 months on the internet to get your appointment to get a visa, and then after the appointment, you wind up getting a visa. It's like for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, and then you got to get everything coordinated with a shipment, getting the certificates that have them updated. If it's taking too long, or it's there's a certain period of time they run out, you got to go get new ones, get everything done, and then on the window when you do get everything done and you are ready to go, they still require like 7 days left on the visa to make the trip over and back, and a lot of times they run out. So it'd be getting everything coordinated at one time was very difficult. We don't do that anymore.
How did Sheikh Touré get in?
He had a visa. Once you've gotten a visa to the United States, it's no longer a short-term visa. Then you can get like 6 months, a year, 3 years at a time.
What's Sheikh Kande's political affiliation?
He's kind of non-political, but he has ties in you have 3 basic major tribes and political affiliations in Sierra Leone. He's got ties in all of them.
Is he educated?
Yes.
Is he wealthy?
No.
What's his profession?
I guess right now you could say he's the man day working. He's the one who's been working directly with this for since 2007.
Has he ever successfely gotten gold from Africa
Yes.
to the United States?
Yeah. Oh, to the United States? Well, to the embassy. That was the embassy deal where they had to take over there. Yes, came to the embassy by diplomatic patch. For what you're asking for getting cash and out, no. He has to England, France, Dubai.
But never to the United States.
That I know of, yes.
How long has he been trying?
As far as I know, just with us for the United States.
That's 10 years.
No. Was that 8 years, I guess, that I know of?
Do you trust Sheikh Kande?
Yes.
You know what the OFAC list is?
I've heard of it and probably been on it at times, but I don't remember at this point exactly what it is, to be honest with you. There's lots of lists out there that have the negative people on it and everything else.
Is Sheikh Kande on the OFAC list?
Nothing I know of.
But you've been? Did you just say?
No, I said, oh, you mean looked at it?
No, had your name on it.
Oh, no, I said looked at it. Sorry, didn't mean to.
How did you typically communicate with Sheikh Kande?
Telephone.
Did you ever Skype with him?
Visually, no.
Did you ever call him on Skype?
Yes, I have when I couldn't get through some other way.
Why would you use Skype?
Because he'd get through when the other phone companies didn't.
You first sent Sheikh Kande money in 2008, is that correct?
I can't tell you on that part for sure. It might have been before that.
Do you remember why you sent him money?
It had been for getting things lined up to get gold to come through.
Have you ever had a written agreement with Sheikh Kande?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't think I have a copy anymore. I may still have one. I don't think so.
Why would you no longer have a copy?
Because it got lost.
Is that an important document?
It was at the time. Is it now? No.
Why is it important?
Because it's a new document. For every shipment, you got a different document.
So what was the written agreement that you had with Sheikh Kande?
It was for that particular shipment at the time for getting gold that was had a fixed price at the time for that particular shipment.
Why would Sheikh Ukande have signed that document?
Because he was the signatory authority for the chief at the time that was selling it.
So sometimes you had his authority, sometimes Sheikh Ukande had his
No,
authority?
Sheikh Ukande always had their authority. He's the one that actually has it coming over. I'll get the authority from him or the chief or somebody else to go ahead and get the gold sold, to pick somebody up over here, or to refine it for them, or whatever they want to do. It depends. Transaction to transaction, it differs.
So what did those contracts look like? Were they the soft corporate offers?
No, they're just handwritten. You know, one of them had an X on it because he couldn't write.
Sheikh Ukande can't write?
No, the chief that signed it
Okay.
at that time couldn't write, so he put an X on it. Other ones, you know, their brother would sign it if they couldn't sign.
Was that contract signed for all of your deals?
It was signed for anything that went through him at that time, yes.
Okay. So the gold that plaintiffs were interested in, did the chief sign something for that transaction?
No, it was a corporate invoice that I think it was, chief may have signed that corporate invoice. I don't remember.
Yeah, that'd be pretty. Wouldn't that be pretty important to have?
Yeah, and you probably have a copy of it. If there was one, you got a copy of it. If you don't have a copy of it, there wasn't one.
Okay. And if there wasn't one, why wouldn't there be one?
Oh, there'd be a corporate invoice that just wasn't signed by the chief. You have to have a corporate invoice for shipping. So it might have been that Sheikh Ukande had the authority and he signed it.
So it's your testimony that you do not have in your possession any written agreement between you and Sheikh Ukande, is that correct?
Yes, we got lots of written agreements, but it's all transaction to transaction. It's not something that's ongoing.
I'll follow it up in writing, but we'll make a request for those. Have you ever visited a bank with Sheikh Ukande?
No.
Where does Sheikh Ukande bank?
Guaranteed Trust. That's the only one that, well, there might be a couple others, but I don't really know about it.
How do you-
Sky, or not Sky, there's another one I heard about that's recent. I can't remember the name.
How do you know that he banks at Guarantee Trust?
Because I wired him money there for handling the transactions.
Do you know when he started banking there?
I do not.
Is it his bank account that you wire money to?
I can't say for sure. I know that he's a signatory authority on it, and it's also set up because he has to use his passport and name to, you know, for access for security reasons.
And you've sent some of plaintiff's money to that account, correct?
All the plaintiff's money except for just very little bit went there.
And you don't know who owns it,
Who owns what?
the bank account? I
I'm
just
assuming
asked.
it's him. Yeah.
Well, you assume it's him, or you know it's
If
him?
it was somebody, well, I've talked to. I guess I know it's him because I've talked to the bank officer.
What bank officer have you talked to?
Desmond, I think. I don't know his full name.
Does dyslexia affect memory? Do you know?
Only proper nouns.
Okay. Only last names. You
No, it
can
could be
remember
first
first
names.
names.
Check the form.
You've gotten every first name right, but you
I
hadn't.
still don't know your first name.
I understand that.
Okay, well, so it affects any proper noun. Proper noun can be a name. It can be what's a proper noun? It's a name of something.
But you hadn't missed any first names or any countries.
Oh, sure, I missed a lot of first names. And countries. just
So,
put three
so,
countries
so
with
someone
four
at
countries.
Desmond has confirmed for you that Sheikh Ukande owns the account that you sent all of plaintiff's money to?
Yeah,
Why did you ask Desmond that question?
I did. We were talking about it. It came up in the discussion for how you transact for wires.
Have you ever seen any corporate documents
No.
for who owns that? You familiar with the term due diligence?
Yes.
Do you think that you performed due diligence on this account before you sent all of my clients' money there?
Objection form.
Yes.
What did you do to perform that due diligence?
Talking with the bank officer.
So you talked to Desmond before you sent the money?
Yes. I take it back. It might not have been Desmond. It might have been another one of the bank officers. But it was to the bank. Set up for any bank. Well, never mind. I won't go too long. Never mind.
Well, I'm interested.
Banking due diligence was done. Yes.
And do you have any documents that would
No.
corroborate
Not any
that?
documents done.
Do you think due diligence is an important part of the process?
Yes, but it doesn't have to have documentation to have due diligence. I do better due diligence without documents than you can do with documents.
Even though you can't remember names?
Sure.
Is Sheikh Kande an agent of ISR?
No.
Is he a manager of ISR?
No. Well, I guess you could say he's acting in that he's taking care of the transactions for the owner and as what we direct, because just because we're paying and the buyer is paying for taxes or something like that, I won't just send the buyer's monies over that's buying it. I'll clarify it, have why this, why that way.
Isn't it true that Sheikh Kande acts on your behalf in Africa?
He will do what we tell him to do for the cash over there, but he's actually on the seller side. But we're not going to turn. The buyer's obligated to pay for all expenses to get the gold over here. Whatever it is, the buyer's responsible for it. As it states in here.
Does Sheikh Kande act on behalf of you or ISR in Africa?
He can find sellers for us. Yeah, I guess, yeah, to a very limited authority, yeah, I guess he would.
I mean, do you trust that he's not going to abscond with the funds?
Yes.
Do you think the funds are still in his account?
No.
Where are they?
They're paid out for whatever was designated those funds were requested that the monies were sent over for, whether it's insurance, shipping, taxes.
What did my client authorize other than the purchase of gold?
She didn't authorize to purchase gold. She authorized it to get gold over here. So any kind of taxes, permits, shipping, whatever the costs were for shipping the gold, to get the gold shipped over here. And that's all the monies were spent for.
And the money that you send to Sheikh Kande, you always wire to him?
Yes.
You never send checks?
No, never send a check.
Okay, why is that?
Don't do checks. Because it doesn't track as well as, it's not as safe, and it's not as quick, and it's not as accurate, and just almost every reason you can think of, you're better off to wire than you are to send a check.
Why would sometimes you send him Western Union transfers?
When it takes a while for a wire to get over there, it can take originally it could take a week or 2 weeks. Generally it's a week, several days, but if you needed something immediately, like maybe the exchange rate, because you may have to exchange from their currency to dollars and then go back to dollars or something, it's short. Or something comes up in the NRA tax. There's about 6, well, it depends on which country, there's about 6 different taxes. It could be something comes up that change, or the security, things are constantly changing there, especially now with the Ebola problems they had over there. So when it changes, there may be something else that comes up that's a government regulatory or insurance regulatory or something else, or Philippa one time wanted to increase the percentage of the insurance. She wanted higher insurance, so money to go, although that was wired.
Does any of this explain why you send them Western Union rather than wire?
Yeah, it's all quicker.
So
It's
your testimony is that Western Union is quicker than wiring.
Instantaneous, yes.
Why don't you do it all by Western Union then?
Because it's too much to be sent at all, and they charge too much. It's cost prohibitive. I would not do it at all if there was any other way. Western Union, MoneyGram, both. They're just disgustingly expensive.
When was the last time you saw a document reflecting the balance in the guarantee trust account where you sent the plaintiff's money?
A document?
Yes.
I've never seen a document.
How do you know there's no money there anymore?
Talking to Desmond.
Desmond gave you that information?
Yes.
Are you authorized on that account?
I'm sorry?
Are you authorized on that
I'm
account?
not.
Then why would Desmond give you that
Because
information?
Conde was on the phone when we were talking in a three-way.
Okay. And what was said on that phone call?
We're actually talking about the rate of exchange and the cost. Like if it needed $1,400 there, how much was it going to be over that, because the exchange rates and everything else. Do the bank rates, they have a different rate than if you do it out in the open market or something like that. And then the last time we were discussing it was because of Ebola, they were locking down and just going to do like a minimum charge on any wires coming in to the currency to get US dollars or whatever currency out. They weren't going to be having the big numbers they used to. And in that transaction, we were talking about the monies that were in, how much was wired in, what's still there, how much actually made it to the account, how much money was in the account, just basic
At the time of that
information.
conversation, how much money was in the account?
To be honest with you, I can't remember exactly. It was 14. I don't remember if it was 1,400 or 14,000.
When was that conversation?
I can't tell you. 4 or 5 months ago, 3 months ago. From time to time, things will come up, what needs to be done and what's required.
Have you ever asked for an accounting of where the money in that account went?
No.
Why not?
Oh, okay. Let me rephrase that. Ask for receipts back for it. Sometimes I get a receipt. A lot of times I don't. It's a lot of those receipts for the 714 kilograms, which is where Philippa's portion is in the files with the lawyer in Ghana.
Does ISR own an account in Sierra Leone?
No.
Do you personally own an account?
No, I do not.
Does Sammy?
No, they do not. Sammy, like I said, doesn't exist really anymore.
And neither you nor ISR have ever owned any property in Sierra Leone,
No.
correct?
No.
Never leased any property over there?
Never.
Never had any interests over there?
No. Well, had interest in looking at business and things, but not.
You have never had any assets?
Oh, wait a minute, I take that back. We did have one time, we did lease an office over there. I don't remember. I think it was 2010, maybe. I think it was pre-Philippa. But it was a couple $1,000s for the whole year. I mean, it was,
You have a written lease?
no, just sent the monies over and paid for it. Had the address.
Why'd you lease an office over there?
Because there was coming up where we were going to have for shipping and everything and be doing business, and to have the part of the deal with the office is it's right next to the international businesses, so we could actually have fiber optic for communication. Calls are real expensive over there. It's like 70 cents a minute or whatever, 40 cents a minute, depends on who you go through, to $1 or something. And by having the internet there, we could do VoIP, and it literally, having an office there and putting, you can buy a unit to have telephones over there, you hook up to the internet, it would cost half of what the telephones were costing just to pay for the office and everything else over there.
Did anyone ever occupy that office?
No, equipment was sent over for it, but
Sent over from where?
from here.
Who bought
Actually, I took it over there. I bought it, took it over there to set up for the office. But when this started getting tied out and started running short, we started having to cover whatever we could do ourselves to keep the 714 kilograms going. We did not. They talked about re-upping the lease on the office, and like, no, even at a discount, I said no because it was additional cost.
How often has Sheku Kande sent money back to you or ISR here in the United States?
One time.
When was that?
Maybe 2014.
How much was it?
10,000.
Why'd he send it?
I think I'd oversent, and it was needed for something back. I think it was like, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was like 40,000, and I thought it was 40,000 they needed there. It was like 30, and it was needed back here instead. I don't remember the exact situation or anything. And so I asked him to please send the 10 back. He said, okay, and he sent the 10 back.
Have you discussed this litigation with Sheku Kande?
Briefly, just in the forums to try to build a fire under him to get things going so we can get a cash flow going on more shipments coming through and making sure that they, get done. And
What do you mean get a cash flow going? What does that mean?
in other words, get shipments going through on a regular basis, trying to get it up to like 5-10 kilos on up to where we got weekly shipments coming through, so it pays for building things up, getting them back, getting the monies to get the gold out of Holland, getting the monies to get the gold out of Ghana, and get everything back on track to full-fledged, and then opening full offices and everything over there, as well as the getting into the system for machinery and things like that we'd be selling them over there for what they need for mining and things.
When was the last time you communicated with Sheku Kande?
Just before this meeting.
How do you communicate with him?
Telephone.
What's his phone number?
I don't think I have it on me. It's, he's got about half dozen of them. It just depends on where he is at the time. At the time, I think he was on roaming. It's a 223. Maybe I can, if you hold on a second, I'll see if I can find it.
All right.
What did I do with my phone? Oh. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry about that, guys.
Are we going to work through lunch, or are you going to take one, or what do you want to do?
Can we go off for a minute?
All right, going off the record, the time is 11:40 a.m.
I'll really leave it to you. I mean, when I get in a mode.
We are now back on the record. The time is 11:53 a.m.
Mr. Watts, you were going to give us Sheikh Kande's
Yes.
phone number.
Okay. He was using 224-623-251-245.
Does that include the international code?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, 224 is your country code for Guinea.
Okay, do you know any other numbers that he uses?
Yeah, there's no one here. They change everything on there. Is on cells. They're all month to month. There's no contract, so the numbers, you change SIM cards and everything else constantly. Here you go. Here's one for Sierra Leone. 232-791-4964-8. Need me to repeat either of those?
I don't think so. We've got a record.
Oh, okay.
Do you have Desmond's phone number?
I don't think so. Not on this sheet.
Okay. What was your office address in Sierra Leone?
Couldn't tell you. Can't tell you right now.
Remember the street it was on?
No.
Remember the landlord?
No. I think they were Chinese, but I don't remember for sure.
Do you have Sheikh Kande's email address?
The one he uses, it's a Yahoo, and I don't have it with me. Oh, no, it's not on that. It'll be on those documents that you got, back and forth.
Okay.
If there's a different one that you see in there, it's probably had somebody else send it, so his will be at Yahoo.
Where does he currently live?
Sierra Leone, Freetown.
Do you know his address?
I mean, I've got it.
Does he live in a house?
He's got a house somewhere, yeah.
What languages does Sheikh Kande speak?
Several African languages, Mandingo among one of them. That's the main one.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, several African languages. Mandingo is one of the main ones that they use there, both in Sierra Leone and Guinea. Then also English, French, German, of the ones I know. I think that's it, pretty much.
Who's Brian Hardcastle?
Hardcastle. That name's familiar. I can't place it right now.
How about Robert Cranston?
Robert Cranston was somebody I knew that was had as a partner one time when we were starting up secured asset managements back in the 90s.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
Probably the 90s.
When was the last time you did any business with him?
Yeah, it'd been whatever it was early after we had met.
He wired more than $500,000 to Sammy at one point, didn't he?
Yes,
Why did he do that?
because we were going to try to get into trying to do business for trades.
I don't understand. what that means.
For buying and selling trade transactions.
Could you please explain that better?
To open up a prime brokerage account to create boutique money management with prime brokerage. So you have the full authority like a brokerage firm. They have what's called a prime brokerage account. And with that, it affords certain privileges for buying and selling stocks. And we were trying to get into get started going into the trades. We had there was things that he had that he was doing with stocks that one of the prime brokerage account. I can't remember all of that right now.
Do you have a Series 7 or Series 63?
No, I do not.
Does he?
I don't know. I can't say.
How were you going to open up a brokerage account if you couldn't trade?
You can trade. You don't have to have a Series 7 or Series 6 or something.
You're going to trade on your own or for other people?
For own, and as long as you have less than like 12 clients or something like that, you don't have to be registered or anything like that.
Okay.
Just private.
And so he sent you $500,000 to get started on that company?
That's what, because he was an officer on it, and it was to help get him. I was an officer on it with him, I guess I should say.
And that money was connected to some Canadian fraud litigation, wasn't it?
I don't know everything about that because that was his company and his things that he was doing, but I heard something about that. Yeah.
What did you hear about it?
Just that it was up for. He was talking about being up for fraud. He went and did something. I don't know, to settle it, gave him stock or something like that, and other stocks that he had or something to pay him back. That's all I know about.
Whatever became of that $500,000?
The broker that we had was using a trade to make monies, for the fees for making monies, and apparently he was being audited by got audited by the IRS, and so he was making trades that he'd make in the morning, and he wouldn't check them in the afternoon. It lost monies. It lost almost all the monies in a matter of days, weeks, something like that, before we shut him down.
Who was that broker?
William or Bill. Malone.
When was the last time you spoke with Bill Malone?
5-6 years ago, he called out of the blue.
What'd y'all talk about?
He had some project or something he was working on. I think it was I don't remember if it was real estate or what it was.
Was he pitching you?
He was kind of pitching. It's more picking my brain for what could be done on construction side and
When he lost that $500,000, did he lose that under the name of Sammy?
yes.
Okay. Did Sammy ever sue him for it?
No, we didn't.
Why not?
That was more Cranston's call, and I don't know.
Weren't you the only owner of Sammy?
Yes.
Why was it his
Well,
call?
it was actually ownership. Actually, was. That's a good question. Later became the only owner, but he was actually the signatory on it first. with me. But in the accounts, it wound up being in Texas, I was the only owner, but he's actually the one that got it up and started and changed to Sammy. It was a foreign corporation.
And you were just,
And the Texas side,
you were willing to let that $500,000 just disappear without doing anything
no,
about
but it was him set. I'm not litigious. I don't hire you guys to go do something normally. He was the one that was dealing with that and that side and all of it, and I didn't know what or how. You know, I asked him, but he says I'm having to work on it or I'm taking care of it, and that's about the time that we started. I guess he got busy where we started drifting apart, and it eventually just he went away.
You know Robert Hriniak?
I know the name. I know the name, I'm not placing it.
Okay. This document's been pre-marked as Exhibit 10.
Okay.
Can we move the other two in?
Well, I don't, it's not,
Mark it in?
I mean, it's not court, they're exhibits. I mean, I don't think I'd move them. I mean, I'm gonna let her keep a copy of them, so. Is that your handwriting, Mr. Watts?
It sure looks like it. I'm not familiar with this yet.
I'll do that next. I guess these are the ones we've used. The question on the table, was that your handwriting?
It looks like it. It looks like these were the notes. I might have been taking
That was my
one
next
time.
question, is what is this?
It looks like the notes of some old bonds. Somebody was showing me and presenting what they did and the notes of what they were telling me about the bonds.
Is your handwritten drawings of the bonds?
I don't remember this, but it does look like the way I draw.
Why would you be drawing pictures of U.S. Treasury bonds?
I was apparently doing this for somebody for information. They were having me take a look at it for them.
Remember when you did this?
No. It had been probably maybe the 90s. I was seeing a bunch of this stuff.
You remember being involved with a company called Omega Capital One Limited?
Yes.
You were a manager of that company?
Yes.
What was your involvement with that company?
It was for helping people get connected with trying to get funds for them. There was guys that were going to do bonds for them or sell them or whatever for funding on the companies.
What was your involvement specifically? Were you drawing the bonds for them?
No.
Were you printing up the bonds?
No. I wasn't doing any of that stuff.
The Utah Securities Division got involved in that transaction, didn't it?
I don't know.
What became of Omega Capital?
It went away because the guys that were talking about doing the bonds and everything else were just asking people for money, so just shut it down. It's like, no, you can't do anything. I'm not going to do it. You know, you're going to do it, go do it yourself or something.
Who were those individuals you talked to?
There was a Richard Casey. There's a law firm of some guys that were in Nevada, Las Vegas.
That'd be Paul Young.
I don't remember the name, but that kind of sounds familiar.
Remember the Legacy Foundation?
Just vaguely, that kind of sounds like the names of some of those guys that were trying to.
Again, why were you involved at all with a bond deal from out of Nevada?
Nevada was where the guys that were looking to put the bond issue together or something, they went to for doing the bond issue out of and selling the bonds to fund the companies. I didn't know anything about them or anything. So I did make a trip out there to check and see what they do, and they had to their office that was some bank building or security.
How'd you hear about the deal?
Through Richard Casey.
And who's he?
Richard Casey was a guy. I remember how I met him, but I knew him for a while. And he was the one that was talking about having the connections so they could do bond issues for funding companies, and I didn't know anything about it or anything about doing that kind of stuff, but he was one that knew it and had the people and connections that when they get the bonds issued or something, they had ways of getting them funded, people that buy them or whatever. That was and Richard Casey was the one that then introduced me to that group that was out in Las Vegas, and I think that was the Legacy. I think that's what their name was.
Where did Richard Casey live?
Up in Denton.
How did you know? Did you go to school with him?
No. How did I meet Richard Casey? I think it had to do with like a mining transaction or something. They were asking me about mining and properties and gold mines and things, and I was looking at the properties, and as probably some that they had that was like most of them, it would have, it can have millions of dollars worth of gold, but it's going to cost you, half again more to get it out of the ground than what it was worth to begin with. It was something along those lines. Probably looking at, probably showing me gold mines, and then later on consulting, coming back to me about looking at mines for them and properties for them.
And do you remember that this whole Legacy deal and the things you're writing about was a multi-billion-dollar bond transaction?
No.
What did you say you weren't going to get involved in?
Well, that would have been that part. Then it was going to be like it was in the millions, $500,000, $1 million, something like that. That's like, well, okay, if that's no companies get funded that way, but I don't know anything about it.
So why, I mean, again, can you help me understand why you'd be drawing pictures of bonds and making all these notes on this deal?
I'm thinking this was the bonds they had me go and take a look at, and it might have been, it was probably, I think, when had me go out to Las Vegas. I think they even paid for me to go out to Las Vegas and look at these things that were, you know, the U.S. government had or had issued or whatever, and they were still going to be good and paid back and all kinds of stuff.
Did you tell them that you had any sort of knowledge about that sort of thing?
No.
Why would they pay you to come out to Las Vegas?
Well, because it was, most of it was for, they were talking about other things, had to do with other things, mining, construction, that kind of stuff. And while I was there for Mines in Nevada and things, they were showing me these things in the vault that they had, and this was some kind of, like I said, collateral, or I don't remember exactly what it was. And what probably happened when I saw them, I was using this to take notes of what I was looking at there. Now, I vaguely remember the K4503. I remember the numbers on that, and I don't remember, oh, I guess, looking at the top, I guess that was an old, some kind of presenting it was a historical treasury bond or something like that. I think I remember there was, I think they had like Federal Reserve notes, Treasury notes, and I think there's like silver, gold, and platinums. They were calling them FDRs. It was a big thing in the 90s. And it got to where after this, everybody was coming up with them. It was like, you know, the heck with that. Just stay away from it.
Mark is 9.
And this, like I said, would have been notes for both size and what these notes actually look like. Taking notes on them.
All right, I've put something in front of you that we've marked as Exhibit 9.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look through these. These are what I believe are samples of your signature. And I'd like you to go through and just confirm that all of the signatures which purport to be yours in this packet are true and correct copies of your signature.
Okay.
So all of those are true and correct copies of your
Best I can
signature?
tell, yeah.
You go about halfway through to the Bank of America safe deposit box rental agreement, maybe 10 pages.
What does that look like? This one? Yeah. Okay.
That your handwriting up at the top, where you filled your home phone, your date of birth.
I'm not looking at it wrong. Oh, telephone number.
Does it say
Oh, yes.
safe deposit box rental agreement?
Yes.
And about quarter of the way down, it says business occupation of primary renter. You put antique collector. Is that right?
I don't know who wrote that in there. That's not my handwriting.
That's not your handwriting?
No.
You remember being interviewed for opening up the
Yeah,
safe
that's when
deposit?
we're going to put that sapphire thing I was telling you about. I was going to put it here. Wound up putting it in Chase instead. That's the reason I got the box. There was never anything put in those boxes.
Did you tell someone you were an antique collector?
No, what it was is the stone is, whether it's sapphire or not, reported, and actually there's two of them that were reported that they were historical things carried by chiefs going into war in Africa. So I guess they would have been taking that as a, and that's what they were sending over to see if they could be sold, and that's when I went to the auction house, because they could verify or whatever, do their tests or whatever. I did mine before I went to the auction house. Barry, that was the guy's name, Barry. What's Barry's last name? Shit. Anyway, I called Barry. There was the son who wound up being, oh, I'm sorry, man. The son of the family, was friends of the families, and he was dealing at the auction house, which he got fired shortly afterwards. And the whole thing was to put this stones somewhere locked up other than me holding it, that was for storing them.
You're not an antique collector, are you?
No, well, I've bought antiques before, but not in the last 20 years, unless I find something.
Exhibit 13 is one I've already shown you. If you turn to page 5, please.
Okay. 5. Okay.
Under the C and D, where you identify Darryl Dickey and your brother Lawrence, you mentioned that they went to Guinea as security in
Yeah, that's
2011.
basically what they came over for, yeah.
Okay. Did you pay them to do that?
No.
Why did you need security?
Because they had, if you go and look at the government, what was going on at the time, they were saying, get the hell out of Guinea, don't go in it. And of course, if you go to the British, they said, just doing business as normal. And the plane was already there, everything was there, so the only costs were going to be, it was like a hotel or something. And I don't know if you met Lawrence, but in cowboy boots, he's 6'9", and Darryl Dickey, who also came along for no pay, besides being military special forces major, was also like 3 times in a row one of the top unlimited fighter.
Mr. Watts, what I asked you was not anything about their qualifications.
You asked me why they were there.
I said, why did you need security?
Oh, just as I'm handling big dollar value of gold, we were going to be coming back. Why wouldn't I?
Okay. Did they carry firearms with them?
No, they did not.
Okay. In your experience, or in what you've heard, do the bad guys in Africa usually have firearms?
If you're in the bush, yes. If you're in the city, sometimes, but not all the time, no.
If you go to page 10, we asked you in interrogatory number 18, which begins on page 9, to identify all computers that you used since 2010. You testified that you used one computer and that this computer the hard drive has crashed. Is that correct?
The whole thing had crashed. I mean, just, if you want me, I'll explain what all went wrong with it, but the power was short now, the battery went, I had to get a new power supply, new batteries, and the power part of the circuit board got to where it was shorting out, and eventually went to the screen, everything went, it was just useless.
Now, ISR is as you call it, a high-tech company. Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you have any backup?
No.
Is that prudent?
No, but it's like the cobbler's kids have no shoes. I kept meaning to. I did have bits and pieces of backup, which were the documents that we were using that I got, which I had copies anyhow on the internet because I kept them for email. I had copies of those. I had copies of the emails that were stuff that was on this machine was all from the internet. So I had copies on the servers. So I guess, yes, I did have copies. And then I had bits and pieces of these things also that I'd saved on different things, which I then put on since then no, I guess they're on the Dropbox. I put them on the Dropbox.
So what efforts did you take to recover data from this crashed computer?
It got to where I couldn't get anything off. I tried. There's software you can use and things like that. When you go, well, if you want me to explain it, but I can. Okay, the normal stuff that you'd use, which you send off for somebody to recover things from crash drives and things, I tried those software packages. They weren't working. They wouldn't work.
Where is the computer now?
Probably thrown away. I dropped it off at the, just threw it away to Goodwill because there wasn't anything there. Somebody could get it, maybe use the memory, the CPU or something like that, but everything else was shot out. The battery wasn't any good. The screen had gone out. The motherboards were out. It was shot.
So
there wasn't anything to it.
Your testimony is you brought it to Goodwill.
Yeah, or thrift shop or something like that. Just left there. Somebody there could use the memory's old stuff, the CPU's old stuff, everything else. Maybe they could use a screen. I mean, the hinges were broke on it. It was shot, but I was busy. I get busy and you just keep doing things. And I kept nursing. I get back up and going like, okay, well, I'll do it later.
What kind of computer was this?
It was an Asus laptop. It was good machines, but then it was like 5 years old or something at the time.
Deborah Coper testified that you used more than one computer. Is she mistaken?
No. I don't use more than one computer. I only use the one computer things. I have more computers there. They're old ones that haven't been used since they started up. Since I shut them down 5, 6, 7 years ago. None use any of them.
Why didn't you give those away to Goodwill?
Because they're on the bottom of a pile. If I move the pile, I will. I've been meaning to because I need to get the office cleaned up. I gave 7. I had a lot of stuff that was there. Some of it was good. I mean, it was usable, but older technology stuff.
Where did you get these discovery responses verified in Texas? Do you recall?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where did you get them notarized?
Are you on Exhibit 9?
No, on Exhibit 13. Second to last page.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay. What was this? I think this was Bank of America, if I remember right.
Been marked as Exhibit 11.
Okay. Okay.
I think you have testified that in late 2011 into early 2012, almost immediately after the plaintiffs wired money to your account, you chartered a plane and went to Africa. Is that right?
Correct. To pick up a shipment.
Do these pictures reflect pictures that were taken during that trip?
Yes, they do. They were the trip.
Okay, and who took these pictures?
Well, I guess the first one maybe Lawrence. Darryl looks like would have taken the second one, maybe. Maybe the flight attendant, I don't know.
Okay. Who's on that first page? Who are those people?
That's the required FAA flight attendant, myself, and Sinclair Hui.
And who is he?
He's an international architect.
Why did he come on the trip?
I came him on the trip to help give validity for helping us do things with the government, because the government is trying to improve with both bring businesses in to do things with the city and everything else. Sinclair Hoy is a real good friend of the family's, and he volunteered to come along because of his expertise in countries all over the world, like China's hired him to design cities for infrastructures to come in. Different governments have, and
What was the purpose of this trip?
to pick up the 114 kilos that were there.
All right, so what does his experience to build Chinese cities have to do with you picking up gold?
While we're there and dealing with the government to ongoing shipments, as a charitable flag of goodwill, he volunteered to come along with me to help out over there for helping the government for, sewage designs, traffic designs, electrical systems, just you name it.
Did you set up any meetings before you left?
Yeah, I've been talking all along to, I say all along, off and on, with Sheikhu Conde about speaking with the, we were going to set up meetings with the Vice President of Sierra Leone and maybe the President.
Before your plane took off from the United States,
Yes.
did you have any scheduled meetings for Mr. Hui?
Tentative, yes, but we couldn't we couldn't make them. Yes, we did.
Okay. Who's in the second picture besides you?
That's my baby brother, Lawrence. That's the guy you guys met.
And what kind of a plane was this?
This is a G, I think it was a 550. It's one of only like 3 planes that can make that range,
Okay.
nonstop.
And it cost what, $200,000-$300,000 to charter?
Yeah, it did. It's the cheapest we could get.
And that was the plaintiff's money that you used to charter it, right?
Pick up the shipment, yeah. It's the cheapest way to go.
Are there no commercial flights to Africa?
Not that you have security that doesn't get stolen. You wind up with engine blocks or something like that.
Are there any commercial flights to Africa?
Yes, there are.
Okay, did you explore those?
Yes.
Okay. How much were they going to cost?
They were running all total for larger shipments anywhere from 50 to 170,000 by the time you got through insurance and securities.
I must have been unclear. Could you have gotten a plane ticket on a commercial airliner to go to Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would have cost $150,000?
Oh, no. It cost $3,000 plus
Why didn't you do that?
because I was bringing gold back.
Okay.
Had a
much
shipment
gold?
set up.
How
coming
much
back
gold
up,
were you bringing back?
114 kilograms.
How much would that have cost to carry?
By the time you got up the insurance and everything on it, probably about 40 or 50,000 without the security.
Would have been less than $300,000 that you paid for this flight, though,
Yes.
or that my client paid for this flight.
Yes.
Now, you said you had gone to Africa before 2011, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you charter a plane then?
No, I wasn't picking up gold.
What were you doing?
I was going over to see about the gold for purchasing.
Did the plaintiffs know that you were going to use $300,000 of their money to charter a flight to Africa?
Yes.
When did you tell them that?
Almost every night for weeks.
You ever put it in writing?
No.
Did you ever tell the plaintiffs that you were bringing other people along with you on the flight?
Yeah, for security.
Unarmed security, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use armed, no. Mm-mm.
You don't use armed?
Well, I could have hired unarmed security, but it would have cost another almost $10,000 a day plus to do it, and there wasn't a reason to because we had working with the government there and the security there.
Now, what was your original destination of this flight?
Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Okay, but you didn't land in Sierra Leone,
We
did you?
couldn't. The government shut it down, and they canceled in flight, canceled our landing permit, and told us not to come in because they had an election coming up. Told us not to come in, and so we had to go to Conakry, Guinea instead.
So because they had an election, you couldn't land?
Well, no, it was because of for security reasons and things like that. They canceled the landing permit, so we had to go into Conakry, which is about 90 miles away.
Okay. And when you left Conakry, you didn't have any gold with you, did you?
No, we were run out. The gold was sitting there at the airport. The owner of the airplane said, "Take off now. If they're not on the plane, leave them." So we barely got on the plane and were allowed to fly back.
Why didn't you take the gold with you?
Because it had been stolen. They had swapped it with identical boxes, identical serial numbers and everything. Once we saw it going on to load the plane, we knew instantly that it wasn't what we had because of our security things that we do. And within 15 minutes, we found the gold. It's going to have to go through customs and clear it and re-acknowledge that that was the gold. It's going to take about 2 hours. The owner says, "No, leave now."
Who owned that gold?
That was some of the chief. Obviously, the chief that was selling it still owned it. The investors that had originally. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this was some of the gold that was picking up that was being ordered for Philippa for her first shipment. Sorry.
That's all. Nobody else's gold.
No, I might have had 1 kilo on that I had to buy, maybe 2. I don't remember.
Scott Wilmoth's gold?
Oh no, I don't think so.
How many days were you in Guinea?
I think it was 8.
What'd you do for 8 days?
Was setting up for the arrangements for getting for making sure the gold got on the plane, talking with them about the chief about additional shipments, how we're going to wind up doing it. Was there some other way? Because to take a plane like this, it becomes cost effective at about 250, 300 kilograms. It was still cost effective and for security wise infinitely better than everything else that was going on, but we needed to, if we were going to have to do it, use either this aircraft or the other 2, the only 3 that can make it nonstop for security reasons. We have to have, do it in larger shipments, and because of consignment and what can we do, making arrangements with the government. Can they put up, backing so that some of the taxes or some of the stuff gets paid after it's refined and certified coming, a lot of these different
Who
things.
did you meet with?
Sheikh Conde, the chief on that. I gave y'all a list one time that had some names and telephone numbers on it. You probably know what I'm talking about if you remember.
Well, I'm just wondering if who you remember today that you met with when you went to Guinea.
The guys on that list, the chief, his brother that was there that signed it, Sheikh Conde.
Now, how could they get into Guinea if they were originally supposed to meet them in Sierra Leone, right?
Well, they get in a vehicle and they drive. It's 90 miles
They
away.
all have dual citizenship, all these people.
I don't know if all of them do. I doubt all of them do, but several of them do. Yeah, like Sheikh Conde. His mother's from one country, his father's from the other, so he has a passport for both. Sheikh Touré, originally dealing with, he had dual citizenships. A lot of them do. It's a common thing over there.
Where did you meet when you met over there?
At the hotel we stayed in. It's called the Maria Dore. I believe that's it. Maria something like that. Maria Dore, something like that.
So again, besides Sheikh Conde, tell me who else you would have met. Did you meet the chief?
Yeah, I met a couple of chiefs. I met the chief, his brother, who was another chief in another area, and then there was a third person or chief that was there. All 3 of them had different they're responsible for their areas and the miners and the things there that they take, like both their mines and their gold as well as other people's gold, and setting up ongoing contracts to do this on a monthly, weekly basis.
This is Chief Alamami Kamara who
Yeah.
owns the gold.
Yeah.
You met with him when you were there.
Yes. And then his brother too, but his brother was one, since his brother's the one that's more signed and higher educated and spoke English better, because Conakry is a French country. Met with his brother, I think it was Ibrahim Kamara or something like that.
Marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
And Ms. Watts, these are requests for admissions that were filed in this case, where we asked you questions and you either admitted or denied them.
Okay.
All right. Could you go to request number 33, please, on page 5?
33. Okay.
You read that request?
That you had never met Chief Alamani Kamara in person.
And how did you answer that?
Answer that, no.
Please read the answer.
Yes.
How did you answer that?
That's a different chief.
I just asked you if Chief Alamami Kamara was who you met with.
Yeah, they're almost the same
You
name.
just
Sorry.
admitted that you have never met him in request number 33.
This chief here, I have not.
Please read the request number
I
33.
just told you,
did
it's a
not read
different
it-
chief.
You
Okay.
did not read it accurately.
Admit that you have never met Chief Alamani Kamara in person. I have not met that chief.
What did you answer to that question? How did you
When?
answer it?
When?
The document in front of you.
I answered it, no, I had not met him.
Richard, you may want to help me out on this.
These are two different people.
I'm not asking you who the people are. I'm asking you what
Have I met this guy? No.
request for admission number 33, does it or does it not say admit that you have never met Chief Alamami Kamara in person? Is that what it says?
Yeah.
And your answer is admitted, isn't it?
Admit that you have never met Chief Alamani Kamara. Yes.
Okay, but yet you just testified that you met Alamani Kamara.
No, that was a different Alamani Kamara.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Didn't I ask you if that was the same Alamani Kamara who owned the gold?
He does own gold, but it's different
You've
gold.
identified Alamani Kamara as
This
the
is
chief
not the
who
one
owned
with 114 kilograms. I thought you were talking about the 114 kilograms.
Okay. Read the next one, please.
Ibrahim Kamara.
Please read it.
That's admit that you have never met Ibrahim Kamara in person.
And how did you answer that?
I answered that. I admit that I never met him.
Didn't you just testify that you met Ibrahim Kamara?
Again, I thought this is a different one. This is a different one. The ones that that I was talking about, and I confused the names then. The Ibrahim Kamara, who I was thinking about before. The guy that was Ibrahim, maybe it wasn't Kamara. I have to make a
Mr.
phone
Watts, we can
call.
move on. We can move on.
Sorry. These are different people than what I was answering. That's what I mentioned before. They all have about the same first names and last names. And I get them confused. Same thing like Lawrence did with Touré and Condé.
Who paid for all the expenses when you were in Guinea?
It came with the chief's money from the down payment to bring the gold back.
So basically the plaintiffs paid for it. Is that right?
For that shipment, yes.
So the plaintiffs paid for your hotel rooms there?
Yes.
And your meals there?
Everything it took
Your
to get the
cars
gold
there?
out.
Okay.
Yep.
How did you travel to Memphis for this deposition?
Drove.
When was the last time you flew commercial?
I don't remember.
Does your weight make it difficult for you to fly commercial?
Since I've gained the weight, it could, but I haven't flown commercial since I gained the weight. Before it didn't.
Isn't it true that the real reason you chartered that flight was for your personal comfort and convenience?
No,
Objection form.
absolutely not.
Marked Exhibit 17. Before I go to this, please go back to 13. Exhibit 13, please, Mr. Watts.
It's 13.
Is that interrogatories?
Okay.
Yes. You testified that you met the owner of the gold in Guinea, correct?
Let's see. Which one are we talking about here?
Did you meet the owner of the gold in Guinea?
I met the owner of gold in Guinea.
Okay. If you'll look at F on page 5 of Exhibit 13.
F, page 5 of 13. Page 5.
Don't you say in there that Alamami Kamara was the owner of the gold?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that's right.
Same name that you admit you'd never met in person. Correct?
This guy and the guy I never met in person are two different guys.
All right.
I might have got the same spelling on them. Again, proper nouns I have trouble with. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Exhibit 17 is a letter that we got from Bank of America.
Okay. Oh, this one. Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, you've already looked at this letter in that packet of your signatures, and
Okay.
you've confirmed that that was your signature. Do you remember drafting this letter and sending it to Bank of America?
To be honest with you, no, I don't, but it looks like it.
All right. Do you remember what precipitated this correspondence?
I don't know. Let me read it first.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, why did you provide this letter to Bank of America?
They were asking about the monies going to Africa.
Did they send you a letter about that, or did they call you?
They called me.
Who called you?
I don't know, the officer of the bank or somebody from the bank.
Who
or
do you
something.
deal with at Bank of America?
It changes every couple of weeks. I hadn't had anybody study any time at Bank of America.
What were the bank's concerns that they articulated to you?
Just that the amount of monies and things going to Africa.
Did they say why that concerned them?
Because of all the scams and everything in Africa.
So did you send this letter to put their mind at ease, if you will,
Yep.
so that you could continue doing business with them?
Yes. Continue on with what we were working on.
In the second sentence, you say that ISR is a high-tech firm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What makes ISR a high-tech firm?
It was originally formed for the computers, technologies, hardware,
Okay, and what would you do? What,
OEM, build computers, laptops, whatever. We're OEM or VAR with most high-tech companies.
is that what you were
Registered.
doing in 2011, 2012?
It's been nonstop since it was found. It's doing it.
You've been doing nonstop high-tech
Nonstop.
business?
We're available for high-tech. I have to take courses. I was taking one with Intel a couple months ago. Had to go take Intel. Got to constantly be certified.
But ISR's never made any money doing that.
Yeah, it's made money on small contracts. It's little things that, you ask about other monies to keep up. We'll have little things that somebody order computers or they'll order hardware or they need something to fix something. Or
But nothing that would
whatever.
ever allow you to make more than $25,000 in any given year, correct?
During this time period, correct.
During any time period, actually, was your testimony correct?
No, well, okay. Well, there's times when it's, yeah, okay, just fine, yes.
Fine. Third line, you say, we manufacture computer equipment and control systems.
Yes,
Did you say that?
yes.
Where did ISR manufacture this equipment in 2012 when you wrote this letter?
At the time at Forest Hills,
Deborah Coper's house?
yeah. At the office in the house, yeah.
You had a manufacturing facility there?
Takes a screwdriver.
To manufacture a computer takes a screwdriver?
Yes. I guess you'd never done it. Okay.
What's a control system?
Control system was for heavy equipment. We had there was the switches on the John Deere scrapers were electronic controls, and I changed them to manual switches because the circuit boards and everything were so expensive.
The second paragraph, first line, you state that we are partners with Microsoft. Is that right?
Yeah.
What makes you a partner with Microsoft?
You have to get certified and take the tests and things we were talking about earlier.
That makes you a partner with Microsoft?
Yes.
Do you have any contract showing that you're a partner with Microsoft?
Yeah, you go on the website and you partner website. ID, everything. Certified partner.
Do you have any of those documents still in your possession?
They send them to me all the time. Send the emails, and I generally just throw them away because I'll get another one in a week or two.
Now, in addition to high tech, at the end of that paragraph, you say that we do any of the lab or chemistry work as needed for the construction, mining, and manufacturing companies.
Yeah, if it's required, we can do it. We do it.
What chemistry work have you ever done?
Done all kinds of chemistry work.
Who are ISR's chemists?
Me, and then I had another guy that just died. Was Ken Krimmel.
How do you spell that?
I think it's MMEL or something.
ISR ever pay him?
Yes.
Was he an employee?
No, consultant.
Has ISR ever had any employees?
No, everything's done among consultants.
Now, you say that ISR was founded in 1996. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. At the beginning of the third paragraph, though, you say that you've been consulting on and off for 30 years in West Africa.
Yeah, it wasn't
Even though
ISR.
Well,
It
then
was
why-
me. I have.
Okay, but you said we.
Well, okay, I'm one of we. Have
Okay.
other people been over there too, different people through the 30 years.
You tell them that your offices are just about ready to move in. Is that right?
At that time, we actually had some offices. Remember I tell you we had offices? I guess this was that time period. I didn't know what time period had an office over there, but we had an office over there for a while. It cost several $1,000s to have the option with the...
But you never moved in.
No. After this started getting hung up and everything else, it was just using monies to have that office, so we didn't re-up it.
Okay. Now, in the middle of the fourth paragraph, in the third line, you tell the bank that you own a hotel. Is that right? My hotel. You don't say our hotel. You say my hotel.
No, it was a family-owned hotel. I don't own it, but it's in the family.
Who owns that hotel?
It's my mom's property right now.
Your mother owns a hotel?
Well, it's not a hotel, it's the building. The oldest standing hotel in Dallas, that building is there now. It's not a hotel anymore. It still has Boyd Hotel on it. It's a historical landmark, or could be a historical landmark, but it's not.
All right, let's go back. The hotel that you're referencing in your letter to the bank so that you can continue to do business with them and put their mind at ease is a hotel in Dallas, Texas?
It's listed as a hotel. It's still listed as the oldest standing. I think it's still listed as the oldest standing hotel in Texas. Although it's not a hotel, it's been changed. It was like 14, 16 rooms. I think they got it towards like 3. It was converted, and it's 3 like condos or something now.
So it's not a hotel and it's not yours. Is that right?
Well, that's correct.
But
Yes.
you say my hotel.
Yes.
Why did you lie to the bank?
Objection form, you can answer.
Because it's been in the family since 1936. We had looked at one of the things we'd looked at doing over in Africa was the possibilities of a hotel over there, and that was one of the things with Sinclair, besides helping with the government, was for businesses over there, and they need a decent hotel there, and Sinclair just so happens to be one of the top architects and several of the top hotels in the world. He was actually the designer of them.
Now, you said that the bank was concerned, and they put in this, I guess you put in the letter, that they were concerned about wires in and out of the account. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was all for gold, right?
Yes. Or well, no, not all of it. Some of it Philippa borrowed back from the chief at 10% interest.
But it all
for
related
projects.
to the gold transaction.
Yeah.
Is there anything in this letter to the bank where you talk about gold?
No, I don't see anything on there. Wait a minute, let me look. Actually, okay, the gold is, let me clarify that. No, there's not, but gold is not the primary source over in Africa once the gold gets going. It's actually for the manufacturing of machinery and then sending it over. That does go for the mining, but not just gold. It goes for iron, bauxite, uranium, the construction for highways and everything. That's the bigger picture that IRSR is going to. But to fund that, it takes the gold and gold transactions to fund that because that's the most lucrative. It's the quickest. You could use diamonds, but the problem with diamonds is there's 1,600 grades. You know, you want to sell them, it's going to take forever to sell them. Gold is something that once it's refined, I pick up the phone, have a certified assay.
You'll agree with me that the word gold does not appear in this letter anywhere.
I didn't see it. Did you see it, Richard? I didn't. It'd take me 8 minutes to read this thing, so. If you say they're not.
Well, if you see it in here, please let me know. On the
Well, if you
fifth
want me to read through it, I will.
the fifth paragraph,
Fifth paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. Okay.
you say they also need infrastructure bad. I assume you're talking about Africa.
Yes.
You say this is where our construction company and manufacturing heavy earth moving equipment comes in.
Yes.
Is ISR a construction company too?
No, but it has ties to it.
Well, did you refer to it
That's
as our
Bud.
construction company?
Well, yeah.
Isn't it true that ISR has never engaged in the construction business?
No. And manufacturing, no, because I just got through telling you we make the valve composites for the machinery, which is
My
construction
question.
equipment.
That's not my question.
You asked me if we ever, and I said,
I said, have you ever engaged in the construction?
have I? Yes.
Has ISR ever built anything?
Yes, built the control valves for the heavy machinery.
You think that's a construction company?
No, but it ties to construction. Yes, okay, Microsoft.
Also say that it manufactures heavy earth moving equipment.
Yes.
Has ISR ever manufactured heavy earth moving equipment?
Components for it, yes. But the equipment, no. But the equipment isn't manufactured anyhow. No component, even Caterpillar, doesn't manufacture all their components for it. Somebody else does.
Okay. In the next sentence of that paragraph, you say the contracts already look to be worth the effort we have made. What contracts are you referring to?
That was some of the original ones. Like I was telling you, the contract with the original chief when I went over there the first time. Some of those they were getting out of the Civil War, and some of those contracts they would go as high as when we had the assets and availability of 1,000 kilos, which is a metric ton a month, could be available with the structure in place, and still is.
Contracts to do what?
Okay. I assumed you were talking about gold.
Well, you wrote the letter.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I told you I didn't read it because it take me 8 minutes.
Please read that. I read it to you.
Okay, please tell me again and I'll read it again for you.
I read it to you. The
Oh, okay,
contracts already look to be worth the effort we have made.
Oh, that would have been the contracts for the gold. For the machinery for the gold. Okay, I'll go out here further. The gold that's coming in with the mines that we're getting it from the smaller stuff here now coming in, need machine. That's one of the reasons they would sell to us. They need machinery for mining to make it quicker.
Gold needs machinery?
Yes.
Who needs machinery?
The gold miners need the machinery over there.
Gold miners in Africa?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we manufacture machinery.
Where?
Okay.
Where does ISR manufacture
ISR
machinery?
doesn't.
Okay.
We have
Why did you just say we manufacture machinery?
One at a time.
Just answer his questions.
Okay,
Whatever
ask
he
the
asks,
question
answer
again.
his questions.
Ask the question
ISR
again.
does not manufacture machinery, does it?
In the literal sense that, yes, we do. Heavy machinery, no. Components of it, yes. Is that your answer? Is that what you want?
I just want the truth.
I'm trying to give you the truth, but you don't understand it.
Just
so-
answer his questions.
Okay.
So we're back to the contracts. What are the contracts that already look to be worth the effort that you have made?
That's the contracts for the gold and the agreement with that in that we will be supplying and selling them or leasing them heavy machinery to continue and increase their mining abilities.
Is it your testimony that you have a written contract that calls for ISR to provide machinery or equipment to anybody in Africa?
The original equipment, that was what it was for. It was a verbal,
What original equipment?
original contract, I'm sorry. Original contract. That's what the whole thing's for, is medicine and machinery. Gold is just a transient to get to that point.
Medicine too?
Yes, medicine too.
Okay, do you have a written contract that has you selling medicine to Africa?
Verbal. Almost everything's verbal. We don't do things written. It's a handshake in Africa. Similar like in Texas, many things are handshake, and that's what we do in Africa.
And how has that worked out for you, the handshake deals in Africa? Not very well, has it?
Actually, it's worked out pretty well. Yes, it has.
Really?
We got there's 150 kilos in Holland and 714 in Ghana that isn't paid for, that we still have some rights to if we still have it there, that wasn't paid for. So I guess it has worked pretty well. Wouldn't you say? Okay. Sorry.
In the last paragraph, you say, since I have not had the time in Freetown, where our offices are being furnished, I was in surrounding countries the last few trips.
Yes. Actually, it was 2 trips. Sorry, couple trips. I should have said couple instead of few. Last 2 trips.
But you don't tell them that you were diverted from Sierra Leone to
No.
Guinea. Do you think that fact would make a bank more or less comfortable about the business that you're doing?
Object to the form, you can answer.
Doesn't matter if it does or not. It's none of their business.
Well, that's why you're writing the letter, though. To
No,
put
I'm
their
writing the
mind at
letter
ease.
while we're sending monies, not whether I should be there or shouldn't be there or any of that part.
You also say our corporate U.S. dollar account for ISR is titled as our manager's name, Sheku Kande, for security reasons. Did you write that?
Yes, that was as a dyslexic, to shorten down from 5 paragraphs to half a line what was over there. That bank account over there.
My only question was, did you say that? Okay?
No, did I write that? Yes, I wrote that.
You wrote that.
And I need to clarify that.
Well,
then.
I get to ask the question.
I get to clarify any question
No,
you
you
have.
don't. I asked you if you wrote it, and you said you wrote it. Now,
Let him ask his question.
Okay. ask
when
the
you
question.
say our corporate U.S. dollar account for ISR, what account are you talking about?
There isn't one over there.
So that was a lie.
What I was referring to was the account that monies are sent to handle over there that's not ours. And that part, if you're calling that part of it, yes, it's a lie. But in the transactions we're doing, in our transactions that we're dealing with, the institution account that is theirs and belongs to them over there that we deal with, which is ours, the whole thing is to do business, is that account over there is under Sheku Kande. It's not our account. We're not the signatory on anything else. but it is who our partners are that we're dealing with and getting gold back and forth and eventually machinery and everything else.
So why are you telling the bank that it's your corporate U.S. dollar account?
Because it has to be a corporate account for dollars that goes in, and it's the account they use, titled under Sheikh Kande, which he's the authority. That's a corporate dollar account. It's the title. It has to be. It's titled as a corporate dollar account.
So
not that it's our, I guess you call them partners. However, how it's
can you tell Sheikh Kande what to do with that account?
No. I can ask him, but I can't tell him what to do with it. Or I guess I could tell him. He doesn't have to. He can do whatever he wants to. I have no authority over it.
Are these all the same copy on this?
No, I guess they are. Yeah, they are. Sorry. Is there any follow-up from Bank of America after that letter?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
These are some documents that Mike Bird gave us at his deposition. Have you ever seen these emails before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is from the top. It's an email from June 18th of 2014 from you to Bruce and Lori. Is that right?
Hang on. Yeah, I guess.
Well, dear Bruce and Lori.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm trying to think who Bruce and Lori are.
They're your lawyers at Baker Donaldson, right?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Why would you have been sending them information about the shipment?
Somebody had asked about the pictures of the one of the shipments, and I said I've got some pictures, and I was just sending them over.
Okay, and you said I forgot my camera, so Kyle took pictures for me. Is that right?
Yeah, Kyle was the guy there at the lab. He had his phone. He used his phone.
At what lab?
Millennium.
So it's not Henry and it's not Chris. There's another one named Kyle?
Yeah, I told you that there was Millennium. Remember we were talking about that? 2014.
Okay, so this is before Millennium went out of business.
Correct.
That's not Kyle Bird, Mike's brother.
No, Kyle. Oh yeah, his name is Kyle, come to think of it. I didn't realize that. No, it was not his brother.
Henry's at Centennial.
Yes, you're right.
You thought I was asleep over here.
It's a document we've marked as Exhibit 1. It's a document we got from Chase, which appears to be a statement of the account owned by ISR
Okay.
for the period November 1st, 2011 through November 30th, 2011. Is that correct?
Okay. I don't know. Let me look and see. Well, it's got to say here somewhere.
What are you looking for, the dates?
Yeah, I was looking for
You're
the
on
date.
First page at the upper right.
First page, upper right. That's March 15th. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Yeah, November 1st, November 13th. Yeah. I think this was the one, I didn't have a copy of this one. I think this is the only one I didn't have a copy of that I sent you guys.
But this does appear to be a copy of your Chase
It looks like it, yeah.
And this account is owned by ISR, correct?
It would have had to from Chase, yeah.
It's a business account,
Yeah.
and this was ISR's primary account at the time, right?
Yes.
And the only person who ever has had authority to initiate wires from this account is you, correct?
Correct.
And going down, the beginning balance for this account for this month was $284.46, right? Under checking summary,
Checking summary, hang on.
first page.
Yes.
But your ending balance is $243,000 and
Yes,
change,
sir.
right? If you go to the third page, it indicates a wire from a Scott Wilmoth in the amount of $3,000. Is that correct?
Let's see. The third page or fourth page?
Well, I believe it's the third.
Maybe it is. No. Okay, it's fourth. Wait a minute. Third would have been right here. I don't see anything for 3,000 on the third page. 3 of 6. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah. Yes,
that
it is.
now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who's Scott Wilmoth?
Scott Wilmoth is a friend I've known for, I don't know, years in the technologies business and computers. He used to be the manager of, sales manager for MSI Computer Components.
Is he a wealthy man?
No.
Why did he wire ISR $3,000 on 11/15/11?
As just as making a loan to me, and he would like to have gotten into trying to invest as a favor. I said, okay, look, if there's something there on it, I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I'm going to need to try to understand that better. Did you ask him to wire $3,000?
I think he picked the number.
Did you tell him you needed money?
No. Actually, I wouldn't have normally accepted this, except that he's a friend.
Did he call you up and ask you if you needed a loan?
No, he called up and was asking to look to see about something he could invest, put monies into. Attorney says, look, Doc, what about the gold? I said, there's, it got into the conversation there for a while. It wasn't that short or that. Yeah, but
So it was. How did Scott Wilmoth know that you were?
because he's known
trying
me
to do
for
gold
20
deals?
years.
It's well known among your people that you do
Yeah.
gold deals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have access to it for whatever reason. They won't buy it off the market. They can at market prices, whatever.
All right, so your testimony is that he called you and indicated an interest in getting in on one of the gold deals.
Who called who? I don't know. I can't testify that because I don't know. I don't have any idea. Somewhere in the
idea of-
conversation, it came up about that, and he asked, and it's like, well, you can do it. And he said, well, how can I? I said, well, if you want to. However it came about, it was set basically as kind of a personal loan, and I'll stick it in where I can, or sell you some of mine, or whatever, so it helped the guy out as a favor.
He was going to help you out?
No, it was in putting monies for him and helping him out too, but at the same time it helped me because it was down. But I had other work.
How does it help him if he sends you $3,000?
If I go and I have something that's gold and it's, somebody has 100 grams or something like that, I can pick it up for him for the 3,000 or whatever, and maybe it's worth 6 or whatever. So just as a favor on it.
Do you have anything in writing with Scott Wilmoth?
No. I say no, I don't think so.
Have you paid that money back to Scott Wilmoth?
No.
Have you put it in a gold deal?
No, because I hadn't had the 100 grams or anything come set.
So what is the status of that $3,000? Does ISR owe him that money?
Yeah, or I would, yes. I would, yeah.
So this was a personal loan to you that he wired into ISR?
Okay, no, he said it into ISR, so ISR would own it, yeah.
I mean, do you understand the legal difference between
I see what you're
yourself
saying.
and ISR?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, yes. Technically, yes, ISR owes it to him, yes, correct.
Has he ever asked for the money back?
He said he'd like to have it back, yes, but if it has to stay in to do something until he absolutely has to have it, he'd leave it in, yeah.
Has he ever told you that he thinks he's in on a gold deal?
Yeah.
Have you corrected him?
Technically, if another one comes up for 100 grams or something like that, I can put him in on that one. If not, the one is in Holland. I told him he could be in on that one. When the Holland comes in, he can get his money back plus, 50% or something on Holland. If there's another one in that's small, they take him in and out on to do it, they'll do it for him. Frequently, if I'm over there, they'll have little small amounts, like 100 grams, 200 grams, 150 grams. There's a lot of the little small ones, 50 grams, whatever. Or he wants a stone diamond or something.
And what of these, if you look at the ATM and debit card withdrawals underneath there, what of those are ISR expenses, and are any of those personal expenses? What's the Ginger Thai restaurant?
Oh, that's a restaurant, one of the places I have meetings at with people.
Who'd you meet with there then?
Well, I can't really say on 2011.
Did you not buy their dinner?
Yes, I did.
So you ate, two people ate for $18?
Yeah. We just had little, it wasn't a full dinner.
But you don't remember who it was, but you remember what you had.
If it's $18, well, actually it could be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be for $18 if you only got an entree there. That's one of the places I go there because it's inexpensive and it's really good food. And you can do a lot for very little. I think it would have the one person I can remember meeting there is Richard Carey. Probably would have been with him at the Thai because he liked Thai food.
Again, going down to the daily ending balance on the next page, page 4 of 6.
Okay, 4 of 6, daily ending balance, okay.
The day before you got the wire from plaintiffs, you had $6.28 in the bank account, is that right?
Yep.
Did you tell the plaintiffs that that's all you had in the bank account?
Probably not.
Is that information you would want to know if you were investing in a business, that they only had $6.28?
We'll object to the form.
There's not only $6.28. Could have had cash too, which we do. We have to have cash because it's a cash business over there. So you can travel and probably had cash too.
Wait a second. You give American greenbacks to people over in in West Africa?
Yeah, it's all done in American greenbacks.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, and you hold cash here to do that? How do you travel over there every time someone needs greenbacks? You travel over there?
No.
So why would you need to hold cash here for someone to pay U.S. greenbacks in Africa? That's not true, is it?
Yeah, it is because when you send,
you got $100 in cash here.
Yeah.
How do you turn that into? How does that $100 in cash get in someone's pocket over in Africa?
it's sent through the bank as a wire.
It's got to be wired, right?
Yeah.
So holding cash here is
Unless
totally
something-
irrelevant to someone getting cash from Western
Said
Union.
$6. I'll generally have 1,000, 2,000 a case. Like when our Sheikh Kande got sick and got held over in Paris, he had to go to the hospital. I can't send it in the wire, and it happened on Saturday night. So I have to have cash to get somehow to get monies to him in cash so that he can go to the hospital instead of, he had to spend the night in the airport lobby because he didn't have enough cash on him, got stuck. So I had to get cash to him. So I've got to get some way to get cash and have it over there in emergencies, because emergencies frequently happen in third world countries.
So did you send some of plaintiff's money over to Sheikh Kande so he'd go to the hospital?
No, because it wasn't hurt. It's other monies now. He didn't go to the hospital then.
Similar account, similar statement for the same account, December 2011. Is that correct?
I don't know what I'm looking at yet. What are we talking about?
Exhibit 2. Similar format to what I just showed
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Is this for the period of December 2011?
Yes, sir.
Go to page 3, please.
Page 3. 3 of 6, or?
I think it's 3 of 8, but whatever it says, it's the 3rd page of the exhibit.
I don't have it on mine. Only got 2 and 4.
He's on this page.
Oh, okay. This is 4 of 6 at the bottom. Okay.
What is checking a summary at the top?
No, it says deposits and additions.
Okay, what's at the top? What's above that?
Chase.
You don't see a checking summary?
Take a look at that. I told you, 3 of 6 is not there. It says 2 of 8. Here, you want to come? I think I'm missing sheets. You want to compare?
I think you are.
Here, you want to give me another one, or?
Looking for it. While he's looking for page 3, let's go to page 4 then, please.
Okay. All right, page 4.
Again, it's true, isn't it, that you made all the decisions for all of the transactions regarding this account, correct?
Correct. Well, after discussing, frequently discussing with your client also, I'll make that clear.
So if you go to page 5, on 1229, 3 lines from the bottom.
3 lines from the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
$405 expense to Nick and Sam's Steakhouse. Do you remember what that was?
Yes, that was a dinner. 1229. Yes, that was the dinner. 1229. I believe that was a dinner when Dickie came in and my brother, and I was trying to getting the guys to, they were going to come for free on the trip to help me out as backup. And that's a restaurant, Nick and Sam's.
Right. Now, didn't you testify earlier this morning that you live real frugally?
Yeah.
You're not quite so frugal when you have my client's money to spend, though, are you?
We'll object to the form.
That's still being frugal. $405 doesn't even pay for 15 minutes of a security team. That's the most frugal money you'd ever spend.
Going up about the middle, there's a $825 payment to a Dr. Dignan.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Same page.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay,
By the way,
got it.
did you tell the plaintiffs that you were taking your unarmed security detail out for a $400 dinner?
No, but it's the chief's monies because it's a retainer, and the chief owns the monies on the retainer.
So you were spending the chief's money here?
That's the chief's monies, yeah.
How do you figure that?
Because it's when it's paid to him,
When was it paid to him?
when it's wired into the account.
So the chief when it's wired into ISR, it becomes the chief's money?
If it's the down payment wired in, the chief's the one that receives it. So for getting everything out, that's the way it's treated.
What's the $825 to Dr. Dignan for?
That was medical for me.
Okay.
ISR is responsible because they don't carry medical insurance or something like that.
Are the plaintiffs responsible for your medical bills?
No, but it's not the plaintiff's money. It was
Chief responsible for your medical bills?
Yes, actually he is for helping out when he's helping out, yeah.
The third page, which you don't have, and I understand that, references a $14,990 incoming wire from a Mr. Werner Bebus Hamilton.
Yes,
You remember getting that money?
yes.
Who is Werner Bebus Hamilton?
He was a guy up in Canada that was looking to would like to have invested. Monies were never placed. He needed it to go ahead and elaborate on it and go to the part where it actually was, he got his money, his monies were paid back. He needed to pay another guy up there.
So did he send that in was that an investment that he was making?
He would like to have been an investment. He was sending it to go ahead and ask for it to be invested, yeah.
Okay, did he sign a soft corporate offer?
No, he just did it verbally.
Okay. And what happened to his money?
It was sent back to him because it never got invested, and he needed it back for his, he decided that it was taking too long to get invested, so he'd like to have had it back, and he needed to pay Ted Adlam first. I think it was 2 wires to send back, and both of them were said to Ted, I think it's Adlam, something like that, and one was for 9, I think, and one 6,000 somewhere.
When did you send that money back?
Several months later.
Did you ever offer to send the plaintiffs any of their money back?
No, because their money was invested. His did not get invested.
I thought you said as soon as the money hits your account, it's the chief's money.
It is. No, this was sent in to be invested for the chief. It came in. The chief didn't have anything for that size or anything else that wasn't already going on added in, so it was sent back. I asked over there, I said, guys, what we got? So we sent it back.
If you look at the second to the last page,
Is that, oh, I've got 8 of 8 at
page
back.
7 of 8,
I don't have 7 of 8. No, maybe I do. Let me look. I can't read these numbers. They're blank. Yeah, I got 7, 8. I'm sorry.
it shows nearly $50,000 in cash withdrawal for that 1 month.
Yes.
What'd you need with all that cash?
That cash went to Africa on the trip.
You bought $50,000 of cash?
Some things were purchased to go over. No, I guess, yeah, just about. Pretty close to it. Exactly that amount.
Why'd you take it out in so many different increments?
Because generally there's different increments that it was being designated that it was needed for.
What does
Like
that
it was
mean?
only going to be maybe 5,000 or 10,000, and like, no, we might be doing this, so we needed another, whatever, and it just kept adding up for what was needed to come over. And I was trying to do it, I would like to have done it for tracking records as traveler's checks, which I tried, but at that time, traveler's checks were being counterfeited in Africa, so I had to use it in cash, because once I got over there, I couldn't really send monies, so I had to carry it with me. And
Did you spend all $50,000 in Africa?
Yeah, pretty much. There might have been 1,000 or something left or something, I don't know.
Didn't really matter to you because it wasn't your money, right?
No, it was allocated for certain things, and the allocation was spent for the allocation of what it was sent for.
Go to the page before that on the wire transfers, electronic withdrawals.
Electronic withdrawals, okay. All right, designated, is that 6 of 8?
6 of 8, I think it
Okay.
says. First one is a $22,000 to a Commerce Bank for Sheku Kande, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you send it to him?
I don't know why that was, that one.
And then the next one's $25,000 to Commerce Bank for Sheku Kande.
It's all the same. It's all going to Guarantee Bank, Guarantee Trust.
Why does it say Commerce Bank?
Because Commerce is the what do you call it, correspondent bank for Guarantee Trust. Every single one of them will say Commerce Bank. If you read through them and look down, you can see that.
Where's Commerce Bank out of? Is that a German bank?
Yeah, it's Germany.
Do they do any business in the United States?
I don't know.
Have you ever talked to anybody at Commerce Bank?
No, because they're the interim bank to send. When you wire there, you wire through Commerce.
Okay. It's almost $279,000 payment to Blue Star Jets. Is that for the plane?
Yes. That was the first portion for the plane. That's not all.
Right, there's more for that. There's
Yes.
Then we have $500,000 payment to Rosenthal Collins. You see that?
Yes, that was that they were going to set up the accounts. We were working with them to get credit line. This was talking with Philip over the years. I mean, over the time period, to get a credit line. They were going to be doing commodities, do a credit line, so you could basically use it on the gold, deposit there, to do a credit line. So both investing in at some point commodities and trading, but at the same time use it so when there's a gold transaction or something like that coming up down the road, it can use the credit line and still keep the gold. So you kind of have your cake and eat it too, almost.
Now, did you tell Rosenthal Collins that this was somebody else's money and not ISR's money?
They can't. No, they knew. Yes, they knew that it was a management.
They knew it was someone
It
else's
was a
money?
management. Yeah, it was a prime brokerage account, I think. The officer I was dealing with.
Excuse me. Sorry. This is a document we got from Jim Wagner, Exhibit 42. Jim Wagner, when we took his deposition. It came from Rosenthal Collins, actually. And that's your signature on the third page, correct?
Let me see.
It's one you've already approved, but just make sure.
Is this the page you're talking about?
Third page with your signature,
Doesn't look like my signature.
okay? But do you remember filling out a sheet? Do you remember giving some information to Rosenthal Collins?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Remember electronically signing at least this document, correct?
I don't remember that, to be honest with you, but I know it was filled out the form, so we get the prime brokerage account.
Right,
Yeah.
and 12/14/2011 is about the time when you would have set up that account,
Probably so, because that's about when it would have been needed.
right? And
Or start to get ready to get needed, because it takes a long time to get these set. And if we wait till the time period when you got gold to put in there and deposit, start doing that, you lose 2 months,
right,
at least 2 months.
and you got the customer phone number. That's your number, right? At 214-659-2197.
Okay, where am I looking?
I'm sorry. The first page. The first page. That's my fault.
Yes,
Okay, and that's your email address down there too, right?
correct.
And Pioneer Futures was the introducing broker on this deal, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know Pioneer Futures.
Okay. If you go to the second to last page,
Okay.
this is a indication from Indico. Would you read that into the record, please, starting with ladies and gentlemen?
Ladies and gentlemen, we hereby certify that the funds that are being deposited with you are the proprietary funds of Indico Systems Resources, Inc., name of customer, and do not represent the interests of any other individual entities. Indico Systems, Inc., name of customer, does not hold itself out to be public in any manner that would require registration for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission or National Futures Association, is not operating as a commodity pool. There are no other investors, shareholders involved in this act and other as stated in our application. If there is only any changes to the above information, we agree to notify RCG immediately.
Let me just be clear on those last two lines. Please follow along, and if I misstate this, let me know. There are no other investors or shareholders involved in this account other than as stated in our application. If there are any changes to the above information, we agree to notify RCG immediately. Is that correct?
That's what you read is what's written down.
Now, that's just not true, is it, Mr. Watts? You've just testified this was all the chief's money, right?
I can clarify that if you'd like and answer it.
Okay.
The chief's, when this goes in, it's set as ISR. ISR is does manage for the chief. They have certain responsibilities, and as we were like monies that had it not been lent back to Philippa, would have had returns that could have helped in the interim at prudent business. This account was supposed to be, or as a prime brokerage account, and as long as there's less than so many clients, you don't have a registration form that you have to register to. That's part of the...
Was the money that plaintiffs wired into your account the chief's money? And you
Yes,
testified
I mean,
to
the
that?
chief's, yeah, the
Okay.
chief's money we were asked to
And you took that
manage.
money and you put it with Rosenthal Collins, correct? At least $500,000 of it.
Correct.
And you told Rosenthal Collins that the funds that are being deposited with you are the proprietary funds of Indico Systems Resources, Inc., and do not represent the interest of any other individual or entities. Didn't you tell them that?
No, I did not.
You did not tell them that.
No, it just says that here. I don't know why it's here. I didn't write this part up, but it was a prime brokerage account. Prime brokerage account is a management account with other people's accounts can be set up under it for management. And that's what this was supposed to have been set up as.
Who's Jim Wagner?
Jim Wagner is the consultant, as a consultant trader,
Who does he consult for?
Indico Systems Resources.
Do you know that we deposed Jim Wagner?
Yes.
Do you know that Jim Wagner said in his deposition that it would be a problem if you had, if Indico had put someone else's money into this account?
I don't know what he said there. I wasn't there.
You haven't talked to him?
Yeah, but not that much lately.
Did you authorize him with limited power of attorney in connection with this account?
Yes. To trade or transact? Yeah, he couldn't take cash out or anything, but he's authorized to trade or transact.
In fact, didn't you send him $10,000, going back now to the second to last page of Exhibit 2?
Yes, I probably did for the in payment for the, I think it was Bloomberg, right? So we could get information and controls for actually trading,
And
to
again,
buy, sell, and credit lines and everything.
so the plaintiffs paid for that too, basically.
The chief paid for the rights, yes.
And if Wagner testified that he never had Bloomberg, he would be mistaken?
Well, maybe it wasn't Bloomberg then. I don't know what the source is. Maybe it wasn't. It was OSC or something. It was where you get the information off of for trading and registering, and I'd have to make a call to clarify what that was. I said Bloomberg because I just assumed Bloomberg. But
And of course, again, it wasn't your money, so it didn't really matter that much to you, did it?
Objection form.
it does matter. Matters deeply.
It's a document we've marked as Exhibit 3. It appears to be a Bank of America statement for secured asset management for the period of July 2010. Would you agree with that?
Yes, looks that way.
Okay, if you go on the second page, shows a $25,000 wire in from Celine Dutzman. Is that correct?
Hang on, let me find it. What did I do? Oh, yes,
Okay. Why did that money come in from Celine Dutzman?
that was for investment in gold.
She signed a soft corporate offer?
No, I don't think she did. I don't remember. I can't say.
Okay. Now, we've been talking about ISR this whole time, right?
Yep.
Why in the world would this money have gone into Sammy? Was Sammy in
Security-
the gold business?
No, secured asset management was managing assets for whatever. Gold, they could do cold commodities, whatever was set up for. The time for registration, the CPA set up, this foreign corporation was set up. We were having to set up to register in the U.S. The accounts were already there, had already been opened, and since we weren't doing this, wasn't going to be management, it was going to be more for machinery and other things. We canceled this company, and those were moved to ISR, because ISR was the one actually managing, not secured asset management. So all this stuff actually transferred over to ISRs, for ISR.
Did ISR exist in 2010?
Yes.
And it was in the gold business in 2010?
No, it was in the technology business. It wasn't until it came up to refining and other things that got to be where we were going to handle that part that it switched to ISR, because secured asset management was not technologies. They don't do the chemistries and stuff. They just do management side. And because ISR is the technology side, that if need be, and certified for certifying the analysis and things we do for refining, ISR was actually the one to do it, so ISR took it. And that's because of the refining and everything too. It got to where ISR took over the management and everything for the contracts and agreements with the mining companies and chiefs and everything.
And 2 days after you got the money from Celine Dutzman, you wired a little over $8,000 to Sheikh Kande, is that right?
That's correct.
And why'd you do that?
I don't know why that was at that time. It was something that was going on that was needed in place. It was probably to start activating the transaction for the gold.
You took $4,500 out in cash, is that right?
Yep.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know. I don't remember now. It's just too far back.
Was this not all the Chiefs' money?
Yes.
It was?
Yeah, it would have gone to the Chiefs, yeah.
But you took $4,500 of it out in cash.
Yeah, because it would have gone to the Chiefs somehow. I don't know
You went and
what it
paid,
was for.
and on the next page you paid Dr. Dignan again.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, medical's paid. Same thing with secured asset managements. The medical has to be covered because they don't pay for an insurance policy.
Went to Golden Corral, Whataburger, Japan House, McDonald's. You went to all those places?
Yep, all those papers are meeting at people at the times.
You had business meetings at Whataburger?
Yep, why not?
Is this the only money that Celine Dutzman ever invested?
No, she had other monies too.
How much more did she invest?
I don't know. I can't tell you offhand.
She ever gotten a return?
No.
She ever asked about the money?
Oh yeah, she's current. Talked to her fairly frequently about what's going on.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Actually, since you guys started deposing, it's probably been a couple weeks.
Okay, what did you all talk about?
It was some research she was doing on legal information, I think is what it was.
Where does she live?
She travels. She doesn't have I don't know what her fixed address is. She'll go between Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Virginia, some other place. Depends on where her job, because she does it might be a 1 week job or whatever, so she'll travel to it.
What's her job?
I'm sorry?
What's her job?
Generally, she did a lot of research. That's what had her for it. Might be at Library of Congress. It might be stuff for medical. It just odds and ends stuff.
Is she a wealthy woman?
No.
You feel uncomfortable taking so much money from a woman that doesn't have means?
Objection form.
It was monies that she had set aside that they were earning like 0.5%, 1/4% in the bank. So it's not going to be at all the possibility anymore than losing from a bank. It's not going to be lost. It's going to be worked at. She knew it'd take a while.
Did she tell you that we've been trying to depose her, trying to get her served?
She said she heard that somebody said something about that somebody was getting letters or dropping by or saying something at her parents or something. She had lived there for forever.
She lived with a Granati? Someone named Granati?
I don't know.
How do you get in touch with her?
Generally, she's calling me on the phone.
You have her phone number?
I probably do.
At a break, we may ask for that, just to keep it rolling. Has she ever threatened to sue you?
No.
Now, in May of 2012, you sent her $10,000, didn't you?
Yes.
I had asked you if she got any return.
I told you, except for we paid her, retained her for research.
So that was, you paid her to do research?
Paid her $10,000 to retain her for research because she does research on things.
Could you send
Remember,
her-
like the newspaper articles, all that stuff? I mentioned that.
What research did she do for ISR?
Constantly, things going on in Africa. What's the status? Well, more recently, what's the status on Ebola? What's opening? What flights? What airlines are changing airlines? We had since the Ebola thing broke out, we had 7, not just the flights canceled, but the airlines pulled on us. So research like that, what's going on with the different airlines? Is somebody coming back in? Things I don't have time to do that she can research and find out.
Secretarial work, basically.
No, it's more that. It's more research work.
What is she researching? If you're researching flight schedules, what special
It's not
skills?
flight schedules. It's what's going on in the airlines.
What expertise does she have in that area?
That's what she does for people for writing books and
She's an airline researchist?
no. She's a researcher in the library, like a glorified librarian, if you want to call it whatever. She'll research if it's information for medical, for a doctor who's going to do something on a thesis or a book or something. She'll go do the research.
What was the hourly rate that you paid her?
Basically, with a lab like that, it's about $100.
$100 an hour for a glorified librarian?
Actually, it would cost more than that for research normally, but okay.
So you decided $10,000 that you could have sent to the plaintiffs, you decided to send to Celine Dutzman at $100 an hour for being a glorified librarian. Is that your testimony?
No.
To the form.
Okay, what part did I get wrong?
It was a retainer. There was a flat-out retainer not to go anymore unless it ran out down the road. And it was to hire for being able to get a hold of her at any time doing any research, whether it's newspapers in Africa, information for people in Africa, whatever she could find, fraudulent on the fraud scam lines out there. Anything I needed information on as a dyslexic that take a long time to read or for me to find, I got to have her go out and find and give her specific guidelines for what I was looking for and let her go do it for me.
How did you meet Celine Dutzman?
Oh, I met her back in the 80s at charitable functions in Washington, D.C. when I was there.
Exhibit 4 is a compilation of a bank statement and some checks payable to you.
Checks. Oh, okay.
Appears to be an account for Sammy at Bank of America for the period of June 2008.
Probably so, yeah.
2/3 down on the first page, it shows a wire coming in from Marie Watts for $14,500. What was that for?
That would have been for medical, for like, I had surgery on a fistula, and she's helped me pay for that emergency surgery or whatever. I had an abscess, fistula, and she's helped me pay for it, or gave me the money to help pay for it. It actually cost more than that, but she helped me with that.
And you don't have medical insurance?
No.
Have you ever sought public assistance in Texas?
No, I haven't.
Second page is a check from Bud Watts Technologies to Cleal Watts for $350. What's that for?
That would have been for, actually for helping out on computers.
What does that mean?
Just been personal
So that's
time.
payment?
Yeah, that'd be a payment.
Income for
Yeah,
you?
it'd be a payment income.
Do you record that as income?
Yeah, I would have it for my personal income.
What about the next one for $250?
Probably the same thing. Yeah, that's what almost all of these would have been, unless it was something larger. There would have been medical. Just something as I think the only one would have been medical, but they've been for like going over and maybe spending 6-8 hours fixing something, cleaning up their computer or fixing it up or whatever.
So you charge your parents to go over and help them? On
No,
the
but
computer?
they'd do it anyhow. They'd pay it anyhow.
Do you want to take a minute now? We need to change the tape, so can we go off for 5?
Showing off the record, the time is 1:49 p.m. We are now back on the record. The time is 1:59 p.m.
The document I've marked as Exhibit 5. Appears to be an account statement for Sammy for the period November 2008. On the first page, it indicates an incoming wire from a Catherine J. Wheeler Vaughn. Do you know that woman?
I'm sorry, where is this? I'm trying to find it.
First page of Exhibit 5.
Oh, okay.
Do you know Catherine J. Wheeler Vaughn?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know anybody with the last name Wheeler or Vaughn?
When was this? 2008. I can't remember a female.
Excuse me?
I can't remember a female back then. I'm sorry. I can't remember a female back then.
Do you know a male named Wheeler or Vaughn?
Vaughn, the name Vaughn sounds familiar, but I look at how it's spelled and that throws me because it's not registering Vaughn in my brain.
Let's go to the next one. Richard Carey, a wire of $12,070.
Yes.
Why was that money coming into Sammy?
That was for a loan, again for gold. Sammy was the active checking account at the time.
Was it a loan or was it for gold?
It was a loan, but it was going towards gold.
Can you explain that transaction, please?
He was looking at it, going into it as a investment for gold, but rather than doing it as an investment, he was just going to call it as a straight loan to me to put in there. That was for me. I was the one that was responsible for it.
You considered him an investor, though.
I'm sorry?
You considered him a gold investor, though.
He's a buddy that put monies in to do something. That's really what I consider it. He's more an investor. He's a buddy. But you get treated. He would answer your question. Yes, he get treated as an investor. Yes.
Did you put him in any gold deals?
Yes.
Has he gotten any return?
Nope. So gold's in Holland.
Your beginning balance for this month was a negative $406. Is that correct?
Looks that way.
But yet, as soon as you got this money from Miss Vaughn and Richard Carey, if you look over on page 2,
Page 2.
start going to Chili's and IHOP every day. Is that right?
Probably so, because there was a lot of people meeting with them. I was even meeting with Richard sometimes, and John Chu, and who else? I can't remember who else at the time.
What was that airline to American Airlines? What was that ticket for? On 11/17.
I don't remember. That could have been something coming in from American Airlines. I don't know if that was American Airlines cargo. I don't know what the AI means. Or it could have been American Airlines for a ticket, but I don't remember flying anywhere.
But you
I'd have some things that would show up that were, fraud. Somebody get the number and try to use it on a ticket or something. There was once or twice just for a ticket. I don't know. I don't know why in the world there'd be 3 charges in a row of American AI, unless maybe it was a cargo where they were trying to get a shipment over here and they did a swap on me. I've had a couple of those.
But you even got your dry cleaning done, right? The Dry Clean Super Center?
Super Center.
1119.
1119. Actually, I think that was for a shirt for buttons being sewed on.
And a 7-Eleven down there. You didn't have a business meeting at the 7-Eleven, did you?
7-Eleven would have probably been gas. Where's the 7-Eleven?
Would you agree that there are a number of personal expenses on this bank account statement? Since I'm up against time, I'm going to withdraw that question, Mr. Watts.
Okay. Well, I was trying to get through, to be honest.
He's giving you a new exhibit.
Oh, okay.
If you take a look at Exhibit 25, please.
Okay.
Is this a true and correct copy of an email that you sent to Philippa Sledge on December 4th, 2012?
Looks like it.
And in this email you say, here is the Ghana valuation papers. What does that mean?
I don't know. God evaluation papers. This is. I don't know. God evaluation.
Do you not know what the Ghana valuation papers are?
I can't read what this thing is and barely get this. I can't tell what it is. Something and go.
You also state, this might help your memory, this is your trump card. Do not let it out to anyone or you lose your power.
I don't know what that would have been for. It might have been tracking, or no, that doesn't make sense.
You also say in here they cannot tear down what they do not know about. What are you referring to?
That's probably having to do with the crooks and criminals that I mentioned, we alluded to earlier, constantly trying to get information to find out when a shipment's going, and then they start lambasting you with, like, this isn't accurate, some freight forwarder trying to come in and take over a shipment, any one of the number of things they try to do. Try to swap out, they've swapped out shipping labels, shipping in the high value area where they swap out labels. We don't want any information getting out of the shipment going out. We can help it. Less information out, the less chance you have of somebody
on the last page. Excuse me. On the last page, looks like you've also sent Philippa Sledge an insurance policy declarations page. Is that right?
Yes, this is what I was sent from.
Ensign Company, right?
I believe. What was the deal on this one? This. Oh wait, what's the kilos on here? Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, yeah. This would have come from, I probably would have got it from Dr. Karoma for insurance.
And what did it cover?
I don't know.
What did it cover?
It would have covered it would have been for the shipment.
Okay.
It was 714 kilograms.
Okay, and was this the trump card you were talking about?
I don't know. It's not. It doesn't correlate together, so I'm not sure.
But you sent it to Philippa Sledge, correct?
Yes, but there was other things would have been with it, not just this. I think. There's not enough here.
And
This might have been one of the bogus ones too that I was sent.
now
from him.
you're insured. That shows that you're the insured on this, correct?
He's on the last page.
Last page.
No, this shows that Pactor. Let's see.
If you could turn to the last page, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got a third down on the left. Says insured's name and address. That's Dr. Cleal Watts III, correct?
That would okay. That's what. Yeah, that's what had been written out.
Now,
for
earlier you testified that none of the insurance was in your name. That was all Africa to Africa. It was all the Africa.
Ghana. Sometimes they did it. Ghana, they went and were switching it because Ghana isn't where the gold was coming from.
Are you the insured on this policy?
This policy here, according to what they said, yes, but I don't know if this
Did you
was.
ever put in a claim?
No.
Why not?
Because the gold's still there. You can't put in a claim with the gold there
With the gold where?
in Ghana.
You said it was in Holland.
No. I said the 714 kilograms is in Ghana. 150 kilograms is in, or right at 150 kilograms.
So what did this policy cover? That you remember you sent this to my client, right?
Yes, this
You
was
told
for
her this
her.
was her trump card, right?
I don't know. Again, you keep bringing it up. I don't know what else was in the
I'm
email.
bringing it up because you wrote it. Did you
Yes.
say this is your trump card?
I guess I did.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying, trump card, I don't know if it was this. I don't know what was in the email.
What in here is her trump card?
I don't know. Is this the whole email? It doesn't look like it.
What do you think's missing?
I don't know. How come these are so small right here? That shouldn't be.
Do you remember sending her this insurance policy?
I remember sending documents like this. It was coming from Dr. Caroma. He was the one that was sending. He was the one that was at the time had control. That I was trying to wrestle it back. I don't know. I got to get dates on here to get an idea of what was going on at the time. Let's see. This says 2410. Okay, this is when Dr. Caroma had full control and authority over the gold. That was the acting ambassador.
You've never paid an insurance premium, have you?
Yes.
For Philippa Sledge Gold?
Yes.
To whom?
Several times. To the insurance companies that were there. You should have the documents in your...
So why does it surprise you that you might be a named insured from the Ensign Company?
Because this is one where Dr. Caroma would have done it, and to try to butter me up, he puts it in my name instead of the owner's name for it being sent out. It's either going to be in one of two things. It's either going to be in the owner's name, whether it's a chief or the mining company, or it'll be in my name. One of the two is what it should be.
Did you look at these documents before you sent them on to plaintiffs?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But
Told her I didn't know about them. She says, I want documents. I said, well, these are what I'm getting set. I'll just send you what they're sending me then. So I sent a bunch of documents.
But in reality, that's not what you said. Nothing in this first email says, I'm just sending you what they sent me. You
That was
said, didn't you,
verbal.
that this is your trump card. What about this is
I
your
was
trump
told,
card?
I guess it's talking, see, again.
There
it's
is no
not-
trump card, is there, Mr. Watts?
Object to the form. You can answer his question.
The trump card being an insurance policy. If I'm sent this by the ambassador, it says this is the insurance policy. It's like, okay, this is what I was told as soon as I got it. That's probably what I'm referring to. If this was everything there, I can't imagine me sending an email with little bitty things like that out. So something's wrong here. I don't know what it is, but the trump card would have always been the insurance policy. And this is what I was sent at this time period. Would have been coming from the ambassador, acting ambassador to Sierra Leone in Ghana, that had full authority over the transaction.
If you couldn't put in a claim by your testimony, why is it a trump card? Sounds like it's worthless.
Because if it was lost, you can put in a claim, but it's not lost.
So why did you tell her it was a trump card?
Because so the big thing was if something happens to it, what can I
Say that,
claim?
though. You said this is your trump card, not if something happens, this could become your trump card.
This is your trump card. If something happens to it, you collect on it.
But that's
on the
not what you
insurance.
said, is it?
Yes, it is what I said.
Can we read it then?
No, that's what I wrote. What I said and what I wrote are two different things.
This is your trump card. Do not let it out to anyone or you lose your power. Is that what you
Yes.
wrote?
Yes, and that what I
It's
told.
not true, is it?
Yes, it is true, but what I said was about 4 or 5 pages spelled out. I'm dyslexic. I'm not going to write 4 or 5 pages. She asked what guarantees. Your guarantee is your insurance policy. This is what says insurance policy. The reason you don't let it out, because if it does get out to somebody, which I don't know who she would send it to, but she was talking about securities or something, you don't let it out because this is also information that there's 714 kilograms. Should be saying where it's at, and I'll have information that ties to it that you don't want anybody to get, because that's when they start causing problems.
Please take a look at Exhibit 7.
All right.
Appears to be a bank statement for Secured Assets Management for the period of July 2008.
Okay.
Shows a wire from Richard Carey at a little over $18,000. Is that correct?
You can see.
First page, very bottom.
First page, very bottom. Yes.
Again, why was he sending you that $18,000? Same answer as before.
Yeah, it was just part of. That would have been wire, I guess, number 2. He generally does it designated by the 1, 2, 3 and the pennies, so you can tell the difference between the wires.
On the second page, about 8 lines up from the bottom,
8 lines on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
there's a $50 charge to Memphis Restaurant. Do you remember what that is?
$50. Wait, I must be on the wrong page. Memphis Restaurant. I don't really remember. Is that a restaurant here?
I'm asking you that.
I don't know. I don't remember this.
You swore that you'd never been in Memphis prior
I
to this
wasn't
lawsuit.
except to get lawyers. I wasn't.
You wouldn't have been in Memphis in 2008, would you have been?
No. I don't think so. I don't know.
Next document's Exhibit 6.
Sorry. If I have time, I remembered where it was, but I can't remember Memphis Restaurant. Oh! I know what that is. That's a restaurant in Dallas. It's in Richardson, I believe. It's Memphis and All Shucks. Memphis is one side of it, I think. That would have probably been what it was.
Exhibit 6 appears to be a bank statement for Sammy again for the period of April 2008.
Okay.
And these are some more payments from Richard Carey, wires in.
Yep.
About $36,000, is that right?
Yes.
And you believe that would be the first 2 payments that he made because it's 00 and 01.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be the first and second payment. Okay.
It's Exhibit 39.
Okay.
We're going to go over every line, Richard. Oh, I'm teasing.
I can't see this with or without
I
glasses.
know, it's enlarged, actually.
I'm going to have to trust you on this.
Yeah. This is a report I'll represent to you, Mr. Watts, that
Okay.
we got from Western Union.
Okay.
We have deleted some fields that were not relevant to the questions that I am going to ask you.
Okay. What kind of fields were those?
Do you know?
Recipient city. I don't know if they were mostly fields that were empty.
Oh, okay. The reason I asked because it helped me remember. If you're going to ask a question, it might help me remember.
And you were provided with authentic originals and discovered and received them.
Okay.
This is what Western Union responded to with our discovery request. The yellow highlights are where you are the sender.
Okay.
The orange highlights are where Debbie Coper is the sender.
Okay.
The blue highlights are where Mike Bird is the sender. I'm sorry, the green highlight is where Mike Bird is the sender.
Okay.
Does it surprise you that you and Debbie Coper and Mike Bird have sent so many Western Union wires?
No, not at all.
Who is Francis Kai, who's a recipient of one in March of 2010.
Show me where it is, and that'll help me jog my memory.
The middle of the first page.
Middle of the first page.
3/4/2010.
You talking about this page here?
The very first page.
All right. Francis Kaikai was a recipient. Well, all these would have been the recipient for Sheku Kande. And Francis Kaikai have been the one picking it up for him.
Well, there are some that for instance, a week before you had sent one to Sheku Kande. Why would you decide to send one to Francis Kaikai?
Because he probably was out of town and it needed to be picked up by them and delivered to him. Like he might have been in McKinney or something like that, and somebody needed to pick it up and then travel to give it to him.
They don't have Western Union in McKinney?
No, not in the bush. They don't.
Do you know who Pietrangelo Ba is?
Pietrangelo Ba? That name doesn't ring a bell. Where is that?
Well, you know what? Instead of taking the time to go through, you either recognize the name or you don't. And so I'm going to ask it that way.
Okay. All right. I don't remember hearing that name.
All right. How about Isata Kande?
I don't remember hearing that name either.
Mariatu Kamara.
You're getting into proper nouns. I need town. Where was it sent to? Maybe that'll help me there.
Mariatu Kamara was apparently in Amsterdam and in Utrecht.
Oh, they've been picking up monies in Amsterdam or there. You can't. They got some weird law or something that sometimes, unless you have a bank account or something, a tax account, sometimes you can't receive monies or certain amounts or certain times. They did some weird things over there. So I have to send it to somebody else over there that can receive it for Sheku Kande. Everything here would have gone to Sheku Kande.
So the ultimate recipient of all of these funds was Sheku Kande. Is that
correct.
your testimony?
Correct.
On the third page, end of October 2010, it appears that you...
10, okay.
This is when it starts with the orange entries.
Yes.
You don't make any more transmissions under
Correct.
Why is that?
For one is how much was sent. The other was, and we started to before, we were finding out that they had a person on both Western Union looking at the computers and MoneyGram, and whenever money came from me, my name showed up as the sender or Sheku Kande as the receiver. They started knowing that something was going on and started checking with the GGDM, government department, GDDO, the different government departments for us sending a shipment out to try to steal it, cause problems, hang it up, whatever.
Who's the they you're talking about?
There was a syndicate over there that was stealing and trying to embezzle monies and things like that for people shipping. They were big on gold and diamond. They even did the one lady with goldfish that held it up because they only lived so long.
But none of plaintiff's gold was ever stolen.
No, but they still tried. I mean, we had one deal we had to pay insurance 3 different times because it tried to go and didn't go and came back, and those trips, well, actually that was each of the trips would have to be paid again generally because they'd find the gold and bring it back. You ask why you couldn't claim on it. As long as they didn't find the gold and bring it back to the country, they considered it settled and there's no monies can be collected.
In April of 2015, it appears that Mike Bird begins sending some of these
yes.
wires. Why is that?
That's because he was the one that was involved there for gold shipments that he was doing. And again, they didn't know his name, so he was sending them and sending them to other people, so it wasn't tracked that it was coming from me or going to Sheku Kande or something going on. Security reasons. Excuse me.
Showing you a document we've marked as Exhibit 24. Does that appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent to Philippa Sledge on June 23rd, 2012?
Are you guys shrinking these copies down? Because I don't ever send anything shrunk.
We are not doing that to our
I
knowledge.
think what this is.
It's probably a preview of the
of the
attachment.
attachment.
Somebody's shrinking it because I never sent
on.
anything like
Look
this.
on the second page. I think you'll see.
I think what this is this is the attachment, that's the email, and that's whatever program. you have
Okay,
is getting
okay.
That's what that is.
That's
Yeah.
the Gmail prints it in preview mode.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I did send this. Okay. Should have.
Why did you send this to Philippa Sledge?
Because she was asking for documents, and this should have come from somebody's deleting out parts of this, because this would have been what came from Dr. Kamara, Peter Kamara.
Well, if you look at the first page,
That's what I'm saying. Somebody's deleted it out because I would have received it from somebody.
who's Dr. K?
Dr. K. Dr. Kamara.
Okay, well, Dr. K's there, isn't he? Do you
Where?
see the signature line from that email?
Yeah, but it's not to and from. What I'm talking about is the to and from. I send the to and froms. When I send it out, I put the to and froms on there too. They're cut off of here. Somebody cut them off. You guys cut them off.
Just answer his question.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's your testimony that Dr. Kamara sent you an email
Exactly, yeah.
that you forwarded that to Philippa Sledge.
Correct. Because that's what you asked me to do at the time.
What's
so I
Dr.
did.
Kamara's email address?
I don't know. It would have been up here on the top that you guys cut off.
Well, I can assure you that we didn't cut it off.
Somebody did, because I don't send them out like this.
How do you send them out?
I send them out, like I get them out, I forward them, and their email address and everything to me is going to be at the top, just like this is. To you guys, it would be on top or below that.
But you recall forwarding this?
Oh yeah, I reported. Well, not this
Sledge.
particular one, but I sent several, quite a few that were articles and things that were sent over.
When is it that you determined that Kamara had lied to you?
The first thing he did was correct, and he was helping. That's when the chief went ahead about that point, like a week or two
Not
afterwards.
answering my question. When did
Okay.
you determine that Kamara had lied to you?
About the third, I don't know, latter part of maybe a month after he was involved, maybe a week or two.
What date is that?
I have no idea.
Well,
I'd have to look
he
at
sent you
documents.
this in June of 2012.
I don't know when this came, in what part. I don't know if this was month 1, month 2. If he knew that, I could tell you.
Well, but
But
you're
at this
saying
part,
you're
this
saying
part
that,
here, I knew that he was, that probably, if I didn't know, I knew something was wrong with this one here when I sent it out, because the typeset's different right here.
so you knew there might be a problem. with
Something's
this.
wrong, yeah. And that's what I had the girl, the bunnies, was doing research on the authors, trying to go to see what she could find on the newspaper website, all that kind of stuff.
And why did you send it to Philippa Sledge?
Because she asked for documents. I said, look, this is what I'm getting. And she at that time we had a bunch of conversations every night for hours. And she wanted to start getting, I says, here, I'll send you everything then if you want.
Did you tell her it was bogus in your opinion?
No, I told her it looks suspicious because of different typeset, but in Africa, they do all kinds of crazy things. She don't know.
Did you put that in writing?
No, I don't put anything in writing. Again, it was on phone. There's no way I
Did you say
can
you
write.
don't put anything in writing?
Well, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I probably did. I did not mean to. It takes me 7 or 8 hours as a dyslexic to write a half-page letter. Even emails are very difficult to write just to get spellings correct so it doesn't look like a joke. So I do very little in communicating by writing. And when I do, obviously, you take the words out of context. So, again, a good reason not to send emails or writing. Guess you're done with this one. Okay.
Mark this as Exhibit 28.
There you go. Now you left it on. See how it says from Dr. Coroma there? That's the way all my emails come out.
Okay, and this
So anything
is
that's not done this, you guys cut off, or,
so
or she did, somebody did.
this is from August of 2012, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, and you sent it on to Ms. Sledge
Yep.
in August of 2012. And this is more than a month after the June email that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
So you already knew he was bogus, correct?
No, I was suspecting, well, okay. May I clarify on that?
Yes.
Yes, I knew there was bogus, but he had the chief that owned the gold, the owner of the gold, had full authority on the gold, had given him absolute authority and power of attorney over the gold to do whatever he wanted to with it. He could take it and go sell it to his brother, give it to his brother, whatever. So I had to wrestle that back. So I had to play ball for quite a few months here with him while I'm on the backside getting the control back, getting the power of attorneys canceled, getting all that stuff done and changed. And this was one of those things. And this one here I knew was bogus because the aircraft numbers wasn't what it was supposed to be. That's a Falcon 7X. There was only 2 Falcon 7X in Africa at the time. That wasn't one of them.
Exhibit 27. Does this appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent to Philippa Sledge on August 6th, 2012?
I don't know about correct copy. Again, some stuff's off. Please, P. George Management. I don't remember that.
Sammy at USIS.
I did receive this, yes, and I did, should have forwarded it on. If I received it, I would have forwarded it on. Yes, this came from Dr. Karoma. Yep, I remember this one, yes. Came from Dr. Karoma. Actually, when was this?
Trying to streamline this a little bit, Richard, because there are a number of emails that he's already admitted to in the written discovery. Exhibit 31 appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent Philippa Sledge on July 11th, 2012.
George. Yes, this would, well, I'm saying, yes, this looks like something I would have done, yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 36. Does this appear to be a correct copy of a series of emails between you and Philippa Sledge in January of 2012?
This sounds right.
That's all I'm asking about, is if it looks to be.
Okay, yeah, I think this, oh, yeah, this looks, there's things messed up on it, but yeah.
Exhibit 37.
Sorry. Thanks, Andrew.
Does this appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent to Philippa Sledge on November 29th, 2011?
Yeah, that's probably right.
And you would have prepared the attachment to that email?
Yeah, this was okay, yes. Attachment wasn't, it was a file, program file, or a spreadsheet or whatever.
But it was prepared by you?
Yeah.
Show me Exhibit 38. And ask you about that also. Does that appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent Philippa Sledge on December 10th, 2011?
Obviously, all these, I can't remember if I sent on that exact day, so I have to go by the date that's in the email.
But you have no reason to think that's not a correct date?
Yeah, well, I don't know about this one yet, but the others, that seems reasonable. Seems reasonable. Oh,
Okay.
Did you put another one up here?
Not yet. I was
Oh,
waiting
okay.
for you to respond to that one. Exhibit 18. Does that appear to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent to Philippa Sledge on April 9th, 2012?
May I clarify this?
Well, I've just asked you if it appears to be a true and correct copy of an email that you sent.
And I'm asking, may I clarify it?
You haven't answered it.
Either it's something you think you sent or it isn't, and then if there's something you want to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes, I think this is it.
Okay. Do you need to clarify?
Yes, I do. This was what we were talking about trying to work out when she wanted the larger shipment, and this was what I was going to try and attempt to do to make it feasible for what we were trying to do with since the amount it would have taken was what she was committing to was much greater than what she was putting in at the time. So this was a kind of a let's try to make it work out this way kind of thing.
And you prepared the attachments as well, correct?
Yeah.
In the,
And again, all these attachments are just kind of just try to change numbers to see how things work out. And some of them may not be accurate, but actually a lot of them weren't. There's things missed in it that were corrected later in other emails.
who were the other investors that you referred to in this email?
I don't remember. Let me look. This email. Okay, where's that other investors that you're talking about?
Second line.
Second line. That's for the part of the shipment that she didn't want to take.
Who are the other investors that you were referring to in that email?
I don't remember at the time. I think, I can't say for sure. There's a possibility, I can't say for sure. But
But there were other investors, else
Yes.
you wouldn't have said it, right?
Yeah, there was other investors pick up, because she wanted the majority of it, and what she didn't get, the other investors were going to have. And I can't say, I don't remember for sure.
What's the most investors you've ever had in play at any one time? 10? 20?
At any one time, in play, I don't know, 3 or 4.
What about over the course of
Over the course of the time, probably 10, 15, maybe 20.
Show Exhibit 19.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You promptly blew this one off.
Is this a true and correct copy of an email that you sent
Yes.
Philippa Sledge on June 5th, 2012?
Yeah, it was forwarded on from me to her.
And you state here, and we now have the reputation for doing what others can't. Did you write that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because we were actually getting things to move, and we had got things out of Sierra Leone and Guinea towards Ghana, getting towards the United States, because we were actually moving and putting bad people away and allowing helping the poor people keep from being stole from. There'd been the gold stealing. We were getting a decent reputation for trying to do the right thing for the right reasons.
Why did you send this to Philippa Sledge?
Again, she wanted documents, and I just told her this was one that was offering. We'll look at it closely, but probably wouldn't take it because it's not going to be good numbers. So I went ahead and just forwarded it to her. It had pictures of the gold and things they were trying to do in Ghana, but that didn't really mean anything.
And you say here you had 3 metric tons, is that right?
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Well, isn't this what you're saying?
No.
Did you write this email?
I said this was offered to us, so it was being forwarded on to her. And in our conversations, which is many hours, for every one of these emails, there's probably 30 hours that we talk. This is the type thing that we get offered that could be or couldn't be legitimate. But if we looked at it, it's easy enough. You have a gold assayed and everything else to see, but it's not something we'd normally look at or take. It was offered, but
By June of 2012, would you say that Philippa Sledge was getting frustrated with what was going on?
She was and I was.
Was she frustrated?
Oh, sure, probably so.
Did you send her this email to help put her mind at ease?
No,
Then why did you send this email?
because she was asking for the documents, and I was giving her the documents, the type things that we're getting.
What document is attached here?
I don't know. The picture, I'm assuming.
She asked for a picture of gold?
No,
Well, then why'd you send it to her?
because she asked what kind of documents we were getting, and this was the kind of things we were getting, the offers we were getting, so I sent it and had a picture of the gold with it. So I just basically forwarded on the email.
Okay.
I see it was cut off again, or you could have seen where it's forwarded from.
Do you see a timestamp on that picture?
Not on here, I don't. Yeah,
Whether it's European or American time framing, that's either October 6, 2011 or June 10th, 2011,
yeah.
right?
So,
But in any event, was more than a year before, approximately a year before you sent this email.
yeah, so,
Did that concern you in any way?
no. Happens all the time.
What happens all the time?
You get documents for gold that's set somewhere to be sold later or something. They don't retake a new picture. They just send the picture they have, or their camera's off, or...
Haven't you described a very fluid situation over in Africa regarding gold and what happens to the gold?
What do you mean?
Do you know what the word fluid means?
Yes.
That's what I mean then. Have you not described that in your testimony today?
Okay.
Let me ask it differently.
Yes, please do.
In your experience with gold in Africa, what confidence would you have that a picture that was taken in 2011 of some gold would still represent the state
Gold
of affairs
being there?
regarding that gold in June of 2012?
It could be or it couldn't be. I don't care, because if we're going to do it, we go in, we'll retest it and everything to confirm that that gold is what we would deal with and would be shipping. So it doesn't matter if there's a picture, if they send us a sample, I don't care if they send me a bar. Before we do anything, everything will be tested in every move. And if we ever not have full control over it, or anybody else has any control of it, we again break the government seals and have the government come in and retest the government seals. So it doesn't matter the date of a picture or anything else. If it's something we're going to look at, we look at it and have it tested.
Is 3 metric tons something that you think you could handle?
Through selling, easy. The buyers I have will easily take that and more.
How much is 3 metric tons?
3 metric tons is 3,000 kilograms.
Which is 6,600 pounds, right?
Well, close enough, yeah.
Which at $1,000 an ounce, and that's low, is over $105 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, you had brought in $17,000 worth of gold to the United States, correct?
No.
How much had you brought in?
I don't understand that question. What do you mean 17?
You told me about
Oh, 17,000. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
But yet
yes.
you feel like you could handle $105 million worth of gold.
The capacities were no problem. Absolutely.
Exhibit 20. Does this appear to be a true and correct copy of an email you sent to Philippa Sledge in June of 2012?
Yes, this was forwarded on from Dr. Caroma, sent it to me and forwarded it to her. I believe this is one of them, yes.
Who is Stephen Zure?
I don't know. Where do you see that?
He's the purported author of the article that you sent to my client.
I don't know. It was sent to me from Dr. Caroma, so I forwarded it on to her.
At this point, did you think Caroma was bogus?
What's the date? I'm not sure on that. I'd have to get a better idea of the timeline, but it's a good possibility.
But again, you didn't put anything in your email to Philippa Sledge about that, did you?
No, we talked about it. Again, there's probably 30 hours for every one of these.
Have you reviewed Stephen Zure's declaration that we filed in this case?
No. Oh, I may have heard something about that. I think I did.
You take issue with anything he said?
I don't know. I don't remember what he said.
If he said that that article is bogus, would you take issue with it?
Nope. I think that's probably one of the articles that Celine Deuceman found bogus too, or found that he wasn't the author of it or whatever. She did on several of these. I even had her quit looking at bothering for those, could look at something else at one point.
Take 5. We may be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here.
Going off the record, the time is 3:47 p.m. We are now back on the record. The time is 2:53 p.m.
When did you first meet Richard Carey?
Gosh, I can't tell. It's been years ago.
You know him well?
Pretty well.
Do you think he's honest?
Yeah, he's honest.
You think he'd lie under oath?
No, I don't think he'd lie on oath.
Can you think of any reason why he might lie about you?
No, I don't think so.
Have you discussed this litigation with him?
No. I mean, just other than, hey, somebody's trying to depose me. He knew about, I told him one time about, we got a problem up in Memphis that dealing with a lady, the client, or somebody buying gold and timing and things like that a little bit. Not much.
Did you ever sell any firearms to him?
No.
Did you you ever pledge any firearms as collateral for a
Yes.
loan? What firearms?
There was a Llama 1911, and I think a shotgun. Something else, I think. Which I don't remember exactly what. I remember shotgun, 45. Be honest, I don't remember. I think there was another weapon.
What do you think they were worth?
Mm. $45 probably. I don't know what the guns are worth nowadays. $450. The Browning was probably, as an old 4-digit serial number Browning 12 gauge, is probably worth quite a bit, but I don't know how much.
Did you all have an idea of what it was worth for the purposes of the collateral for the loan?
No, it was just that's what I had, so I gave it to him.
Did he ask for it?
He said I would like collateral this time because the other loans were going. Oh, sure, okay. So I said, look, I got some guns. You can have them, hold for collateral.
Where are those guns now?
Oh no, he's got them.
You've never paid him back any money on his investment, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, where is his gold?
Holland.
You were a groomsman at Mike Bird's wedding, is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Mike Bird?
Since 1976.
Is he your best friend?
Yeah, he's pretty close. He's tough to be. He's a really good friend.
Do you know him to be honest?
Absolutely.
So
Golly.
he wouldn't lie under oath?
No.
He wouldn't lie about you?
No.
How frequently are you in touch with him?
Nowadays, pretty often. It's a couple times a week to several times a day.
What does Mike Bird do for a living?
He's a physical therapist. I think he's still, if I'm right, he's still in Navy Reserves. And he's also still in school. He's finishing up his doctorate thesis in physical therapy or physical sciences. Or
He's not a wealthy man, is he?
no, not really.
What do you think his net worth is? Notwithstanding any possible calculation for any gold holdings, what do you think his net worth is?
I don't know, a little over half, $750,000 maybe.
Has he told you that?
No, that's just an assumption.
He invested $250,000 with you in July of 2014, correct?
Yes.
You sent half of that to Bank of America and half of it to Compass Bank, right?
Correct.
Why did he do that way?
It was split for two transactions, the way it started off, and then the Compass Bank was going to be split and done as a separate transaction, and we needed to start using Compass Bank because we really hadn't done anything with it to let some of the business start coming through there as a business account, get the privileges that Compass Bank offers us, because Bank of America is really charging an awful lot for wires and things like that.
Where did Mike Bird get the money to invest, do you know?
Yeah, he loaned it to a guy in business that had a startup company, and he did it. I'm not sure if he did it as it kind of does a loan or loan investment as like, a principal for startup. And eventually the guy, I guess, got it going or was going public or something. And he went ahead and paid it back to him from his investments. So it made a nice return. It was somewhere up above closer to $300,000 of the investment.
When did that mature for him? When did he realize that profit? This is the front side investment you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Talk with anyone at Front Sight?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever talked with anyone at Front Sight?
Yeah, I did it one time when they were looking at, me coming in and joining up Front Sight.
When was that?
2 years ago?
2 years ago?
No, maybe not that long ago. More than a year ago, probably.
Did you talk to Ignacio Piazza?
I don't know if I talked to him or not. I don't remember who I spoke with.
Did you talk on the phone or in person?
On phone.
Did you invest any money?
No.
Let me go back to that original question. When did Mike Bird allegedly realize that profit in Front Sight?
I can't say for sure, but I know it was over a year ago, and I think less than 2 years. I think between a year and 2 years.
He had owned the interest for quite some time, though, right?
Yes. And he kept adding to it. It started off just a couple thousand, and then a couple thousand more, and just eventually just kept adding to it till he built up a sizable amount, and then his return on it was a multiply of that. I believe it was close to, eventually, and it was over quite a few years. From what I understand, I believe it got up to about just over, right at about 100,000.
Is it something that he would talk to you about frequently? How excited he was about the investment?
Because what they do, what they offer for gun rights and everything else that people just abuse.
What was the name of his first wife?
I don't remember.
You don't remember her name?
No, hell no.
Did you ever meet her?
Yep.
You remember when they got divorced?
No.
Were you friends with him when they got divorced?
Oh, we were still friends, but we weren't talking. She kind of was dragging him through her world, kind of thing. So it wasn't.
Did they reach a property settlement in their divorce? They got a final divorce, as far as you know.
Yeah, as far as I think so. Yeah.
Do you know if Mike Bird disclosed to his ex-wife the Front Sight investment in connection with their divorce?
I don't know if he did or not. I can't tell you. I don't know.
You ever talk about that with him?
No.
Ever gave him any counsel on that?
No.
Did you take any of the plaintiff's money and give it to Mike Bird so that he could invest back with you?
The Chiefs or the plaintiffs? No.
So even by your assumption of Mike Bird, your best friend's net worth, the $250,000 investment in July of 2014 would have represented approximately half of his net worth. Is that right?
Probably. He has some other properties, I think. I know he's got at least one lot or piece of property out by Lake, I believe it's Lake Whitney. And then I think he's got some other properties somewhere else, maybe one or two other properties.
Did it give you any pause to ask your best friend to invest half of his net worth in a venture that was, let's see, 7 years since you had still
Yes.
haven't gotten your return?
Sure it did. He's my best friend, and no matter what, some things can happen, but he also knows that if I'm going to start something, I'm going to finish it. He's known me that long, and I won't quit till it's done. The only way, and I've told Philippa this time and time again when she asked about it, the only way you lose in this is if you quit. Because I'll eventually get it done, or eventually you can get it done. You just have to stay after it.
But you took his money anyway, even though it gave you pause.
Oh, well, it didn't give me that much pause, but he was wanting me to take it to invest, and it'll turn one way or another. From that, we've, gotten 2 kilos and half-kilo increments, but they'll be double.
Do you know Mike Bird's current wife?
Yes.
What's her name? Is it Kanda?
Kanda, yeah.
You ever talked to her about this gold investment?
Yes.
How does she feel about it? What has she told you about it?
She was real nervous at first, and then after we talked about it and got into the explanation, got to looking at it deep, she was kind of interested in it herself. She was interested in it, what was going on, that it made a lot more sense to her than just, percussory looking at what goes on. Precursory, sorry.
From your discussions with Mike Bird, would you say that he's nervous about the investment?
he's not nervous about getting his money back as it is getting it back in time that he may, if he has things come up, emergency situations or something like that, being able to get at it immediately to use. That part he'd be somewhat nervous about if something happened, but as for getting it over the long term.
But yet he was willing to part with $17,000 2 months ago to put back in
Yes.
investment.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that right?
Yeah. Comfortable enough that wasn't a problem.
Mike Bird testified that he went to the airport with you to look at some gold several months ago. Is that true?
What to actually pick it up coming in when it came in, yeah.
But he never saw it, I think was your testimony earlier, right?
I'm not sure if he saw it. He picked it up. Let's see. See, he went the other day again, too. He went out with me, picked it up, and we went to the refinery. And I don't know. I would assume that he saw it, but maybe he didn't. I don't know because it was
Well, it
behind
was
walls.
sealed, wasn't it?
What's that?
It was in a sealed package, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So he couldn't see through a sealed package.
No,
right?
but when we went to the refinery, we broke the seal and poured it out and refined it.
But he couldn't go in the back because he went on the
No.
insurance, right?
But but it's got glass windows, so if you get the right angle, you can see. But I don't know if he did. If he did that.
You remember that Mike Bird was deposed earlier this year?
Yes.
Did you talk to him before the deposition?
No. Well, talk to him all the time, but not anything particularly about this or deposition.
Did you instruct him what to say at the deposition?
No.
Did he come to your house immediately after giving his
Yes, he
deposition?
did.
Why was that?
To tell me how it went and what was going on and what kind of things you had and the degrees that you guys are asking questions and the harassments and things like that. They were getting into private information and things like that.
Did you all talk about your deposition, which was upcoming the next day or the day after?
No, he just said no. Actually, we did mention it. He said that I was to be the last one to be deposed. And I thought, well, okay, because I know in August or something you were going to depose John Chu, so I assumed it was after John Chu. He didn't say that it was going to be the next day. He just said that was the last one to be deposed.
Why didn't you invest in Front Sight?
Because I was putting all my monies into the gold transaction, and with the gold transaction coming through, I could buy what guns they were going to buy at a discount. I could pay full price for them if that's what I really wanted. And for the other things that it offered, I can get as good or better between. So I've got friends that have like Thunder Ranch and things like that, where I get the SEAL team instructors to,
Are you aware that Mike Bird hired a lawyer in Memphis?
Yeah, he mentioned that he is doing that. Yeah.
Do you know why he did it?
Something about records being kept private, and something else. I can't remember exactly what all it was, to be honest with you. He's a pretty meticulous guy, so.
Did you pay Scott Wilmoth $750 in 2013?
I don't remember.
You remember him investing $3,000, right? Same month.
Him getting $3,000, yeah.
You don't remember if you gave him any money back?
I really don't. I didn't think I had. I could have. It's, like I said, Scott's been a buddy from a long time.
How much did John Chu invest with you?
I believe just over 50,000. I think it's like 52, 53. I can't say for sure, somewhere around there.
When was that?
It started in the early, whether it was 06, 07. And that had all been pretty much in that first year.
Did he wire funds?
I would assume it was a wire. I think it was, yeah.
Did he do it through the Bank of America account?
No, at that time it would have been to the Chase account, I believe. I didn't have Bank of America back then.
Did John Chu get any of his money back?
No.
Has he ever demanded it from you?
No, because he gets up. He got upset with me one time, like when Mike Bird was putting in monies. He said, he was having a hard time with his family and things and wanted monies. And he asked me, I said, John, I can't do it. we can't do it because it's, you wind up like a Ponzi scheme or something. So, and he was upset at first, but then after a little while he calmed down. A day or two later, he says, well, yeah, I guess you're right. And he has mentioned since he's been deposed, Doc, you're right. I'm sorry I got upset. That wasn't right for me to ask or get upset with you about that, not paying me anything at that time.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, hell yeah.
So 8 years.
Always have.
It's been 8 years since he invested? You don't
Yes.
think he's got a right to be upset that he hadn't seen any money?
Oh, yeah, he's got a right to be upset, but not be upset because I take the money from somebody else and pay it back, whether it's a chief or anybody else.
Did he bring other investors to you?
Yes.
Who?
Chris, don't remember his last name, and Ed. I don't remember Ed's last name.
Did they invest money on top of that $50,000, or did they comprise the $50,000?
No, it was on top of that 50,000.
How much more did they invest?
They were about 50 and I can't say for sure, but I think it was about 50 or 50 and 30, something like that. I can't say for sure.
Was Ed Pritzkow?
Yeah, believe that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, I believe that's right.
What about Chris's last? You don't remember Chris's last name?
I mean, if I heard it, I would say yes or no. But
Do you have records anywhere that show what he invested?
I had it written down. John carries most of those records.
John who?
Chew. They brought it in.
So let's say that everything goes the way you've been saying it's going to go, and you get money for the gold tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know who Chris is if all you know is his first name and you don't have any records? How's he going to get his money?
I pick up John and say, hey, John, what's Chris' current number? I probably have it written down half a dozen places, but it's easier. I pick up John like, hey, John, it's here. Get Chris online.
You think that's a professional way to run a business?
It depends. If you're going to get something accomplished, instead of wasting time, if it takes you forever to write something down, absolutely.
So you think the reason why you haven't gotten gold in is because you spent too much time writing things down?
No. It's not what I said.
Well, do you mean that?
No.
Okay. Do you think that your refusal to keep records has made it any more likely that you're going to do a gold deal?
Objection to the form.
No, because the records I need to have kept are kept. I can use, if I go in, you go into a class, you're going to take 20 pages of notes. I might take a quarter page and have more information you got in 20 pages because that's the way I take notes. That varies from person to person.
Do you know Deborah Coper's mother?
Yes.
What's her name?
Miss Coper. Dorothy.
Has she ever invested?
No.
How often have you met her?
A couple times. Oh, I'd say at least probably average once a week for 20-some years.
You all have a good relationship?
Yeah, very good.
Can you think of any reason why she would lie about you?
No.
You know Deborah Coper to be an honest woman.
Definitely.
She wouldn't lie about you under oath.
No.
You discussed this litigation with her?
Some, not much. Very little.
How long have you two lived together?
I believe since it's about 2000.
She is no longer employed, correct?
Correct. She's in school right now, correct.
What do you all live on? How do you all pay bills? Where's the money coming
Well,
from?
first of all, we don't have much bills. And the school she was going to, she's getting paid because UPS laid her off after 30-some years. There was payment that had, monies for that. Other than that, the upkeep on the house and everything else, it was down as a minimum anyhow. But
What do you think your monthly expenses are?
Mine are less than probably about 600. If you take total for house and everything, if that's what I'm assuming, that's
Yes.
what you're asking, probably take off foods, probably about under 500.
Did you say take off food?
Yeah, if you did, I mean, if you're not counting food,
Why would you not count food?
well, because I was trying to figure out finite, go by electrical, water, any kind of taxes. Well, taxes make it up a little bit more, about 600. Food would be probably about another 300, probably about 900 to 1,000. Insurance for vehicles. Well, I don't know about her insurance.
Your testimony under oath is that you and Deborah Coper live on $900 to $1,000 a month.
I guess it'd be more than that because she'd have to have taxes for her vehicle, taxes on the house. I can't really say because I don't know all what she spends. She spends a lot more than I do.
She has no income, correct?
Well, while she was going to school up until right now, she does not. But while she was going to school and everything, it was being paid for with an income from UPS to be retrained and get a degree and change on a settlement.
Has she ever invested with any of your entities?
Yes.
How much?
I'd have to look at it to see, but it probably comes up to maybe over the years 14, 16,000 maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure.
Has she ever gotten any return?
No.
She testified that she paid your legal fees to Baker Donaldson, right?
Yes.
You and Deborah Coper have a joint bank account?
No.
You two are not married, correct?
Correct.
Do you own any real property together?
No.
Who's Edward Adlam?
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Adlam, A-D-L-A-M.
Edward is the guy that Warner guy you asked about, that wire that came in. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Edward is the guy that Warner, for whatever reason, needed to pay monies to. So when we hadn't placed his monies in investment yet, he asked to just be wired to. First time I think it was $9,000, and then later on he said, "Well, just go ahead and wire the other part to him also."
Didn't Adlam himself send you $15,000 in 2012?
Yes.
And Hamilton also sent you $15,000, correct?
Hamilton.
Werner Bebus Hamilton?
Okay, I'm sorry. Repeat that. I misunderstood that
You
question.
referenced Werner.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Werner Bebus Hamilton that we talked
Yes.
about earlier today.
Yeah.
He sent you $14,990, right?
Yes.
Separate from that, didn't Edward Adlam send you $15,000 in 2012?
No, not that I know of. We sent him $15,000. He didn't send it to us. We said that's Warner's monies were sent to Edwards. That wasn't going. That wasn't coming in. That was going out.
Who's Bashir Abdullahi?
I have no idea. Bashir Abdullahi? I don't know. Is there any?
Do you remember sending him $2,000 in 2012?
No.
You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
How about Zavala Enterprises? You ever heard of that?
Again, you're getting improper nouns. I start having a hard time. Unless you give me what kind of company or see a picture of them or something, then I'd instantly tell you. But as for names, I don't remember sending monies to either of those two.
You ever heard of Trinity Precious Metals?
Yeah,
Did they ever send you money?
yeah, that was for the refinery. That was one of those half kilos that was refined.
They sent you $4,400 in 2011. Is that right?
Yeah, that would have been for. That was like 100 102 grams or something like that.
You ever heard of Peter Blonsky?
Name's not ringing a bell. Is there anything more you can give me
Has
about
a Russian ever invested money with you?
Oh, no, he did. If that's Peter I'm thinking of, that was Russian. He did send money for some guy that was doing some, it was a joint venture. They were doing something, I don't remember. That was years and years ago.
How much money did he send you?
I think he sent 30,000. I believe that's right. Something along those lines.
Was that for gold?
No.
What was it for?
It was another. He was doing a joint venture with some guy. Was going to do something. He needed 30,000 to do the transaction for the business or something.
Why does that explain how he sent you $30,000?
Because I was the one that it went through. That he sent it to as a contact going through to them for wiring the monies further to them. Why it went to me before it went to them, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
You know a Jack Kendall?
Jack Kendall. Can you give me a connotation or something for that?
Possibly involved with a airplane company in California.
Jack Kendall. That's ringing more of a bell, but I still can't place it.
Do you know Mark Hamilton?
Mark Hamilton. Can you give me a connotation for that
Remember
one?
him sending you $1,500 in 2012?
Oh, no. That's Mark. I know Mark Hamilton. No, I sent that to him. That's backwards.
Why?
That was for a compressor to be used over in Africa.
Is he related to Bill and Melinda Hamilton?
No.
Why did you not appear at the deposition in June in Dallas?
I didn't know anything about it. Hadn't been served or anything. And after talking to Mike Bird, also, I didn't even know I was going to be deposed or any time on it. And when he told me I was the last one, I assumed it'd be after John Chu anyhow.
Do you know why your mother didn't appear?
She's sick, and she has a severe immune disorder that she has to take antibiotics for. And last time she got it took 2.5 years for it to go into remission.
You ever lived in Israel?
No. Israel.
You ever put on a form that your hometown was Jerusalem?
No.
How many safe deposit boxes do you own?
Just the one right now. There's some others that I haven't owned for years, but they still have it on the record.
The one you have is at Bank of America?
No. It's at Chase. That's the one that those,
The Sapphire?
yeah, those historic sapphire stones, whatever the hell they are.
How many stones are there?
2. If you show safe deposit at Bank of America, I hadn't had those for years, and I was trying to get paperwork filled so they don't. They've never had anything in them. Just FYI.
Is it your testimony that the plaintiff's gold is identifiable somewhere on the planet?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ghana. In 14 sealed, certified boxes inside some type of container.
Why do you believe that to be the case?
Because of time and time again, well, since the last check or before, time and time again, from something happening, we'd have to have it reassayed by different people, either at Sheikh Conde or the emissary to country of Guinea, or to other things in the time period that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, and experience for.
Where was it mined?
Guinea and Sierra Leone.
And why is it in Ghana then?
Because we were shipping it through Ghana to take out, and the guy that was trying to steal it, in paperwork, he went to Ghana and tried to go to High Court and Supreme Court, or regular court and High Court at the same time, trying to use the paperwork he had to try to claim that it was his and his control, not ours.
Is it in a building?
I'm sorry?
Is it in a building?
Yes, I can't say exactly what kind, but it's customs. You know, I think it's their long-term high-value storage or something.
Is it a government building?
Yes. Well, okay, let me clarify that. I don't know. I have to assume that it is, although some governments do contract with other third parties for long-term storage. I can't tell you one or the other, but the government's the one that has, customs has the authority over it.
What's the address?
I don't know. It may be at the airport, but I think long-term storage is off airport facilities. I'm not sure.
Wouldn't that be an important thing for you to know?
It's more important for the lawyer that's handling it there in Ghana to know, and I ask for the address, and I get customs at there in the customs, and ask, they won't tell, and maybe that's why, maybe high-value storage, they don't want everybody knowing.
I thought the value that you add to this process is your ability to navigate through those waters in West Africa.
Yes.
So why can't you find that out yourself?
Because right now the lawyer that's handling it, that's in litigation about that, because I'm having to pay the lawyers here because y'all having me fight a battle here, I'm not paying him over there, so it's sitting dormant until I get money to finish up that litigation, get finished. He's got all the records, and I don't have them.
And he won't give you the records?
Not until I pay him and get things going.
What's
again.
his name?
Right. That's the
your lawyer over there.
hang on. Just a second. Archipong.
I'm sorry?
Archipong, and I have no idea how to spell that.
Have you ever had any correspondence with him written?
If I did, it was email, and I can't say for sure. I think I probably have, but I can't say for sure, to be honest with you.
Now, I thought earlier today you said that it was African versus African to get that
Yes.
gold back. All right,
Yes.
so why is he your lawyer now all of a sudden?
Well, he's
You have
not
to
my,
pay?
okay, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. He's the lawyer of the
Well,
transaction.
why don't you just give me the truth the first time?
Well, I
and then
am,
You don't have
but-
to rephrase it, okay?
Okay, if you,
Just answer the question he asked you. all right?
okay. What's your question?
Why is it that you have to pay this lawyer if he doesn't represent you?
Because he's representing the parties to get the gold, to get it come into the States in all aspects of whatever it takes to get the gold to the United States is what has to be covered.
Do you have a written agreement where you've promised to pay attorney's fees?
No, not particularly.
How much have you paid to this lawyer?
I don't know, maybe 15, 20,000.
You have any records of that?
Other than the wires that were wired to Guaranteed Trust, no.
Why would you wire money to him? So you wired money to Sheku Kande to pay this guy?
Yes, because Sheku Kande is the representative with the chief that had picked the lawyers. They're the ones that picked the lawyers.
Why don't you just pay the lawyer directly?
Because the lawyer isn't I'm not his client. Sheku Kande and the chief are his clients. So they're the ones that pay him.
When was the last time you spoke with, is it John Achiapong? Is that his name?
Archipong,
When was the last time you spoke with him?
For me speaking, it was probably about a year ago or so. Mr. Kande spoke to him probably. He's the one that, they talk. They
Do
communicate.
you have any invoices from this lawyer? How do you know what to pay him?
He invoices the chief and Kande, and they tell me, and then I pay him.
You didn't ask for.
I've asked for it, but it's hard to get. Technically inclined to get documents.
Well, it wasn't too hard to get those bogus newspaper articles.
Well, actually, it was. I had to rant rave to even get bogus ones from Dr. Chroma.
Is it your testimony that you have asked Sheku Kande to send you these invoices and he has not done so?
Correct. Can I clarify that?
Sure.
Okay. He's not technically inclined with computers or scanners. Internet's down. You got to go to kiosks. It's not easy to send. Even if you have a laptop over there, it's not easy to send it. Last time I was there in one hotel, First time I was there, one hotel, 20 businesses, 6 of them law firms, a 650-room hotel, all shared one ISDN 128. Everything went through it. It took 13 hours to send 5 pictures. The last time I was there, they had upped it to, now they got one T1 for all of them share.
Have you done anything to confirm that this Achiapong lawyer
Archipong.
is a real person?
Yes, it did. I think I looked on the, I don't remember now, but I was looking through, somewhere I looked on lawyers online for there in Ghana. And whatever, when I was doing it, it showed up. Whatever I was looking for showed up. And
You ever done
Stuff.
video Skype with anybody?
no. They don't have enough bandwidth to do it over there. You know, I just got through telling you they're now up to a T1 for 6 law firms, 20 other plus 20 businesses and 650 rooms. You can't.
When was
do
the last
Skype.
time you talked to Sheku Kande about Archipong?
Last night or this morning?
Have you made the request of Rackspace to send us your emails?
No, I've got it. Direct space going to come to the lawyer here. When they review it, then you get it.
Did you just say no, you have not made the request?
Oh yes, I made the request. It's all set up to do. Arrangements have already been made. Let's put it that way. If that's what you're asking.
Did you ever invest with a ladies group out of Chicago?
A what?
Did a ladies group out of Chicago ever invest with you?
No, I don't know what the heck that is.
You ever had any Hong Kong investors?
No.
Give me 2 minutes, we may be done.
Going off the record, the time is 3:31 p.m. Ready?
Yes.
We are now back on the record. The time is 3:35 p.m.
You said that you spoke with Sheku Kande within the last day or two about Archipong, is that right?
Yeah.
What did you all talk about?
I was asking about, is there some way we can get that folder with all those receipts and documents and all that kind of stuff without having to pay, the money?
And what did he tell you?
He said, no, the guys, want somebody to continue on. I said, well,
How much is he owed?
it'd be about 10,000, something like that.
You don't think that's a good use of funds?
Right now, with you guys asking questions, hell no.
So that's the same amount of money that you spent on a glorified librarian to do research, but it's not a good expenditure to get this important information from your lawyer?
No, I got to pay him to talk to you guys, unless you don't want to talk to me.
Have you ever talked with Sheku Kande about coming over to the United States?
Oh yeah.
Is he willing to do it?
Yeah, as long as it's covered. And the big problem is, of course, if he's not bringing gold or anything, it'd be a lot easier. But getting things set up with visa and everything else, it's a pain to get visas, especially with Ebola, because everybody was trying to get a visa to get out of there.
You think Sheku Kande could help get this gold?
To get it out and get it over
Yes.
here? Oh, yeah.
And how come he hadn't done it yet?
Money.
How much money does he need?
For that there, you probably have, to get the aircraft to get it over here, you're about 300, well, probably about 350,000, give or take, and then whatever the demurrage is at this point that has to be covered. Unless maybe I can get, I was also going to ask him and Mr. Kamara, who's the attaché and United Nations rep or whatever for Guinea. Yeah, he might be able to get the demurrage deducted or drop some to help out. But at the point we got that kind of cash, then we would be looking at doing that.
What's Achiapong's phone number?
I don't know. I think it was on that list I sent you.
Have
If
you
I
ever-
had it, it was on that list.
Have you ever called him?
I don't think so. I may have. I would have had in a conference call. Had a conference call with SK, so I probably would have had to have called him because I was the only one that had conference capabilities.
I'm going to play a voice message that you left for Miss Sledge.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to identify this as your voice, please.
Hey, so about the Doc Colin. Just got some updates. There's more of a finite on the news. The ambassador has had a stroke.
Can you hear that okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to start it again. I just want to make sure the microphone can pick it up.
You want to use?
There's one right here.
Here, I can hold it next to mine. Yeah. Hold it next to mine or.
Hey, Philippa, this is Doc Colin. Just got some updates. There's more of a finite on the news. The ambassador has had a stroke. He's deathly ill and dying. But his wife, who's been on our side, we've been working with and informing her that, like, look, any of that monies or anything he's got because of screwed up, he's going to have to pay. And, we'll wind up getting from it. But anything she puts up, whatever she gets from the account and puts up, and been working on her, getting her power of attorney, she'll get back. I'll go ahead and pay it back to her after the transaction's done. And she's up with that and excited about that. Also scared to death because she knows we come in and take in the money's there. So she's been finding out the secret accounts. She found 2 accounts. One of them, she found the amount, and there's about $95,000 there. So that's enough for the 202 to make this happen. But she cannot take the monies until he dies to have full control of it, or, he's got to ante it up. So we're still working on that realms, as well as also working to the legal side of confiscating the rounds or the cash. Anyway, we're working on about 5-6 things at once. So we've now found.
End of message. To delete this message, replay.
Did you leave that message for
Yeah.
Philippa Sledge?
Yes, that was before the lawsuit with the charter company.
Why did you leave that message?
Because that's what we were working at the time, was to find out what monies the ambassador had embezzled and where he was hiding it, and it was hidden accounts. And because the wife had found out he had a mistress, and instead of her getting it, says, look, it's embezzled monies, you go through court, we'll wind up getting it, but if you help us find the accounts and the hidden monies and everything and help us out, what I'd wound up doing is get us the monies so we can get it done, and to help us get the that shipment out, be the extra monies, because we were scrambling for monies since Philippa had stopped, had kind of quit.
Who was the ambassador?
That was Dr. Patrick Caroma. Anyway, I'll finish now that you're listening now. He, because she was helping us, would do it that we would pay her back after the gold shipment came in, give her the same monies. And so as an incentive, she went through, was rifling through everything he had, finding hidden accounts, people she had given monies to hide, all that kind of stuff. And that's what we were confirming. At that point, I'd already gotten control back from Dr. Caroma, that he no longer had the authority. And now we were going to be suing him after the charter company. But first we had to sue the charter company because they didn't deliver, but that was a change of contract and the charters and other things. Anyway, that's when that recording
So you're
was.
saying Dr. Patrick Caroma
Yes.
was the ambassador?
He's the acting ambassador. He started off as some type of business attaché that started to help us stop something that was a trouble, and then later on he convinced himself how helpful he was to the chief. So the chief, because he's the ambassador
What country is he ambassador for?
I'm sorry?
What country is he?
Sierra Leone.
So he's a Sierra Leone ambassador that lives where?
In Ghana, to the Sierra Leonean, to the Sierra Leone embassy in Ghana. He was the acting ambassador. He became the acting ambassador. He started off, the ambassador was called back for something else, so he became the acting ambassador.
I'll play that last one.
Of course, they're saying just like we expected. No. Hey, Philip, sorry I was on the line when you were calling. Basically, today went as what we were expecting, where the emissary basically told the Israelis, all right, come get your cash, you're out. And he's going to have them come in. I guess they're going to come tomorrow. And, of course, they're saying just like we expected. No, they They don't want to take the cash. They want to stay in. It's like, come get your cash. And even if they don't want to come get it and try to leave it with him, all he has to do is they'll just leave it with the bank or one of the government offices, and they can go pick it up whenever they want, but they're, basically out. And the ladies' partners in Chicago are coming forward with the cash. It sounds to me like they're having to pull it out of securities, to liquidate securities. That'd be a T+3 or something. But I couldn't get through on the last part because he was driving. I just got that information. We were going to re-talk when they got back to their house because the weather's real bad there. It's the shift time for the rainy season, and storms are real bad, but they'll be calm in the morning and they'll be able to get through easier too. But anyway, basically everything that we thought and figured, and you and I knew would happen is what's happening, and what they try to do. But the emissaries just fed up with them, said, "No, you guys are out. Get out." So it's on track with the. It's just the ladies group. They're actually out of Chicago. Are liquidating to come in on the cash side. Anyway, give me a holler if you need. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Did you leave that message for Philip Sledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why'd you leave that message?
Because that was happening at the time. Both that investor, now I know what you're talking about, that investor and the Israelis weren't dealing with me. They were dealing with Mr. Kamara, who was the attaché with Guinea and legal counsel, and he was the one that was going, I guess I didn't tell you this, in Holland, that was having the demurrage decreased, and he was going to get the monies together to go over and pick it up, the gold in Holland, and personally bring it back into the United States. And then he had a certain amount that he was requesting for doing that. That then, what that would do is when that 150 kilos would come in, would then have enough monies to go and get and pick up, should have been enough to go and pick up, anticipated pick up the shipment with a 714, which Philippa's, your client's block that she had.
But of course, none of that ever happened, right?
No, it did not. He did get monies, but never got the full amount. The Israelis got to the point where, I never even had heard this one before, put the cash in a little portable vault and kept the key for it, gave him the vault. And then he was trying to get it to where any way he could. They wanted the shipment in Holland bad. They knew about the gold in Holland. They wanted the gold in Holland. This is another reason why I know some of these golds, because people go out of the way to try to get hold of the gold. In Holland, they gave him, like I said, they gave him the bank and kept the key and everything. And he said, all right, forget it, you guys are out trying to get, they wouldn't come pick up the money. They want him to make the trip. And then
I don't want to hear anymore. Did you say that a charter company was sued?
Yes.
What charter company was sued?
The charter in, I don't remember the name. It was in Ivory Coast, the one that made the trip to the Grand Bahamas.
What's the name of that? What was the name of that?
I don't remember.
Do you know what lawyer sued them?
Archie, I think it was Archie Pong.
On behalf of whom?
The chief in Conde.
Okay, what's the resolution of that lawsuit?
Resolution was that they weren't at fault because the contract, even though we had a contract signed with the other lawyer that was there in Ghana, the acting ambassador, Peter Karama, came. They drew up a whole new contract, and then he paid them on the contract. So that contract that they redid and re-signed was to Grand Bahamas. Even though when Mr. Kamara, Kamara, who now had the authority on the gold, thought they were going to Dallas and they didn't say anything else, and all of a sudden he finds out himself landed in Grand Bahamas. So because they had a new contract that was signed and paid by the acting ambassador, they were found to not be at fault, and which then in turn incriminated the acting ambassador.
But you didn't have to pay Archie Pong's legal fees on that case, though.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't remember. It was like 20, 30,000, something like that.
One last thing, we were talking about your monthly expenses. I think you may have relented and agreed that perhaps $900 a month was a little light.
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to
How much do you think your expenses are?
Like I said, mine probably run, I don't know, 600-800. Deborah's are probably hard to say because I don't know what all that she has, but probably 900 to 1,100, something like that.
It's over 2,000 between you.
Not necessarily, but could be.
And you have zero income, correct?
Well, from small things that I may do, on little things like whether it's somebody wants to order a computer or they want some work done or something like that.
Have you done any of those deals in 2015?
Oh, yeah.
Who are your customers?
Mom, I've got, oh gosh, 2015. I'm drawing a blank right now. I
And
can't
Coper has
remember
no
yet.
income, correct?
What's that?
Deborah Coper has no income.
Yeah, she has an income, but UPS is paying for her to go to school to get retrained.
Where's her income from?
UPS is paying for her income besides going to school.
How much?
Spending money.
How much?
I don't know. I'm not privy to that information.
I mean, didn't UPS fire her?
They laid her off because they moved everything to India.
And she reached a settlement, correct?
Yes, and in that
She used $38,000 of that settlement to pay for your legal fees, right?
part of that, some of that was in the 401 she had before that. And then besides the settlement, they pay for her to go to school with expenses for school and living. Besides the
But
30.
they're paying, they may cover out of pocket. They're not giving her any money as income at this point, are they? She's not earning any money from UPS, is she?
That's not earning, but it's money's on. My understanding is, besides paying for school and everything, there's additional there was monies to cover the monthly spending costs for going to school. So in other words, it's not just books and school, there's other monies too.
But if she testified on this point in her deposition, you would defer to what she said about
Yeah,
it, right?
whatever she said, yeah. I'm not privy to that, the exact numbers or anything.
Nothing further.
No question.
This concludes today's deposition, going off the record at 3:51 p.m.